Others cultivate immortality through hardship, but Li Yang relies on recharging. With an initial recharge of 6 yuan, he receives an exceptional sword spirit root, and with a tenfold lottery draw, he uncovers celestial and demonic techniques. With 100 draws, he directly breaches the laws of the heavenly path. His heart is as steady as Mount Tai, and his combat power soars like a rocket, while his peers are still in the foundational stage, meditating. He is already enveloped in immortal energy and engulfed in demonic flames. With a single sword, he opens the gates of heaven and confidently inquires, in this world, who holds the authority? The answer is singular. I, Li Yang. Chapter 1. Rebirth ***. In a dilapidated wooden cabin, Li Yang gazes into the mirror, scrutinizing his youthful and handsome visage. Not bad.my looks have improved significantly, and my physique is now all muscle. Indeed, this body does not belong to him. He has traversed realms. In his previous life, he was a youth addicted to the internet, or rather, an internet-addicted middle-aged man. After the untimely demise of his parents, he opted to drop out of school and immersed himself in an internet cafe, spending over a decade playing a game called yuan. When funds ran low, he resorted to odd jobs or scavenging. Ultimately, on a stormy night, he unexpectedly succumbed to a sudden death. Upon awakening, he found himself in this humble cabin. After merging with the original owner's memories, he discovered this world was one of immortality cultivation, and the original owner was Li Yang, an outer disciple of the Sanqing. Sected on the eve of the triennial outer disciple selection, the original owner accidentally succumbed to demonic obsession during cultivation, leading to a deterioration of his foundation. Despite fervent efforts day and night, the original owner's cultivation waned rather than flourished, and feeling hopeless about his future, he chose to end his life and be reborn. Li Yang, who had occasionally glimpsed the game in his previous life, never expected to become the protagonist this time around. Ding, detecting a suitable host, binding in progress. 1:30:99. As Li Yang lost himself in thought, he heard that familiar voice, and his heart surged with joy. I knew it. As a chosen one, how could I not be granted a golden finger? Let me see what the system is. 100. Ding, system binding complete. This system is the super invincible intelligent lottery system. With a recharge, you can obtain lottery chances, with prizes including divine weapons, exceptional techniques, and rare spirit roots. There is nothing you cannot acquire with this system. Suddenly, a panel appeared in Li Yang's mind, with attributes displayed on the left. Host. Li Yang. Level. Body refinement stage 3, spirit root. Sword spirit root. Low grade. Comment. Technique. Upper clear body refinement technique. Body refinement stage. Spiritual tool. None. Lottery chances. 0. On the right was a pointer wheel, featuring a question mark. Below were 2 buttons. One for a single draw, 100 spirit stones, and one for a tenfold draw, 1,000 spirit stones. What kind of system is this? It requires recharging? Aren't these systems supposed to allow for endless draws and automatic leveling up? Besides, where am I supposed to obtain so many spirit stones? An outer disciple of the Sanqing sect earns only 2 spirit stones a month from mining, and the original owner had exhausted his savings trying to restore his foundation, ultimately leading to his tragic end. System, please refrain from complaining. Host. This system is designed to motivate you and prevent the mindset of unearned gains. If you dislike it, never mind. Having something is better than nothing. In this ruthless world, how can one survive without a background? It seems I must follow the original owner's path. Eventually, Li Yang accepted this system as a necessary ally. Father. Dear system brother. Look, we're fated to meet. Is there any beginner's gift package? Don't those online games usually grant 1 trillion gold coins upon registration? I'm not asking for much. Just a simple gift of 10,000 spirit stones will suffice. System, what do you take me for, a high-class and wealthy figure? If it weren't for the lack of suitable candidates, do you think I would? Li Yang, isn't that the case? System, fine. Since you addressed me as father, I shall grant you 1 chance to draw. Li Yang was overjoyed. Thank you, dear system brother. How do I draw? The host currently possesses 1 special lottery chance. Would you like to use it? Yes. Quickly. Dear system brother, I am relying on you for this lifetime. Li Yang silently wished for a successful draw, hoping for a delightful experience that would allow him to soar. Ding! This draw yields exceptional sword spirit root. A ball of golden light floats before Li Yang, and the temperature within the room becomes intense. System. Detecting exceptional sword spirit root. Would you like to replace your current spirit root? Li Yang hastily issued the command to replace it. The golden orb swiftly entered his body, and he felt a warm current emerge from his dantian, coursing throughout his being. Checking his panel again. Host. Li Yang. Level. Body Refinement Stage 3, Spirit Root. Sword Spirit Root, Exceptional. Technique. Upper Clear Body Refinement Technique. Spiritual Tool, None, Lottery Chances, 0. The original owner already possessed a mid-grade Sword Spirit Root, demonstrating commendable talent. After years of arduous training, he had mastered the Sanqing sect's body refinement methods to their zenith, reaching the peak of body refinement just before the inner disciple. Selection.it was unexpected that a moment of demonic obsession could lead to such a decline. Now he was left with merely the third stage, as long as he passes the selection and enters the inner courtyard, successfully gathers chi, and progresses step by step to foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, and divine transformation, that reaching the pinnacle of life would not be a dream. Ah, how unpredictable life is. Let me fulfill these dreams for you. Just as Li Yang regained his senses, a sudden spasm coursed through him, and darkness enveloped his vision as he fainted. Ding! Congratulations, host. All toxins have been eliminated. Your cultivation will gradually return within a month. Awakened by the system's prompt, Li Yang was bewildered. It seems the exceptional sword spirit root has reorganized his meridians and absorbed the toxins within his body, restoring this vessel to its peak condition. Clenching his fists, which crackled with power, Li Yang felt an overwhelming surge of strength. In his previous life, he would have easily overshadowed any champion, whether it be Tyson or Ali. He could effortlessly take on a Siberian tiger or kick an Arctic bear with ease. After all, the body refinement stage focuses on honing the physique, laying the foundation for absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Body refinement and chi gathering, in a strict sense, do not yet classify one as a true cultivator. Only upon entering foundation establishment, where the dantian becomes liquid, can one transcend to the realm of true cultivators, enjoying longevity and the ability to fly. Since he has come this far, he must make the best of it. In his past life, Li Yang was an orphan. In this life, he has borrowed a body and merged with the original owner's memories and emotions. In a sense, the current Li Yang and the original owner have become inseparable. In his memories, Li Yang hails from the Li family of Lin Ai, a vassal family of the Sanqing sect. They enjoy its protection while also bearing the duty of providing fresh blood to the sect. Li Yang stands as a distinguished talent among the third generation of the Li family. At 15, he awakened a low-grade sword spirit root and was promptly accepted as a disciple by the esteemed outer elder Ouyang Xian of the Sanqing sect. In just a few short years, he has already reached the peak of body refinement. The Sanqing sect is a grand sect, ruling over 1,000 miles and encompassing numerous vassal families, divided into outer and inner sects, with 3 spiritual veins: the upper Clear Mountain Vein, the Tai Clear Mountain Vein, and the Jade Clear Mountain Vein. Each year, these veins produce a substantial quantity of spirit stones, serving as the foundation for the Sanqing sect's existence. It is said that the inner sect possesses even more abundant spiritual energy than the outer sect, with a robust team of mentors guiding cultivation, thereby accelerating the training process. Hence, every disciple joining the Sanqing sect aspires to enter the inner sect as soon as possible. The triannual inner sect selection represents the sole opportunity for outer disciples to gain entry. The criteria for this selection are quite stringent, as geniuses from the surrounding 1,000 miles gather here, and only the most exceptional can enter the inner courtyard. The Sanqing sect is merely a sect under the jurisdiction of the Daong Celestial Dynasty. Besides the cultivation sects, the Celestial Dynasty has its own administrative framework. The various offices of the Celestial Dynasty stand tall among the sects, much like governmental departments in a previous life, ostensibly serving the cultivators, yet in reality, they are merely the enforcers of the ruling class. What distinguishes the Celestial Dynasty is its existence to fend off the incursions of the demonic races. Beyond mere mortals and cultivators, this world is also home to primordial demons. Every element in nature possesses a spirit, and all things exist in a delicate balance of mutual growth and restraint. The path of cultivation itself is a rebellion against the heavens. Perhaps these demonic entities are simply a method employed by the heavens to maintain equilibrium in the world. Thus, these governmental bodies also undertake the mission of periodically exorcising demons and safeguarding the righteous path. This world is indeed harsh, and to survive within it, strength remains paramount. After all, beyond the conflicts among cultivators, there are myriad spirits and monsters that could strike unexpectedly. Given that fate has granted him a second chance at life, and with the support of his elder brother, Li Yang feels that failing to achieve something remarkable would be a disservice. To himself, glancing at his interface, he noticed that his lottery chances had reverted to 0. It appears that in order to grow stronger, he must first toil to earn spirit stones. Chapter 2 Master with a creak, Li Yong pushed open the dilapidated wooden door, inhaling the crisp morning air. After a night's rest, he had become adept at navigating this new body. Observing the little trees swaying gently in the breeze, he felt invigorated, brimming with boundless energy. Today marked his first day in this world, allowing him to immerse himself in his surroundings. Although merely an outer disciple, he benefited from being the pupil of the esteemed elder of the outer sect, claiming a small territory within the Sanqing sect's outer realm. The courtyard, though modest, boasted several willow trees, a small fish pond, and a quaint vegetable patch. It appeared that the original owner of this body was not only a fervent cultivator, but also a lover of life, in stark contrast to Li Yang's previous existence, which revolved solely around gaming and internet cafes. It was indeed tragic that such a life-affirming individual ultimately succumbed to despair, choosing to end his own life. What a grim reality this world could be. In his past life, Li Yang had witnessed cultivators pursuing the path to immortality. Yet he pondered, could the path truly grant eternal life? In this new life, he had come to realize that wherever humanity dwelled, conflict was inevitable. Recollecting his thoughts, Li Yang turned his attention back to the system panel in his mind. Host, Li Yang level, 6th stage of body refinement spiritual root, sword spiritual root. Supreme quality cultivation technique. Shanqing body refinement method magical artifacts. None lottery chances. 0 awe. After just one night, his cultivation had nearly recovered to half its potential. The exceptional sword spiritual root provided by the system was indeed remarkable. However, to advance further, he would need to invest resources. Contemplating this, Li Yang set off along the mountain path towards the peak. Indeed, he intended to seek out his benefactor, Elder Ouyang, to inform him of his restored cultivation. After all, Elder Ouyang had previously treated him quite well. More importantly, he sought to inquire whether there were methods to swiftly amass spiritual stones. Master Ouyang, as the foremost elder of the outer sect, possessed an independent cultivation arena within the outer court, named Little Solitary Peak. It stood as one of the few sacred cultivation sites of the Sanqing sect, apart from the 3 main peaks, and was rich in spiritual energy. Although Elder Ouyang's personal cultivation was not particularly high, the inner and outer sects operated independently, with the inner sect rarely concerning themselves with outer affairs. To them, the outer sect was merely a cadre of advanced miners, tasked with harvesting the spiritual stones produced by the 3 major veins. The body refinement practitioners of the outer sect were the ideal candidates for such labor. Of course, the elders of the outer sect were exceptions. They had once been prodigies of the inner sect. However, as time wore on, their talents waned, and with no hope for further advancement, they were relegated to the outer sect as elders, better described as overseers. Having cultivated within the Sanqing sect for several years, Li Yang was well aware of these dynamics. His visit to his master was also intended to request a lucrative assignment. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he walked for over 2 hours before finally arriving at his master's residence. In comparison to his own humble wooden cabin, his master's abode appeared significantly more refined. Master, it is your disciple Li Yang, here to pay my respects, he announced, bowing respectfully at the entrance. Come in, came the reply. The courtyard gate swung open, and Li Yang strode inside. Within the room, an elderly man reclined on a mat, a wine jug in hand. Observing the old master with his graying hair and a hint of weariness about him, Li Yang couldn't help but ponder the rather dismal circumstances of both master and disciple. He approached and assisted Ouyang Xian into a nearby chair. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Ouyang Xian's eyes as he took a hefty swig from the wine gourd. Not bad, young Yang. You're back to cultivating, he remarked. Li Yang nodded slightly. Indeed, master. I have come specifically to inform you that thanks to the medicinal pill you provided last time, I have experienced significant improvement. Previously, Li Yang had encountered a setback in his cultivation, and Ouyang Xian had gone to great lengths to exchange for a medicinal pill for him. In truth, that earth core pill merely served to stabilize his foundation and expedite his cultivation pace, offering little benefit to Li Yang, whose meridians were damaged at the time. Of course, Li Yang could not divulge the details of the system to Ouyang Xian. It was his greatest secret, the cornerstone of his existence and aspirations in this world. He would not allow anyone, not even his parents, to learn of it. By attributing his recovery to the medicinal pill, he could avoid raising any suspicions in his master. Ah, young Yang, it was worth the effort to have brought you from Linjiang Prefecture all those years ago. You must understand. The sword spirit root is an exceedingly rare find. In this world, where celestial beings and demons stand opposed, the sword spirit root is undoubtedly the finest for cultivation. Once you establish your foundation and master the spirit sword, you shall shine brightly on the battlefield. Li Yang couldn't help but let out a bitter smile within. Perhaps he was destined to be the most unfortunate one. What began as a desire to cultivate quietly and ascend to immortality now seemed far from his grasp. For now, he was merely a fledgling in the body refinement stage, with such aspirations still a distant dream. By the way, Master, I have another request to make of you. My efforts to restore my meridians have nearly exhausted my spirit stones. Fortunately, thanks to your medicinal pill, I managed to survive. Given your oversight of the mining tasks of the 3 major spirit veins, might you arrange for me some additional work? The meager stipend from mining is hardly sufficient. Ouyang Xian stroked his beard and chuckled at Li Yong. Why? Aren't you part of the inspection team? You don't need to mine yourself. Receiving 2 spirit stones a month should be ample for your needs. Among the outer disciples, I doubt anyone would be eager to snatch your position. Very well. I shall open a door for you. Report to the warehouse supervisor. Last month, Old Wang's mismanagement led to a significant loss of spirit stones. As a number were consumed by the spirit-eating beasts, it fell to us old fellows to cover the shortfall. Those in the inner sect seemed to be in disarray. Previously, a few hundred stones gone missing would have raised no alarms, but recently, things have become tense. Yang, remember to ensure that your monthly share remains intact. Any surplus will be distributed among the elders and the inspection team. Just be careful not to overreach. And watch out for those spirit-eating beasts. Don't be as careless as Old Wang. Beyond that, I shall protect you. Proceed with confidence. Thank you, Master. Li Yong knelt down and bowed his head once more to Ouyang Xian. All right, tidy yourself up and prepare to report. Do not neglect your cultivation. There are but a few days left until the inner sect selection. Once you gain entry into the inner sect, these spirit stones and other trivial matters will hold little significance. Handing Li Yong a token and a small package, Ouyang Xian waved him off, returning to his drink. Watching Li Yong's departing figure, Ouyang Xian sighed inwardly. This young man was indeed extraordinary. He had recently sensed an increasing unease. The demands for spirit stones from the inner sect were escalating. Friends within had mentioned that something had occurred in the Daon Celestial Dynasty, though the specifics remained elusive. It appeared that the Celestial Dynasty was now demanding both personnel and funds from the sects, and the situation seemed rather grim. Chapter 3. A dream. Li Yong returned to his modest wooden cabin, a journey that consumed much of the day. Although the storage office was not far from the little solitary peak, he was not in a hurry to go there today. He preferred to wait until his cultivation was restored before making the trip. He recalled that Old Wang was at the pinnacle of body refinement, just a step away from reaching the condensation of qi. Previously, there had been instances of spirit beasts pilfering spirit stones while mining, but such occurrences were minimal. As the warehouse was protected by formations, making it unlikely for ordinary spirit beasts to succeed in thievery. There must be more to this than met the eye. Gazing at the 100 spirit stones in his hand, indeed, these were the very stones his master had placed in his small package. Li Yong resolved to invest them into the system. After all, he was not the sole occupant of the storage office. To elevate his team for his own purposes, he needed to possess formidable strength. Recharge host. Would you like to recharge with 100 spirit stones and receive a chance for a lottery draw? The mechanical voice of the system echoed in Li Yang's mind. He pressed the lottery button. Instantly, the system emitted a series of beeping sounds, reminiscent of a slot machine in an internet cafe. However, that particular machine was a true tiger, devouring all without yielding a return. After a few initial attempts and realizing it only consumed without offering anything back, he had refrained from engaging with it further. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received the primordial spirit sword, body refinement. Before Li Yong appeared a sword enveloped in a colorful halo, instantly recognizable as extraordinary, based on the settings from his previous Life-S games. The last exceptional sword spirit was of golden legend. This colorful aura, could it be a divine artifact? Li Yong stepped forward to grasp it. And the moment his fingers made contact, a surge of information flooded his mind. Sword name. Primordial. In addition to the name of the sword, there was also a corresponding sword technique, primordial sword art. This information seemed to be a function of the system, yet even more delightful revelations followed. A cascade of information unfolded. This sword was not crafted by human hands. Rather, the technique existed prior to the sword itself. The original sword immortal, upon comprehending the sword path, discovered that no suitable sword could unleash the full power of the primordial sword art. Thus, he utilized his own vital essence to absorb the celestial spirit energy, combining it with the principles of swordsmanship to create the primordial sword. However, that was not the most crucial aspect. The key point was that the primordial sword served as a vessel for the cultivator themselves. As his cultivation progressed, the Taichu sword would also undergo enhancements. Due to the profound mysteries of the swordsmanship, there currently existed a strand of sword intent upon the Taichu sword. This sword intent was typically accessible only to foundation-building practitioners, with sword techniques serving as a prerequisite for mastering the path of the sword. It appeared that the system had generously bestowed upon him a fragment of sword intent. With a heart full of excitement and trembling hands, Li Yang retracted the Taichu sword into his body, following the system's instructions. Being still at the body refinement level and without having established his own Qi or Dantian, the spiritual sword vanished into his body like a cow sinking into the sea, leaving no trace. He then formed a sword seal with his fingers, and with a surge of intent, the Taichu sword was summoned forth once more. At last, he felt a sense of relief. With this Taichu sword in hand, he need not fear anyone in the outer sect, save for the various elders, as he could easily vanquish any challenger with a single strike. With this thought in mind, Li Yang ventured into the courtyard, eager to test the sword's might and ascertain whether it truly possessed the terrifying power described. Aiming at a willow tree in the distance, as thick as a barrel, he gripped the Taichu sword tightly and swung it fiercely. A gust of sword qi erupted forth, slicing through the willow tree at an astonishing speed, striking the mountainside and vanishing without a trace. Li Yang, mindful of not exerting his full strength to avoid attracting undue attention, observed the tree severed cleanly in half, revealing a smooth, cut surface, alongside an unfathomable sword scar etched into the mountainside. At that moment, he comprehended the truth. The system's creations were indeed of exquisite quality. Once back in his room, Li Yang briefly meditated to restore his stamina. Based on the energy expended for that single strike, he estimated that with his current cultivation level, he could unleash such an attack 2 to 3 times at full power. That would suffice. After all, even the grand techniques in games have cooldowns, and this would serve as his ultimate move, used sparingly, yet devastating when unleashed. It seemed this system was unlike the lottery mechanisms of the online games created by Old Ma, where the odds appeared favorable, yet one often had to invest heavily to reap rewards. Once again, he reaffirmed, the system's offerings were undoubtedly of superior caliber. Li Yang found himself increasingly impatient, yearning to rush to the storage area and invest all his spiritual stones into the system, hoping to ascend rapidly. However, he decided against such reckless thoughts, recognizing that he must first strengthen his abilities. After all, with the system in hand, steady progress would ultimately lead to the world bowing before him. As night fell, after a period of meditation, Li Yang lay down upon his bed, falling into a deep slumber. This night seemed to stretch on interminably, as he oscillated between being a peak practitioner, soaring through the skies on his sword, conversing with the sect leader about the mysteries of immortality, and transforming back into a gaming addict, lost in a virtual realm of chaos. Suddenly, he found himself rummaging through a trash bin, where he stumbled upon a bulging wallet. Upon opening it, he discovered it was filled with 100 yuan bills. With this newfound wealth, he hailed a taxi to a luxurious establishment, where he summoned a beautiful female attendant he had previously only dared to dream of. As he inhaled the alluring fragrance of the attendant's perfume and savored the massage, an unexpected tension gripped his lower abdomen, leading this naive youth to an unforeseen climax. Just as he prepared to settle the bill, the hundreds of yuan within his wallet inexplicably transformed into spiritual stones. He was struggling to explain to the front desk lady that this item was a rare treasure in another realm, but she looked at him with disdain, as if regarding a lunatic. Shortly thereafter, he found himself stripped of his clothing and unceremoniously ejected from the establishment. Li Yang awoke from this ordeal, bewildered as he gazed upon the small wooden cabin before him. It had merely been a dream. What a peculiar scenario it was. After washing his face and noticing the bright light outside, he realized it was already midday. Li Yang spent a few more days cultivating within his modest abode. One morning, he glanced at the information panel. Host, Li Yang level, 9th stage of body refinement spiritual root, sword spiritual root supreme technique, supreme body refinement method spiritual artifact, primordial sword lottery chances, 0. Seeing that his cultivation had been restored, he tidied himself up and took the talisman given by his master, making his way along the mountain path towards the storage room. Chapter 4. Taking office dressed in a flowing azure robe, Li Yang hurriedly approached the storage room, encountering several fellow disciples along the way. Some familiar faces greeted him as Senior Brother Li Yang, which he found quite gratifying. Senior Brother Li Yang, please wait. Today marked his first day as the captain of the storage team. Previously, in the inspection team, he had not needed to mine himself, thanks to his master's connections. He merely clocked in symbolically each day before immersing himself in cultivation. Thus, he had few friends in the mining area. Upon hearing someone call out to him, Li Yang turned back in curiosity. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Was it her? Wu Qingqing, the daughter of Elder Wu Kuan from the Sanqing sect, stood on the stone steps, a smile gracing her lips. Senior Brother Li Yang, I heard you've recently regained your vitality and have been entrusted with an important role by Uncle Ouyang. Congratulations. Wu Qingqing's voice was gentle and reserved, her gaze betraying a hint of unusual brilliance. Liang was momentarily taken aback, but soon responded with a smile. Thank you for your concern, junior sister Qingqing. I have indeed recovered. Is there something you need? A faint blush crossed Wu Qingqing's cheeks as she replied. Is it wrong to seek you out if there is nothing pressing? She bit her lower lip, as if summoning the courage to express something. Finally, she softly uttered, Senior brother Liang, I have always admired you and hope you continue to flourish. Liang felt a stir within his heart. Having lived 2 lives, he could discern the deeper meaning behind Wu Qingqing's words. Recalling that she had been kind to him in the past, bringing him numerous potions and spiritual stones after learning of his circumstances, he realized that the previous Liang had been wholly devoted to cultivation, likely oblivious to her affections. However, he was acutely aware that now was not the time for such thoughts. Having inherited another's identity, he bore the responsibility of addressing that debt. Liang sighed softly and replied gently, Thank you, junior sister Qingqing. I truly appreciate your kindness, but for now, I must focus on my cultivation. Matters of the heart are not my priority at this moment. In matters of emotion, one must be decisive, otherwise, indecision could lead to turmoil. For Liang, it mattered little. In his past life, he had been a roguish character, and had it been before, he might have welcomed a fleeting romance. Yet, now, considering Wu Qingqing's background, and having merged with the memories of his predecessor, his innermost feelings did not permit such indulgence. At that moment, a cold voice shattered the delicate atmosphere between the two. Liang, what are you doing? Do you not realize that today you assumed the position of warehouse manager, with numerous matters awaiting your attention? The speaker was Feng Tian, the head of the inspection team, and also Li Yang's former superior. His gaze was filled with jealousy and discontent, clearly displeased with the interaction between Li Yang and Wu Qingqing. Li Yang turned around, feeling a twinge of trepidation in the presence of Feng Tian, for he was indeed his superior. It was said that during his time in the inspection team, Feng Tian had already won foot in the gathering chi stage. Despite his humble beginnings, Feng Tian possessed a solid foundation, being endowed with a fire spirit root, one of the offensive spirit roots. He was only slightly older than Liang, but had managed to secure the position of head of the inspection team through sheer strength. It was likely that he would soon enter the inner sect during the upcoming selection. Previously, Liang had been rather lackadaisical in the inspection team, working intermittently. Out of respect for Elder Ouyang, Feng Tian had tolerated him, but given Feng Tian's fiery temper, Liang would have been expelled otherwise. Today, witnessing his beloved engaged in such intimate exchanges with Liang, Feng Tian found his patience waning. It was better to confront Liang than to endure further. Now armed with the support of a system, Liang felt emboldened. His voice was calm, yet assertive. Captain Feng, I am well aware of my responsibilities. However, my affairs do not require your concern. Feng Tian snorted coldly, resolved to assert his authority. If that is the case, let us see the prowess of this warehouse manager. I hear you have reached the pinnacle of body refinement. I am keen to witness it. Liang smiled slightly, recognizing this as Feng Tian's test, yet also viewing it as an opportunity to showcase his strength. The area was not far from the mining zone, and a crowd had gathered, eager for entertainment. As most spent their days either mining or cultivating, the personnel from both the warehouse and the inspection teams were present, and naturally, the followers of the 2 prominent figures were eager to cheer them on. Most were inclined to favor Feng Tian, for his strength in the mining area was well known. Even among the outer sect, his prowess, being a half-step into the gathering chi stage, distinguished him as one of the elite, rivaling only the elders and those of substantial backgrounds. As for this brother Liang, he was rarely seen, and the crowd had only heard tales of him having an excellent master, reputedly a formidable figure at the 9th level of body refinement. Soon, bets were being placed as the atmosphere grew charged. Liang nodded in acknowledgement. Since Captain Feng has taken such an interest, I shall comply with respect. The two moved to an open area, and the onlookers followed closely, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Feng Tian struck first, launching a powerful punch imbued with fierce energy directly at Liang. Without flinching, Liang swiftly sidestepped and countered with a punch of his own. The 2 fists collided with a resounding thud, causing both to stagger back a few steps. Feng Tian's expression soured. He had not anticipated that Liang could withstand his blow. Meanwhile, Liang smiled subtly, aware that in terms of physical strength, he matched Feng Tian at the pinnacle of body refinement. The surrounding disciples began to murmur among themselves, while Wu Qingqing silently observed Liang, her eyes flickering with a complex array of emotions that quickly settled into tranquility. Feng Tian, with a stern expression, was confident that he could unleash his full strength to defeat Liang. However, this also meant that he had prematurely revealed his trump card just before the internal sect election. Feng Tian chose not to prolong his confrontation with Li Yang. He discreetly adjusted his breathing, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Coldly gazing at Li Yang, he uttered a chilling remark. Today is merely a lesson for you. Next time, it shall not be so simple. With that, he turned and departed. The surrounding onlookers dispersed, and Wu Qingqing stepped forward, her concern evident as she asked, "Senior brother Li Yang, are you all right?" Before she could receive any response, Li Yang hurriedly strode towards the mining area. At that moment, Wu Qingqing could only watch helplessly as Li Yang's figure receded into the distance, a wave of disappointment and frustration washing over her, intertwined with a flicker of anger and resentment. "Senior brother Li Yang, do you truly feel nothing for me?" she muttered silently, stomping her foot in exasperation, as if this action could somehow alleviate the dissatisfaction brewing within her. Yet, no matter how fervently she tried, Li Yang never glanced back, leaving Wu Qingqing feeling utterly desolate and heartbroken. Upon arriving at the warehouse management office, the personnel, having witnessed the earlier encounter, greeted their newly appointed leader with a mix of respect and apprehension, standing in neat formation to welcome Li Yang. Unbeknownst to him, a previous conflict between Captain Wang and Feng Tian of the inspection team had led to a mishap during the pursuit of spirit beasts, resulting in the late submission of spirit stones. Consequently, Old Wang had been dispatched by the sect to the battlefield of immortals and demons, likely facing dire circumstances. Old Wang had treated these warehouse staff well, providing them with additional benefits each month. Since his departure, the warehouse personnel had been living in fear. Now, with the arrival of a capable and well-connected new captain, they were genuinely relieved. Li Yang decided to familiarize himself with the warehouse operations, making his way inside. As he entered, the distinct aroma of spirit stones filled the air. He surveyed the surroundings, noting the orderly rows of shelves laden with various spirit ores. These were raw spirit stones freshly mined and sent to the inner sect for specialized processing before use. At that moment, the transport team's vehicles slowly approached the warehouse entrance, the sound of rolling wheels resonating distinctly in the quiet environment. The team members carefully unloaded boxes of spirit stones from the vehicles and carried them into the warehouse. Li Yang approached one of the boxes, examining the quality of the ore closely. The stones emitted a faint glow, translucent and flawless. Satisfied, he nodded and engaged in conversation with the transport team leader, inquiring about the conditions during transport. The leader detailed the smoothness of the journey and assured that the remaining spirit stones would be delivered promptly. Once the last box of spirit stones was securely placed, Li Yang conducted one final check of the warehouse records to ensure the quantities matched. Thus, Li Yang's first day in office commenced amidst an unexpected confrontation. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The road ahead would be long, but he was confident that he could overcome any challenges that lay before him. Chapter 5. The mantis catches the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits within the quaint wooden cabin. Li Yang was engaged in meditation and cultivation. Ever since he had awakened his exceptional sword spirit root, his pace of advancement had markedly accelerated. Perhaps it was due to his daily interactions with the spiritual minds. But Li Yang gradually began to sense the threshold of gathering energy. A few days prior, he had received the Taishang Yuqing Gong from his master. Through his master, he learned that cultivation techniques exist only below the foundation establishment realm. Once a cultivator reaches this stage, they no longer rely on these methods. Instead, their focus shifts to cultivating the heart and the Dao. To be precise, all cultivators aspiring to achieve enlightenment must engage in the pursuit of the Dao. During the physical refinement phase, one cultivates the body. In the Qi-gathering realm, one opens the energy sea to absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, forming streams of spiritual energy within this sea. As the spiritual energy continuously rises, it gradually liquefies, symbolizing the foundation establishment process. Following this is the formation of the spiritual liquid elixir, the golden elixir, which represents the embryonic form of the Dao for all cultivators. Whether one can successfully attain this elixir depends on individual fortune. Take for instance Li Yang's master, Elder Ouyang Xian, who possessed an exceptional spirit root and entered the foundation establishment realm before the age of 50. He was a brilliant prodigy within the Sanqing sect, yet he was ultimately unable to form the elixir. As his lifespan dwindled, he had no choice but to serve as an elder in the outer sect, managing various affairs. Spirit roots significantly aid cultivation below the foundation establishment realm. However, once a cultivator reaches this stage, their body undergoes a qualitative transformation. To ordinary beings, a foundation establishment cultivator appears as a higher form of life. With Li Yang's sword spirit root, he is assuredly on the path to establishing his foundation. Yet if he fails to form the elixir within a limited lifespan of 200 years, he will remain insignificant. Upon forming the elixir, one is granted an additional 500 years of lifespan. A cultivator with decent aptitude can, through diligent effort, attain the nascent soul stage and enjoy a lifespan of around 2,000 years. As for higher-tier cultivators, they are rare, akin to phoenix feathers or Chilan horns. No wonder his master spends his days drinking and sleeping. It seems even he has succumbed to resignation. Reflecting on his master's words, Liang couldn't help but wonder if there truly existed individuals who could ascend to immortality. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. After all, he possessed a system at his side. With sufficient resources, even immortals could be vanquished. As time passed, Liang immersed himself in the realm of cultivation, wholly focused on sensing the flow of spiritual energy within him. He gradually adjusted his breathing, guiding the energy along his meridians. Each cycle imbued him with a sense of increasing fullness and strength. During this process, he continuously explored and comprehended the profound mysteries of the Taishang Yuqinggong. He meticulously studied the descriptions within the technique, earnestly contemplating the deeper meanings contained therein. Through relentless practice and attempts to open the energy sea, Liang began to feel a wondrous force surging within him. This power grew increasingly intense, as if yearning to break free from certain constraints. He understood that this was the sign of energy gathering, a pivotal step towards a higher realm. After countless attempts and diligent efforts, he sensed a powerful energy churning in his lower abdomen, as if it were about to erupt. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly, feeling that force grow ever stronger under his command. He closed his eyes, concentrating intently, channeling that surge of energy into his palm. Gradually, a faint luminescence enveloped his hand, intensifying until it coalesced into a small orb of light. A wave of exhilaration surged within him. He had successfully gathered his energy. He opened his eyes, retracting the glowing sphere, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Next, it was time to deal with that band of buffoons. Over the past few months in the storage area, he had thoroughly investigated the affairs of the mining district. Old Wang was indeed a scapegoat. An elder steward from the outer sect, named Pang Guangda, was the nephew of the governor of Linjiang Prefecture, a practitioner of mediocre spiritual roots who had clawed his way to the qi-gathering stage through the use of elixirs. It seemed he had no hope of foundation establishment and had somehow leveraged connections within the inner sect to acquire the title of elder steward in the outer sect. Fixated solely on amassing wealth, it appeared that Feng Tian also sought to curry favor with the powerful governor, willingly engaging in dubious activities for Pang Guangda, covertly pilfering or under the guise of oversight, then capturing spirit beasts in the forest to place around the storeroom, subsequently blaming the mismanagement of the storage team, an act shrouded in secrecy. Since Liang took over the warehouse, the inspection team had found themselves at a loss, prompting Feng Tian to approach Liang several times, subtly suggesting that he would do well to refrain from meddling, lest he attract trouble. Conflicts had arisen between the inspection team and the storage team, resulting in injuries on both sides. Originally, he had no desire to involve himself in such sordid matters. As his master often said, the elevation of one's cultivation was paramount, and once he entered the inner sect, these trifling issues would be beneath him. However, this situation had crossed Liang's threshold. In his past life, he had been an internet addict, a lord in the gaming realm, while in the real world, he scavenged without concern for others' opinions. Having finally arrived in this realm, he refused to be bullied. More importantly, it had been a long time since he had drawn a prize. Relying solely on his meager monthly stipend, he knew it would take ages to accumulate wealth. Feng Tian and Pang Guangdao were nothing more than two plump sheep. Armed with the Taichu sword, Liang believed he had few rivals among the outer sect disciples. Resolute in his decision, he resolved to execute a grand plan. That day, Liang stood at the entrance of the warehouse, his gaze piercing, as if he could see through the heavy door to the mountains of spirit or stacked within, pondering deeply. This month's output had exceeded previous figures by a full 2,000 units, a tremendous temptation for anyone. A faint smile played on his lips. A plan had already begun to form in his mind. Captain Feng, are you certain this approach is without risk? Liang inquired softly, a hint of cunning lacing his voice. Feng Tian, the head of the inspection team, briefly revealed a glimmer of greed in his eyes. Liang, let us collaborate. Half of this 2,000 spirit or will go to Elder Pang, and the remainder we shall split. What say you? Seizing the opportunity while his subordinates engaged in conversation with the inspection team, Liang feigned an accidental disclosure of this month's spirit or totals. True to form, Feng Tian approached him within days. Liang nodded gently, yet inwardly, he chuckled coldly. The remarkable increase in spirit or this month was, in fact, the result of his clandestine manipulation. What he sought this time was not the spirit or itself, after all. He had no immediate means to convert it into spirit stones, but rather the fortunes of Feng Tian and Pang Guangda. Captain Feng, with Elder Pang providing support. And having already discussed the details, let us proceed with our plan tonight, Li Yang said, feigning sincerity. As night fell, the dim lights illuminated the warehouse. According to the plan, Li Yang would host a banquet for the warehouse team, rewarding them for their hard work over the past period. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, Feng Tian quietly entered the warehouse with Li Yang's hand token, deftly activating the formation mechanism. His actions were swift and practiced. And soon he had stored 2,000 spirit minerals into the high-grade storage space provided by Elder Pang. Feng Tian, you truly are a genius. Splendid work. We are about to strike it rich. Pang Guang exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for the wealth to come. Feng Tian smiled faintly. Thanks to the high-grade storage bag you provided, my actions proceeded smoothly. Is everything well on Li Yang's side? Elder Pang inquired pensively. No issues. The amount to be submitted to the intersect remains unchanged. The surplus will go unnoticed, Feng Tian replied. Pang Guang nodded slightly, about to speak when suddenly, a flash of sword light cut through the air, terror etched on their faces. Liang, what are you doing? Feng Tian shouted. Liang, wielding the Taichu sword, wore a chilling smile. Captain Feng, while we were distracted, you stole the spirit minerals from the warehouse. How fortunate I am to have found you. Seeing this, Pang Guang immediately took action, but the Taichu sword was already unsheathed. In a blink, the blade flashed, and both Pang Guang and Feng Tian collapsed to the ground. Silenced forever. Unbeknownst to them, they had no idea how Li Yang had suddenly become so formidable. In films, villains often meet their demise through excessive dialogue. Although he was not a villain, he unleashed the Taichu sword technique almost simultaneously with his words. Li Yang had initially worried about having to deal with Elder Pang, who had gathered energy, but the Taichu sword proved unexpectedly powerful. After collecting the spirit stones from the two, Li Yang's figure gradually faded into the night, leaving behind 2 lifeless bodies and a pile of spirit minerals. Chapter 6. The Sword Immortal Cultivation System. Li Yang returned to his modest wooden cabin, where gentle light filled the space, a single oil lamp casting a faint glow. Sitting at the wooden table, he retrieved the spirit stones he had looted from Feng Tian and Pang Guang, totaling 976 stones. Adding to this his accumulated monthly salary, he now possessed 1,006 spirit stones. A glimmer of determination sparkled in his eyes as he resolutely invested the entire sum into the system. Taking a deep breath, Li Yang silently recited, "Commence the lottery, 10 consecutive draws." On the system interface, a massive wheel began to spin slowly, adorned with a plethora of reward icons. Li Yang's gaze remained fixed on the wheel, his heart racing involuntarily. As the wheel gradually slowed, it finally came to a halt on several icons. A flicker of excitement crossed Li Yang's eyes. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the following rewards. Spirit Gathering Pills X3. Potent pills that significantly enhance cultivation speed and condense spiritual energy. Recovery Pills X5. Pills that can swiftly restore expended spiritual power. Concealment Technique X1. Mastering this technique allows one to obscure their presence, evading detection of their cultivation level. Insight Technique X1. Practicing this technique enables one to see through others' cultivation levels and hidden secrets." A glimmer of disappointment flickered in Li Yang's eyes. This reward appeared far less impressive than the previous 2. He first picked up the Spirit Gathering Pill, savoring the rich spiritual energy contained within. He could not help but internally commend the system for its exquisite concoction, noting that its quality seemed significantly superior to what his master had provided him previously. Next, he unrolled the scroll of the Concealment Technique, which was densely inscribed with the principles of cultivation. Li Yang recognized this as a rare treasure in the game, capable of hiding one's cultivation level and thus averting unnecessary troubles at critical moments. He then perused the manual for the Insight Technique, which detailed a unique observational skill, enabling him to perceive the cultivation levels of others. This would undoubtedly bestow upon him a considerable advantage in his future endeavors. Taking a deep breath, Li Yang commenced his practice of the Concealment Technique. As he engaged in the technique, his aura gradually became indistinct, ultimately blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Even high-ranking cultivators would find it challenging to detect his presence. Upon completing his training, he attempted the Insight Technique. As his gaze deepened, it felt as though he could penetrate all illusions and discern the essence of things. Looking out the window, he was astonished to discover that he could even perceive the vitality of a large tree outside the humble cabin. This reward had indeed proven to be exceedingly fortuitous, and a sense of pride swelled within him. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, startling Li Yong. Ding. The initial system task has been completed. The upgrade is commencing. Upon completion, the system will transform into the complete otherworldly sword immortal cultivation system, tailored to the host's current attributes. Please await further developments. What on earth? Li Yong was taken aback by the sudden announcement. After listening to the system's lengthy introduction, he understood that the lottery was merely an initial task. Only after accumulating over 10 draws would the system upgrade to its full form, matching a more suitable configuration to the host's attributes. Staring at the system panel's message indicating upgrading, estimated time, 1 month, Li Yong was left in disbelief, realizing he would have to wait a month before utilizing it again. Nevertheless, he concluded that his current strength was sufficient. In a month's time, the intersect selection would likely commence as well. He would also need to acquire some resources from his master. Otherwise, relying solely on the primordial sword would be too ostentatious, and he would eventually attract unwanted attention. Moreover, there remained complications regarding Feng Tian and Peng Guang, for which he would need to seek his master's assistance, lest he faced difficulties with the sect. As night descended, the oil lamp within the cabin gradually extinguished, rendering Li Yong's figure particularly enigmatic in the darkness. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the treetops, casting a warm glow at the entrance of the cabin. Li Yong adjusted his attire and, with a trace of barely perceptible concern, made his way to his master's abode. Standing before the door, he inhaled deeply and gently rapped on it. "Enter, Li Yong," came his master's calm and profound voice from within. Li Yong pushed the door open. Finding his master seated on a wooden chair, still holding that battered wine gourd, he placed 2 flasks of wine on the table. "Master, you shouldn't constantly indulge in those strong spirits. They're harmful to your health. Drink this instead, spiritual wine infused with wild ginseng." As his master opened the wine gourd and took a whiff, he feigned a frown, remarking, "This wine lacks vigor. However, given your sincere, filial piety, I shall graciously accept it." "Master, I have matters to report to you," Li Yong said respectfully as he knelt. He then recounted in detail the incident involving Feng Tian and Peng Guangda's theft of the spiritual mine, as well as how he had seized the opportunity to ambush them amidst their quarrel over the spoils. Naturally, he cleverly concealed the fact that he had orchestrated the theft himself, merely stating that he had fortuitously succeeded amidst the chaos and had sustained injuries. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeve to reveal a deliberately inflicted wound on his arm, which, though simply bandaged, was still quite shocking. The master's gaze lingered on Li Yang's wound for a moment before slowly shifting away, as if he had seen through Li Yang's intentions yet chose not to expose them. "Li Yang, it seems your cultivation has progressed?" the master inquired suddenly. Li Yang was startled. Indeed, the master's keen perception was formidable. It appeared that the technique he employed to conceal his aura was ineffective against cultivators of vastly superior strength. He could only nod in affirmation. "Yes, master. I have fortuitously broken through." Ouyang Xian nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. "In that case, I shall take care of the matters concerning Feng and Peng. You have successfully gathered your energy. You should now focus on your cultivation in preparation for the intersect selection a month from now." As he spoke, the master retrieved a spiritual sword and a manual from a nearby shelf and handed them to Li Yong. "This is a first-tier spiritual sword, the Mountain Splitter, along with its corresponding technique. You must practice diligently. Once you enter the intersect, you will be recognized as a cultivator of the Daong immortal dynasty. And as long as you avoid major mistakes while traversing the outside world, you will have the protection of official status." Li Yong accepted the sword and manual, feeling a surge of warmth within. "Thank you, master. I shall not disappoint you," Li Yong vowed earnestly. The master smiled slightly and waved his hand. "Go now, cultivate diligently. I look forward to your performance in the selection a month hence." Li Yong bowed respectfully and turned to leave the master's abode. Sunlight bathed him, and his steps were firm and resolute. He understood that his path of cultivation was merely beginning, with his aspirations set on the higher skies. Chapter 7. The cat demon. The deaths of Feng Tian and Peng Guangda in the mine stirred considerable commotion both within the mine and throughout the outer sect of the Sanqing sect. Considering the implications for the governor of Linjiang Prefecture, Elder Ouyang ultimately took it upon himself to personally visit the mine with the sect's decree, classifying the incident as Feng Tian's theft of spiritual ore, and noting that Elder Pang had timely intervened to dissuade Feng Tian, only to be ambushed and gravely wounded by him, resulting in their mutual demise. Meanwhile, due to mismanagement, Li Yong, the team leader of the warehouse, was relieved of his duties. Given that this incident tarnished the sect's reputation, Elder Ouyang ordered all disciples to refrain from discussing it further. As time passed, tranquility returned to the mine. During this period, Liang diligently practiced the mountain splitter technique in his small courtyard. Thanks to the enhancement of his exceptional sword spirit root, he quickly mastered the sword art within a few days, though he always felt that something was missing. One day, as usual, Liang practiced his swordplay in the courtyard. Holding the mountain splitter, the blade flowed like water as it danced through the air, each strike accompanied by the sound of wind and glimmering sword light. Clad in a blue robe, he stood tall and unwavering, reminiscent of a resilient pine tree. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a dappled glow upon him, bestowing an air of mystery and ethereality. Suddenly, a melodious voice shattered the tranquility of the courtyard. "Senior brother Liang, you look splendid while practicing your swordplay." Liang sheathed his sword and turned to see Wu Qingqing standing at the entrance of the courtyard, adorned in a delicate green gown. Its hem swaying gently in the breeze, reminiscent of a blossoming lotus. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, with wisps dancing in the wind, adding an element of vivacity. A subtle smile graced her face, her eyes sparkling with a hint of playfulness and anticipation. Her skin was as fair as snow. Her brows arched like distant mountains, and her eyes mirrored the clarity of autumn waters, exuding an aura of refined elegance. Liang responded with a slight smile. "Junior sister, what brings you here?" Wu Qingqing gracefully entered the courtyard, her gaze fixed on Liang, a glimmer of mischief flashing in her eyes. "Senior brother, I've heard that a cat demon has appeared in a town not far from our sect. This demon is vicious, known for abducting children, and several have already fallen victim." Liang furrowed his brow. "Is that so? The sect should dispatch someone to handle this matter." Wu Qingqing blinked. "My father happens to oversee this area. I procured this task from him, hoping to gain some practical combat experience." Liang pondered for a moment. Though the cat demon is ferocious, its strength is average. Outer disciples should be capable of dealing with it. While you are indeed a formidable practitioner at the 9th level of body refinement, venturing alone could be perilous. Wu Qingqing smiled coyly. "Rest assured, senior brother, I possess numerous supplementary magical artifacts. If I cannot defeat it, I can surely escape. Besides, I came to invite you to accompany me. My father insisted that I must have someone with me to descend the mountain. I beg you, senior brother." She playfully blinked her eyes, and even the ever-composed Liang, who had spent his past life gazing at beautiful women through blemishes, felt an involuntary stir in his heart. Initially, he had no intention of going, but Wu Qingqing's words reminded him that while he practiced swordplay daily in the courtyard, he lacked genuine combat experience. The last time he had swiftly eliminated Feng Pang and his companion with a single strike felt surreal. Moreover, this excursion would likely take only a few days, posing no hindrance to the inner sect selection. Liang smiled lightly. "Since you wish for my company, let us embark together." A flicker of triumph crossed Wu Qingqing's eyes. She knew Liang's capabilities, and with him by her side, their journey would undoubtedly be successful. Most importantly, this was a rare opportunity for them to spend time alone together and cultivate their bond. She cheerfully inquired, "When shall we depart, senior brother?" "There's no rush. Wait for me to gather my things, and I must inform my master. Let us meet at the foot of the mountain at the hour of the rabbit tomorrow." After Wu Qingqing departed, Liang returned to his room, unearthing a small box from the tiled floor beside his bed. Inside were the supplementary magical artifacts he had accumulated over a lifetime, including detoxification pills and teleportation talismans, which he hastily packed into his storage bag. In truth, given his current cultivation level, dealing with such mundane beast demons was indeed overkill. However, caution is the mother of safety. Although his memories told him of past similar tasks, the reality of first-hand experience was altogether different. On the following morning, at the foot of the mountain, Liang caught sight of Wu Qingqing from a distance. At first glance, the young disciple exuded an air of purity that stirred his heart. Clearing his throat softly, he said, "Come, junior sister, let us make haste." Following the route depicted on the map, Liang and Wu Qingqing finally arrived at the small town shrouded in the ominous shadow of a cat demon. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting its glow upon the cobblestone streets, yet it failed to dispel the eerie atmosphere. The town's houses were tightly shut, and the streets were devoid of life, save for the occasional piercing bark of a dog. Standing at the town's entrance, the two exchanged a glance, sensing an unsettling aura. Liang spoke gravely. "It appears the townsfolk are terrified of the cat demon and dare not venture out." Wu Qingqing nodded, a flicker of resolve igniting in her eyes. "We must eliminate the cat demon swiftly." Positioned in the center of the street, Liang called out, "We are disciples of the Sanqing sect, here to exorcise the demon." After a prolonged silence, the door of a shop creaked open, revealing an elderly man with white hair who promptly knelt before them. "Esteemed immortals, you have finally arrived. I am Lu Da, the town's mayor. Please, I beseech you to save us." The mayor's gaze was laden with worry and fear as he trembled while recounting the tale of the town's young boys and girls, nearly all of whom had fallen victim to the cat demon's clutches, along with many able-bodied men who had mysteriously vanished. Liang furrowed his brow. Typically, low-level beast demons consumed the blood of children for their cultivation, as the blood of adults was tainted with impurities. This cat demon possessed considerable prowess. "Are there still any young children in the town?" Liang inquired. The mayor responded, "My young grandson remains at home, guarded by several martial-trained protectors. The demon may fear them, which is why it has yet to harm him." Exchanging a knowing glance, Liang and Wu Qingqing devised a plan. They resolved to pose as a couple, using the mayor's grandson as bait to lure out the cat demon. Upon arriving at the mayor's residence, they encountered the young boy, his eyes as clear as water, adorned with an innocent smile. Liang silently vowed that the cat demon would pay in blood for its transgressions. As night fell, the town succumbed to silence. Liang and Wu Qingqing concealed themselves in the shadows, anxiously watching the sleeping child, awaiting the demon's arrival. Just as their patience began to wane, a chilling wind swept through, and a dark figure stealthily approached the mayor's grandson. "Cat demon!" Wu Qingqing exclaimed, and in that instant, Liang sprang into action, unleashing a swath of sword energy. Startled, the cat demon immediately fled through a window. "Stay here, Qingqing, to prevent the demon from drawing us away," Liang instructed before hastily pursuing the creature. His chase led him to a dilapidated temple, yet the demon was nowhere to be found. Scanning the surroundings for any potential clues, his gaze settled upon a weathered statue of Buddha. Utilizing his keen insight, he detected an unusual aura emanating from beneath the statue. He cautiously approached, gently shifting it aside. As he did so, a concealed entrance revealed itself before Liang. The entrance to the cave was dark and profound. Liang took a deep breath and stepped inside without hesitation. Cautiously, he ventured deeper into the cavern, where a pungent stench of decay assaulted his senses. Upon closer inspection, he was met with a gruesome sight. The floor was littered with dismembered corpses, some already in the throes of decomposition, exuding a nauseating odor. Struggling against the rising bile, he pressed onward into the depths of the cave, his heart quickening at the horrific scene before him. At the heart of the cave lay a pool of blood, its crimson surface roiling ominously, occasionally revealing unknown objects that floated to the top. The walls surrounding the blood pool were smeared with bloodstains and claw marks, as if recounting the terror that had transpired there. The entire tableau was grotesque and unsettling, causing Liang's stomach to churn. Standing beside the blood pool, he remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, ripples erupted on the surface of the blood, and a figure leapt forth with a piercing roar, lunging at Liang. Reacting swiftly, he raised his sword just as the creature's lethal claws were about to strike. He sidestepped, simultaneously swinging his blade to deflect the attack. The clash between sword and claw resonated with a sharp clang. Liang felt the formidable strength of the creature, and a sense of foreboding settled in his heart. He recognized that he faced a formidable adversary. The creature's attacks grew increasingly ferocious and swift, leaving Liang feeling somewhat overwhelmed. His clothing was shredded by the creature's razor-sharp claws, blood oozing from his wounds, yet he had no time to dwell on the pain. "This is rather troublesome," Liang muttered under his breath. With a swift motion, he activated a teleportation talisman, narrowly evading a deadly strike from the creature. Immediately thereafter, he concentrated the energy within him to his fingertips, unleashing it in an instant as a beam of sword light, slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning. This marked his first attempt to wield his energy in such a manner since mastering it. As the blade passed through the air, it seemed to rend the very fabric of reality. The creature, caught off guard, was struck by this sudden onslaught and let out a chilling scream. Its body convulsed violently before it plunged back into the blood pool, vanishing from sight. Liang, seeing this, prepared to pursue, but was astonished to observe that the blood in the pool was gradually dissipating. The once turbulent crimson liquid receded, as if drawn away by an unseen force, and the metallic scent of blood faded alongside it. Liang gazed intently at the blood pool, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. As the pool dried up, a ghostly figure began to rise from its depths. The silhouette was indistinct, shrouded in a mist of blood, exuding an eerie aura. The figure spoke in a raspy, deep voice, echoing with a hellish resonance that sent chills down Liang's spine. "Your blood possesses a delightful aroma. Is this a human or a monster?" Liang could no longer contain his shock and blurted out a curse. He had never anticipated encountering such a bizarre creature on his first descent from the mountain. Initially, he had intended to test his skills against it, but given the current circumstances, it was evident that trouble was imminent. Without hesitation, Liang summoned his primordial sword. At the very moment the cat demon uttered its first words, the Taichu sword surged forth like a streak of lightning. A thunderous explosion echoed. And before the cat demon could emit even a single cry of despair, its entire being was obliterated, disintegrating into a pool of blood, vanishing entirely from this world, leaving no trace of its soul behind. Swallowing a rejuvenating elixir, a warm current surged from his throat to his limbs and bones. His previously exhausted physique gradually regained its strength, and his spirit was revitalized. The fierce battle had taken a tremendous toll on Liang, and his previously rapid heartbeat began to normalize. Given the peculiar nature of the event, he lingered not in the town, opting instead to return and consult his master. Chapter 8. Blood Demon Sect. From what you have described, it is highly likely that the cat demon belongs to the Blood Demon Sect, a malevolent order. This sect had vanished 2 centuries ago, and it is astonishing to discover that remnants still exist. Blood Demon Sect? Is it an entity of the demon race? Liang found himself engulfed in confusion, unable to grasp the implications of his master's words. After all, he had not yet graced this world 200 years prior, rendering him ignorant of such distant history. The Blood Demon Sect is not a faction of the demon race. Rather, it is akin to the Three Clear Sect, belonging to the realm of cultivation. However, their unique practice is astonishingly peculiar, relying on the blood essence of monstrous beasts. This method endows the disciples of the Blood Demon Sect with powers that far exceed those of ordinary cultivators, rendering them exceptionally formidable. Rewinding time back 2 centuries. The leader of the Blood Demon Sect was the infamous Blood Demon Ancestor. He toiled tirelessly, creating a transcendent technique known as the Yin-Yang Blood Demon Scripture. Upon its revelation, it stirred the waters of the cultivation world, causing the power of the Blood Demon Sect to soar dramatically. The Blood Demon Ancestor, through this remarkable tome, successfully broke through his limitations, entering the Yuan realm, his blood magic unparalleled, unmatched by any rival. However, the auspicious times did not last long. The sect's practice of consuming the life essence of the living ultimately led to its exposure, igniting a tremendous uproar. This incident sent shockwaves throughout the cultivation community, prompting the Celestial Dynasty to dispatch a formidable army of demon suppression guards to eradicate the Blood Demon Sect. Ultimately, the sect was annihilated in this brutal onslaught, its legacy severed. But why did that demon cultivator initially take on the form of a cat demon? Liang inquired further. I do not possess the answer. Ouyang Xian shook his head, sighing. This matter likely only those ancient figures within the inner sect comprehend. Some among them have lived through that era, perhaps knowing the reasons behind it. However, this is not a trivial issue. As for you, it is best to refrain from delving too deeply into such matters. Pausing for a moment, he continued, in 3 days, the inner sect selection will take place. Although your cultivation level has reached the threshold for entering the inner sect, it is essential to understand that admission is not solely determined by one's cultivation level. The inner sanctum of the Three Purities sect is shrouded in profound mystery. Over the years, Liang has yet to encounter a single disciple from within this esteemed circle. In truth, his understanding of the entire realm of cultivation is rather superficial. His memories are primarily of following his master in practice. Matters such as the celestial and demonic battlegrounds or the Daong celestial dynasty remain nebulous to him. He is acutely aware that only by gaining entry into the inner sect does one truly penetrate the world of cultivation, which only heightens his curiosity. Master, what exactly is the selection process for the inner sect? He inquired. Previously, he had perceived the selection as merely a contest among fellow disciples, where victors or those with exceptional talent would emerge. You will understand when the time comes. Revealing it now would serve you no purpose. You need only focus on your training. Even if you ultimately do not pass the test, you can always return to your family alongside me. Given your current level of cultivation, your life will not be lacking in quality. Of course, I still hope you will be chosen. Liang nodded, albeit with a sense of resignation, as if his master had spoken in riddles, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Liang, your chances are still quite promising. If you truly gain entry into the inner sect, I would like to ask you for a favor. Ouyang Xian lifted a flask to his lips, a complex light flickering in his eyes, an amalgamation of sorrow and resignation wrought by the passage of time. He sighed softly, a sigh imbued with endless reminiscence and profound regret. Liang had never witnessed such an expression on his master's face. In the outer sect, his master stood as an insurmountable mountain to all. Ouyang Xian gradually retrieved a yellowed letter from his robe. The envelope bore no adornment, simple and unpretentious. His fingers brushed against the envelope, as though he were savoring the echoes of bygone years. Liang noted that his master's hand trembled slightly, a manifestation of emotional turmoil, a struggle deep within his heart. Liang, come here, his master called, his voice laced with a raspy quality. Approaching, Liang accepted the letter. The gesture slow and deliberate, as if it were a final conveyance of life's most cherished hopes. This letter is from an old friend I knew within the inner sect. Ouyang Xian's voice was low, each word seemingly extracted from the depths of his soul. Due to certain misunderstandings, it is likely we shall never meet again in this lifetime. Liang could sense the weight in his master's words. He understood the significance of this letter to him. Rest assured, Master, I will personally deliver this letter to that individual, Liang declared with determination. A flicker of a bittersweet smile graced his master's face, mingled with a trace of melancholy. He gazed at Liang, a soft light illuminating his eyes, akin to a parent observing their child. Go forth, my child, his master's voice carried a note of relief. Remember, regardless of the challenges you encounter, persevere, just as I did in my youth. Liang nodded. Though his master now seemed somewhat unmoored, he had heard tales of his master's legendary past. He could feel the weight of expectation and trust in his master's words. Grasping the letter tightly, he resolved to fulfill his master's wish, no matter the obstacles. Yet he could not help but ask, Master, are you truly so confident that I will gain entry into the inner sect? Certainly, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. In such an atmosphere, should he have uttered those words, his master would likely have delivered a resounding slap. His master turned away, presenting his back to Liang. His figure slightly hunched, a testament to the passage of time as well as the burdens that weighed heavily on his heart. Observing his master's silhouette, an inexplicable emotion surged within Liang. Although his master was a formidable cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, under the celestial laws, every life is destined to meet its end, unless one attains the legendary Great Ascension and overcomes the heavenly tribulation, living in harmony with the heavens. This remains the ultimate aspiration of all cultivators. Yet, throughout history, how many have truly realized this goal? Chapter 9. The mysterious elder. This morning, before the sun had risen, Liang had already prepared himself. Following the notice from the sect, he made his way to the ascension platform located outside the sect. Though the name of the ascension platform sounds grandiose, in reality, it is merely a spacious square. However, this seemingly ordinary day held extraordinary significance for Liang and, indeed, for all cultivators of the human race, as they were about to partake in an event that would shape their future destinies. From his master, he learned that the Sanqing sect is one of the few great sects among humanity. Such sects possess profound heritage and immense power, and their internal selections are highly regarded. Moreover, this inner sect selection is not limited to the disciples of the sect. It is open to all exceptional cultivators of the human race. This means that any outstanding cultivator, regardless of their origins, is eligible to participate in this grand selection. Such a rare opportunity must not be missed. After all, successfully entering the inner sanctum of the Sanqing sect would signify access to superior cultivation resources and guidance, greatly benefiting one's path of cultivation. Thus, he resolved to arrive early to secure a favorable position, enabling him to perform at his best during the selection. Rising at dawn, he stood at the edge of the outer square of the Sanqing sect, confronted by a sea of people, bustling and vibrant. The morning light bathed the square, intertwining golden rays with mist, adding an air of mystery and solemnity to the magnificent scene. The square was alive with a throng of cultivators, numbering in the tens of thousands, converging like a tide. They stood, sat, conversed in small groups, or closed their eyes in solitude, seemingly engaged in quiet preparation for the impending selection. These cultivators hailed from all corners of the world, donned in a myriad of garments, some resplendent and noble, while others were simple yet elegant, each possessing its own charm. Regardless of attire, their eyes sparkled with a fervent desire for power and boundless aspirations for the future. As Liang scanned the crowd, his gaze was drawn to a distinct group of cultivators. They bore stern expressions, exuding an air of superiority, radiating a fierce aura. Particularly, their piercing gazes seemed capable of penetrating any obstacle. It was evident that these individuals were undoubtedly scions of the Dao dynasty. Just then, Liang's attention was captured by a familiar figure. It was his junior sister, Wu Qingqing. She donned a delicate green gown, her figure as graceful as a blooming lotus, exuding an air of freshness and elegance. Engaged in conversation with a group of fellow disciples, she caught the attention of Liang as he approached to greet Wu Qingqing and others. "Good morning, everyone," he said. Wu Qingqing turned her head, and a glimmer of surprise lit up her eyes upon seeing Liang. "Senior brother Liang, you have arrived." A few other familiar disciples also clasped their hands in greeting, acknowledging his status as the sole disciple of the Grand Elder, which granted him a notable presence despite his youth. "Senior brother Liang, I have long admired your reputation. exclaimed a young man of similar age, brimming with vitality and enthusiasm. During my last visit to the mining area, I was fortunate to witness your prowess. It was truly unforgettable. Your strength and skills have deeply impressed me, and I have taken you as my role model, striving to improve myself. In this selection, I believe your exceptional abilities will surely lead you to success. Li Yang, though not recalling this individual named Wang Jugua, felt compelled to respond graciously to his respectful demeanor. Thus, he smiled and politely replied, "You flatter me, junior brother." Meanwhile, he pondered, who exactly is this Wang Jugua? Why do I have no recollection of him? Could he be someone I once knew, now faded from memory? Unbeknownst to Li Yang, Wang Jugua had been the bookmaker during the fierce contest between Li Yang and Feng Tian in the mining area not long ago. The match ended in a draw, yielding a small profit for Wang Jugua, which explained his amiable attitude towards Li Yang. As their conversation unfolded, a sudden brilliance streaked across the sky like meteors, descending onto the platform above the square. Captivated, the crowd turned their gaze to the figures that materialized. Leading them was an elderly man clad in a simple robe, appearing unremarkable, yet emanating a unique aura. He held a dust whisk and stood quietly, blending seamlessly into the surroundings while subtly radiating a formidable pressure. Li Yang's heart raced with astonishment. Thanks to his keen insight, he sensed the profound depth of the elder's cultivation, far surpassing that of his master, Ouyang Xian. Could it be that this venerable figure was indeed a legendary Golden Core practitioner? Historically, the intersect selections were presided over by Foundation establishment stewards, so the presence of such an esteemed figure underscored the sect's significant emphasis on this selection process. Surveying the multitude of cultivators gathered, Li Yang couldn't help but marvel at the unprecedented scale of this event. Compared to previous selections, the number of participants was evidently greater, promising even fiercer competition. Faced with such a scene, Li Yang recognized the challenges ahead in distinguishing himself, yet a surge of indomitable spirit welled up within him. Beside the elderly man stood a middle-aged cultivator, who appeared to be a member of the inner sect. Adjacent to him were several elders from the outer sect, among whom was Li Yang's master, Ouyang Xian. To the right, there were a few individuals who, judging by their attire, seemed to belong to the Celestial Dynasty's officialdom. What purpose did the Sanqing sect have in selecting them? Just as Li Yang pondered this, the elder stroked his beard and spoke. "I am Xianming, here to represent the sect in presiding over this grand selection. Moreover, the number of participants we can accept is limited. If a cultivator of considerable strength and talent is not chosen by our sect, they may consider proceeding to Linjiang Prefecture." Upon finishing, the elder gestured to the right, introducing, "This is Lord Yuntianking, the deputy envoy of the sixth path of demon suppression." The presence of the demon suppression individuals raised questions among the crowd. As soon as the elder concluded his remarks, murmurs began to circulate. Yuntianking stepped forward and clasped his fists in respect towards Xianming, who reciprocated the gesture. He then waved his arm and declared, "Everyone, please be quiet. I come on behalf of the sixth path of demon suppression to recruit cultivators. However, should you fail in this selection, do not be disheartened. Those who have reached the 8th level of body refinement and above are welcome to try their luck. Serving in the demon suppression will not only grant cultivators access to additional resources for cultivation, but also an opportunity to enter our demon suppression palace. Should you achieve remarkable feats while in our ranks, you may inherit the formidable techniques contained within the demon suppression classic." His voice resonated like a great bell, captivating all in attendance. Perhaps due to his long experience leading troops, Yuntianking emanated an irresistible charisma as he spoke. Among the audience, some cultivators of slightly lower rank felt a surge of aspiration, with a few already eager to join the ranks of the demon suppression. After all, for those of lesser strength, arriving at this venue was merely an opportunity to gain experience and chance their luck. The legend of the Demon Suppression Classic was well known among the cultivators present, thousands of years prior. A commander of the Demon Suppression had earned fame on the battlefield by vanquishing a demon lord at the nascent soul stage using this very technique. Li Yang could distinctly sense that this so-called deputy envoy of the Demon Suppression was undoubtedly a formidable high-level cultivator. If given the chance, he would certainly inquire with his master about the specifics of this enigmatic organization, for his curiosity about the demon suppression was piqued. Especially upon hearing the term demon suppression, an inexplicable impulse surged within him, as if he shared some hidden connection, stirring a sense of unease within his heart. The previous night, he had deliberately checked his system panel, only to find the display indicating that it was undergoing an upgrade, estimated to take 3 days. Originally, it was said that the upgrade would be completed within a month, but it now seemed that the estimated time was not as reliable as initially believed. Chapter 10. The hunt begins. I declare the selection to commence. With Xuanming's authoritative command, he waved his hand, and numerous portals emanating a mysterious glow materialized in the square, resembling spatial transference gates, each spaced several hundred meters apart. This selection would take the form of a beast hunting contest, requiring all participating cultivators to pass through these portals and enter a small-scale celestial and demonic battlefield. In this battlefield, you shall confront true magical beasts of formidable strength. The duration of this assessment is 7 days, during which your rankings will be determined by the points accrued from slaying these beasts. Only the top 500 cultivators will successfully pass this examination. Please be advised that once you enter the battlefield, the spatial gate will close immediately. It will reopen after 7 days. Once you step into this arena, your fate is sealed. So I urge each of you to contemplate carefully whether to participate in this selection. After Xianming spoke, he elegantly waved his arm, and suddenly, a token appeared before each cultivator present. This token, seemingly unadorned and ancient, emitted an aura of mystery. It will meticulously record every detail of your combat, including the process of your victories. The score displayed on the token will serve as the basis for the final assessment. Therefore, I implore you to exert yourselves fully in pursuit of higher scores. Pausing momentarily, Xianming continued, of course, should you encounter insurmountable danger during battle, you may choose to shatter your token. This will result in your immediate transportation outside the spatial battlefield, but it also signifies your failure in this assessment. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, do not resort to this method lightly. I hope all of you can successfully pass this assessment and become elite disciples of our sect. Upon hearing this, many in the audience began to waver, as most of them had never encountered magical beasts, let alone hunted them. However, with the token as a safeguard, perhaps it was worth a try. Li Yang contemplated withdrawing from this selection. After all, he could enhance his strength through the system. Yet, when he turned to see his master gazing at him with hopeful eyes from the platform, he realized that fleeing would likely infuriate his master to the point of fury. No, it was more likely that he would be forcibly retrieved and thrust into the spatial gate. Senior brother Li Yang, let us act together. It would be wise to look out for one another, spoke Wu Qingqing, smiling at him. With the assistance of her father, Elder Wu Kuan, she had successfully stepped into the Qi-gathering realm. At this moment, Li Yang also possessed the same cultivation level. If they joined forces, as long as they did not encounter a third-tier magical beast, the risks should be minimal. Internally, Li Yang had wished to gather more companions. Yet this was ultimately a personal contest. Having too many participants might adversely affect their final results. Furthermore, Wang Zhugua and other fellow disciples had already ventured ahead into the spatial gate. Thus, he resolved to temporarily abandon this idea and assess the situation upon entry. Li Yang and Wu Qingqing stood side by side, resolutely stepping into the spatial gate together. However, as they crossed the threshold, Li Yang felt a fleeting shimmer before the environment around them transformed instantaneously. Moments later, they found themselves beside a crystalline stream, its depths clear and inviting. Upon careful observation of their surroundings, it became evident that they were alone, save for each other. It appeared that every portal to different realms transported individuals to disparate locations, with variations in both timing and landing spots. At this moment, they found themselves by a tranquil stream, relishing the gentle caress of the breeze and the soothing sound of flowing water. This serene and picturesque setting resembled a hidden paradise. However, they dared not let their guard down, as the nature of impending encounters remained shrouded in uncertainty. Vigilance was paramount. They had to be prepared for any potential confrontation with formidable beasts. Just as they were intently focused on their surroundings, a sudden cacophony erupted from the stream, heralding the emergence of a colossal serpent-like monster, entirely crimson, that surged forth from the waters. It reared its two menacing heads high, its body measuring an impressive 7 to 8 meters, proudly poised above the surface. Under the sunlight, its vibrant, blood-red scales shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, reminiscent of flames in fervent dance. The creature's dual mouths were filled with razor-sharp fangs, flicking out crimson tongues while emitting a chilling hiss that sent shivers down the spine. Accompanied by this terrifying display, it opened its gaping maw and lunged ferociously towards Li Yang and Wu Qingqing, unleashing a ferocious assault. In the face of this sudden onslaught, both Li Yang and Wu Qingqing reacted swiftly, their figures darting backward several meters to narrowly evade the attack. Meanwhile, a deluge of information surged through Li Yang's mind regarding this beast, the Crimson Water Two-Headed Serpent, an evolved form of the Crimson Water Snake. Its strikes were laced with potent toxins that could rapidly drain the vitality of any cultivator struck. Moreover, with each ascension in rank, the serpent would sprout an additional head, capable of reaching a maximum of 4 heads at its peak. As Li Yang activated his insight technique, a torrent of information flooded his consciousness. He was taken aback, realizing how swiftly they had encountered a monster, and a particularly formidable one at that. This second-tier beast possessed combat prowess equivalent to a human cultivator at the second or third level of qi gathering. For Li Yang and Wu Qingqing, who had recently ascended, this presented an immense challenge. Senior brother, do you have confidence in defeating it? If not, we should retreat for now and regroup with some fellow disciples before returning to confront it together, Wu Qingqing suggested, feeling a tinge of trepidation. Although not a sword cultivator, her affinity lay with fire, excelling in fire-based spells. Unfortunately, the water-based nature of the crimson water snake rendered her fire spells ineffective. At this moment, she too entertained thoughts of retreat, believing that discretion was the better part of valor. Qingqing, to be frank, I am not entirely confident either, Li Yang admitted. However, since we have already encountered it, we might as well give it a try. After all, this is a second-tier beast. If we succeed in vanquishing it, the rewards will be substantial. I will engage it head-on while you distract it from the side. His expression hardened with determination, resolute not to squander this rare opportunity. Despite the formidable adversary before them, Li Yang inhaled deeply, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. Utilizing his insight, he discerned that wielding the primordial sword would likely enable him to vanquish the serpent. However, with his junior sister Qingqing present, he found himself at a loss for explanation. After a moment's contemplation, he firmly grasped the mountain-splitting sword bestowed upon him by his master, resolving to first employ the sword technique he had learned. He charged towards the Qi Shui, two-headed serpent, while Wu Qingqing stood by, relentlessly casting fire spells in an attempt to distract the creature. The serpent unleashed a tremendous torrent of water from its maw, sweeping toward the two of them. Li Yang deftly sidestepped, swinging his sword in a fluid motion, sending a blade of energy slicing toward the serpent's body. The serpent nimbly evaded the attack, its two heads simultaneously exhaling jets of water that coalesced into formidable walls, ensnaring Li Yang and Wu Qingqing within. Wu Qingqing's fire spells proved futile against the water walls, her complexion paling in response to the dire situation. Anxiously, Li Yang swung his sword with all his might, striving to shatter the barriers. Yet, the serpent's strength was overwhelming, and the water walls remained unyielding. In that critical moment, the Qi Shui serpent launched a sudden, unanticipated assault, its gaping maw filled with razor-sharp fangs resembling a cannonball, hurtling towards Li Yang with ferocity. Caught off guard, he could barely react, helplessly witnessing his imminent fate as a meal for the serpent. Chapter 11. A sword's decisive strike. Seeing this dire predicament, Wu Qingqing was consumed by urgency. Without hesitation, she dashed forward with lightning speed, positioning herself before Li Yang just in time. The serpent's fangs sank into her shoulder, piercing through her delicate garments and tender flesh, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Stunned by the scene unfolding before him, Li Yang's heart raced with terror as he rushed to embrace Wu Qingqing tightly, swiftly maneuvering to shield her with his own body. Yet, in that instant, the other head of the serpent seized the opportunity, unleashing a powerful jet of water that surged toward Li Yang like a raging flood. With no means of evasion, he was violently propelled away by the immense force. Both Li Yang and Wu Qingqing crashed heavily to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The impact felt as though a heavy object had struck his chest, igniting a searing pain within, and the energy in his dantian became chaotic. Clearly, the attack of a beast at the gathering qi stage was formidable. Gazing at the two-headed serpent before him, Li Yang was filled with rage. If this continued, both their lives would be forfeit. He hastily swallowed a recovery pill, sprang to his feet, and formed the sword technique of the primordial sword with both hands. Li Yang shouted, summoning the primordial sword. A faint luminescence enveloped him, and the sword at his chest began to hum ominously. Sensing the surge of Li Yang's aura, the serpent's eyes glimmered with caution. Nevertheless, it did not retreat, charging toward him with unwavering resolve. Li Yang bellowed, and the sword transformed into a streak of light, slicing toward the serpent. Attempting to evade, the serpent found it was too late. The primordial sword struck its head directly, cleaving it in two. Li Yang let out a deep sigh of relief. With this strike, he had nearly exhausted all the spiritual energy within him. Had he delayed even a moment longer, it would have truly been too late. He felt as though his body had been entirely drained, utterly fatigued, and even standing had become a challenge. Yet, he dared not waste a moment, and hastily retrieved another recovery pill from his pocket, swallowing it without hesitation. After regaining a modicum of strength, Li Yang hurried to Wu Qingqing's side, carefully lifting her up and inspecting her injuries. Fortunately, her external wounds were not too severe, though she appeared extremely weak, her breath barely discernible. However, Liang soon noticed her complexion was alarmingly pale, her lips tinged with purple, clear signs of poisoning. A pang of anxiety gripped his heart. He swiftly produced another precious recovery pill from his robes, channeling the last vestiges of his spiritual energy to envelop the pill, gently placing it into Wu Qingqing's mouth. Seconds ticked by as Liang anxiously watched her, fervently praying for her swift awakening. At long last, after what felt like an eternity, Wu Qingqing slowly opened her eyes, still exhibiting a look of confusion and frailty. "Thank you, brother," she murmured, her voice barely audible, yet Liang heard her clearly. Upon seeing her awaken, the tension in his heart eased slightly. "Sister, do you feel any better?" Liang asked with genuine concern. Wu Qingqing's pallor remained grim, and the wound on her arm had turned black, dark energy seeping into her body through her veins. Her lips trembled slightly, her eyes reflecting despair and fear. "Brother, I feel my spiritual energy waning and my lifespan slipping away. What should I do? Am I destined to perish?" Her voice quivered with a hint of tears as they streamed down her cheeks. She clutched tightly to the hem of Li Yang's garment, as though it were her last bastion of hope. "Your strike just now was truly magnificent, but alas, I fear I may never witness it again," Wu Qingqing lamented. A heavy sorrow enveloped Liang. He understood the gravity of the poison. If not treated promptly, the consequences would be dire. Yet, they were trapped in a perilous situation, unable to procure the necessary herbs or healers. "Sister, do not fear. With your brother here, I will find a way to save you," Liang reassured her. Wu Qingqing raised her gaze to meet Li Yang's resolute eyes, her heart settling slightly. "But brother, I do not wish to burden you. You have already expended so much spiritual energy to save me," she replied. Liang shook his head, interrupting her. "Sister, do not speak like that. We are fellow disciples. It is only right that we help one another. Moreover, had it not been for your efforts to save me, you would not have been injured." Wu Qingqing was moved to tears upon hearing this. She realized she had encountered someone worthy of her trust, a person to whom she could entrust her very life. "Thank you, brother. If there is a next life, I would still wish to be your sister," she said weakly. "Sister, rest here for a moment," Liang instructed as he turned towards the water's edge. He pondered to himself. In the games of the past, snake gallbladders were known to counteract poison. Could this serpentine beast possess similar properties? With a glimmer of hope, Liang waved his right hand, and to his astonishment, the corpse of the crimson water serpent began to levitate slowly in the air. He focused his mind and employed his insight technique, meticulously scrutinizing every detail of the serpent's body. As his gaze traversed the midsection, an oval-shaped pearl suddenly caught his eye. This pearl seemed alive, emanating a faint yet enigmatic glow, as if it were gently breathing. The second-tier crimson water serpent's gallbladder. Consuming it could enhance one's cultivation and neutralize the serpent's venom. Immediately, a crucial piece of information surged into Li Yang's mind. He couldn't help but feel elated, silently grateful for the insight technique rewarded by the system. At last, his junior sister was saved. "Junior sister, this is the gallbladder from that serpent. You should take it quickly. It should have an effect." Liang held the still warm gallbladder, releasing a pungent odor, and presented it to Wu Qingqing. Without hesitation, Wu Qingqing accepted the gallbladder and swallowed it. Instantly, a refreshing energy coursed through her body like a clear spring, nourishing every cell with this extraordinary power. She distinctly felt the coolness swiftly traversing her limbs, unblocking her previously obstructed meridians, while the dark energy dissipated at an astonishing rate. Wu Qingqing closed her eyes, sitting quietly on the ground, adjusting her breath as she fully absorbed the medicinal potency of the gallbladder. As time passed, her vitality gradually returned, and her previously pale complexion began to regain its rosy hue. Although there remained a slight pain at the wound, it had improved significantly compared to before. After a period of meditation, Wu Qingqing opened her eyes, moved her body, and discovered that her stamina and energy had nearly returned to their former state. She stood up, stretching her limbs and feeling the surging power within, sensing a notable enhancement in her cultivation. Seeing Wu Qingqing fully restored, Liang finally relaxed his worried heart. Throughout this time, he had come to regard her as a sister. The thought of anything happening to her in his presence weighed heavily on his conscience. Chapter 12. Additional rewards. These words reverberated like thunder across the battlefield, echoing in the ears of every cultivator present. How much time had passed? Someone had already succeeded in slaying a second-tier magical beast? My heavens, who among us possesses such formidable prowess? We barely managed to defeat a peak first-tier swamp frog after much effort. In an instant, exclamations of awe, skepticism, and envy surged through every corner of the battlefield. People whispered to one another, buzzing with curiosity and reverence for this mysterious cultivator. Meanwhile, Liang quietly retrieved his token from his robe. which clearly displayed his current score, 1,800 points. Brother, I have already accumulated 200 points. Wu Qingqing exclaimed excitedly, her eyes sparkling with joy. Li Yang nodded slightly, lost in thought. The second tier, first-grade Qi Shui snake yields approximately 1,000 points upon its defeat. The 200 points accrued by junior sister Qingqing likely stem from the assist reward she received while aiding in the attack. As for the crucial kill reward, it undoubtedly belongs to Li Yang, credited for delivering the fatal blow himself. Thus, the entire bounty of 1,000 points is attributed solely to him. Regrettably, the overall kill rankings remain obscured, leaving me uncertain of how my 1,800 points would rank among the participating cultivators in this assessment. While the majority possess peak physical cultivation, there are also several high-tier practitioners in the gathering Qi stage. According to information received from his master, the highest-ranking outer sect disciple in this internal assessment is likely Gu Yuhang from the Little Tian Peak, a 6th-grade gathering Qi cultivator, who, like Li Yang, is also a sword practitioner of formidable prowess. Nevertheless, with Li Yang's foundational strength in the gathering Qi stage, he is still capable of securing a place among the top 5 in the outer sect. Gu Yuhang's master was the previous outer sect elder, who perished decades ago and has since reincarnated. Many disciples like Gu Yuhang choose to remain within the Sanqing sect, though some opt to depart for positions within the celestial court. At this very moment, in a remote valley, Gu Yuhang has just emerged from a harrowing battle, having successfully slain an 8th-grade blue-backed wolf single-handedly, thanks to his formidable cultivation. Yet, just as he prepares to collect his spoils, he is struck by shocking news. Someone has managed to kill a second-tier magical beast. Gripping his token tightly, which prominently displays 800 points, he furrows his brow in contemplation, wondering who this individual might be. It seems they are not a disciple of his sect. He is astonished that scions from noble families possess such strength. He ponders whether it was a collaborative effort or a solitary feat, and resolves to seek out this individual should the opportunity arise. Meanwhile, Li Yang and Wu Qingqing continue their stroll along the stream. As they walk, Wu Qingqing glances at Li Yang and suddenly inquires, "Senior brother, are all sword practitioners as formidable as you? What was that sword technique you employed earlier? It was simply magnificent." Her eyes brim with curiosity and admiration. Clearly overwhelmed by Li Yang's earlier display, Li Yang hesitates upon hearing her question, for his technique is not an ordinary one, but rather the Taichu sword derived from the system. This sword embodies the essence of Taichu, its potency unparalleled. However, he is reluctant to divulge too much about the system and the secrets of the Taichu sword. After a moment's reflection, he opts for a relatively simple explanation. With a smile and an air of nonchalance, he replies, "This is actually a family sword technique I have practiced since childhood, honed over many years to achieve such power." Wu Qingqing's admiration deepens as she responds, "I see. No wonder it is so impressive. You must have put in a great deal of effort." Li Yang nods, internally chuckling at the irony. In truth, executing such a strike requires no arduous training. It merely necessitates an exceptional system, though regrettably, the system's upgrade remains incomplete. The consumption of power from the primordial sword intent is indeed considerable. After unleashing that strike moments ago, he found himself nearly devoid of strength to continue the battle. However, he had no intention of revealing such details to Wu Qingqing, as he did not wish for her to perceive him as overly mysterious or powerful. Thus, he deftly shifted the conversation, saying, "It's nothing much. By the way, Qingqing, don't you also enjoy swordsmanship? Do you have any particular techniques in which you excel?" Wu Qingqing, brimming with excitement, replied, "Yes, I have learned some sword techniques, but I am far from your level, senior brother. My most proficient technique is chasing the moon with falling flowers. Though it cannot compare to your swordplay, I find it quite aesthetically pleasing." Li Yang smiled encouragingly, saying, "It's all right. Everyone's path of cultivation is unique. As an elemental practitioner specializing in spells, I am confident that with perseverance, your fire-based magic will become increasingly refined. Perhaps one day, you will create your own distinctive techniques." Encouraged by his words, Wu Qingqing nodded resolutely. "By the way, senior brother, do you have any elixirs that can swiftly restore spiritual energy? I only have one recovery pill left from the 5 I won in the lottery last time, and that is evidently insufficient for such an intense battle." "Are you referring to the great recovery pill like this one?" she asked, producing several bottles from her storage pouch and handing one to Li Yang. "By the way, senior brother, what kind of elixir did you give me earlier? Its efficacy seems to surpass that of the great recovery pill significantly." The great recovery pill is a commonly used elixir among cultivators in the immortal realm. Whether during prolonged sessions of arduous training or while engaging in fasting, a single pill can restore a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Thank you, junior sister. As you know, my finances have nearly been depleted. I promise to return the spirit stones to you once we leave this place, Liang said as he accepted the bottle of Great Recovery Pill. He was reluctant to address Wu Qingqing's question and thus offered a vague response. Let us take a look inside. Before nightfall, we should find a place to rest and perhaps search for some low-level magical beasts to earn points. As he spoke with a relaxed demeanor, he continued towards the valley ahead. Upon hearing this, Wu Qingqing felt a surge of joy and hurried to keep pace with Liang. In truth, she had much more to express to him. She would willingly offer him her most cherished possessions, let alone the Great Recovery Pill. Her greatest aspiration in life was to become a carefree companion to Liang, exploring the immortal realm side by side. Although presently, senior brother Liang did not harbor romantic feelings for her, Wu Qingqing remained undeterred. She was content to be a quietly supportive presence by his side, ready to walk with him through any treacherous path ahead. As long as she could remain near him, she felt immeasurable happiness. Perhaps one day, Liang would be touched by her sincerity and come to understand her feelings. With this thought, a blush crept onto Wu Qingqing's cheeks, her eyes shining with determination and hope. Chapter 13. Upgrade completed. After spending 2 days in the spatial battlefield, Liang and Wu Qingqing had engaged in an unceasing series of battles along their journey. They encountered numerous low-tier magical beasts, but fortunately, the two were not significantly affected. On the first night, as they took turns to sleep, they were suddenly surrounded by a pack of first-tier azure-backed gray wolves, led by a second-tier wolf king. Faced with such peril, they exerted their utmost effort, even consuming half a bottle of the precious Great Recovery Pill, to narrowly eliminate the entire pack of azure-backed gray wolves. After several days of fierce battles and the absorption of these beasts' magical cores, Liang successfully ascended to the second tier of Qi gathering. As time passed, their synergy grew increasingly profound, and their efficiency in slaying beasts accelerated. Liang and Wu Qingqing's token scores reached impressive heights of 19, 810, 200, respectively. Notably, Wu Qingqing, utilizing the formidable area damage of her fireball technique along with other fire-based spells, actually exceeded Liang in the number of beasts slain. On average, she could vanquish around 21st-tier magical beasts per day. In contrast, though Liang's kill count was slightly lower, the beasts he dispatched were predominantly of the 8th tier or higher, thus holding a qualitative advantage. Consequently, his score surpassed Wu Qingqing's by a considerable margin. On the third night, the luminous moonlight poured through the cave entrance, casting a silvery glow upon the ground. Wu Qingqing lay serenely on the stone slab within the cave, her breathing steady, evidently deep in slumber. Meanwhile, Liang sat on a large rock outside the cave, vigilantly observing the surroundings. According to their prior agreement, Wu Qingqing typically kept watch during the first half of the night, after which Liang would take over for the latter half. Suddenly, a crisp notification echoed in Liang's mind. Ding. Sword Immortal Cultivation System Upgrade Complete. Immediately, a cascade of dazzling reward notifications flooded his consciousness. 30 years of cultivation. An innate sword body, the insight technique upgraded to Heavenly Eye technique, the stealth technique upgraded to spirit concealment technique, 50 recovery pills, and 1 foundation establishment pill. An uncontrollable joy surged within Liang's heart. This was a grand gift from the system upgrade. His month-long wait had not been in vain. As the 30 years of cultivation continuously infused into his body, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him as if magnetically attracted. He distinctly felt the explosive increase of spiritual energy within him. The 2 strands that previously resided in his dantian rapidly multiplied to 3, 4, 6, and finally to 9 strands before gradually stabilizing. At that moment, Liang felt as though he had become one with the world, each movement embodying immense power. Qi Gathering Stage, 9th Tier. Just a month prior, he had been a youth engrossed in online gaming, yet within this brief span, he had traversed into this extraordinary realm and transformed into a master at the 9th tier of Qi Gathering. He was but a step away from becoming a true immortal, a foundational cultivator. This unexpected happiness was almost beyond belief for Liang. He endeavored to calm his excited heart and began to carefully examine the descriptions of the Heavenly Eye technique and spirit concealment technique. Heavenly Eye technique. This allows one to perceive all life within 100 miles, including intricate details such as their species and cultivation levels. However, it proves ineffective against beings that surpass the host by 1 or more tiers. Spiritual concealment technique. This grants the ability to shroud the host's presence, rendering them undetectable to any life form, while simultaneously masking their cultivation level. Yet, if faced with a being of greater power, exceeding the host by 1 tier or more, this technique also fails, At this moment, Liang brimmed with confidence. With his current cultivation prowess, he felt entirely capable of challenging the fearsome Qishui, two-headed serpent, even unarmed. In this spatial battlefield, as long as no third-tier magical beasts emerged, the area was no longer a treacherous hunting ground for him, but rather a personal hunting paradise. His identity had transformed into that of a true hunter, and what lay ahead was his time to shine. Host, Liang Cultivation, 9th rank Gathering Chi Physique, Innate Sword Body Abilities, Primordial Sword Technique, Heavenly Eye Technique, Spiritual Concealment Technique Sword, Primordial Sword Sampling Attempts, 0 Daily Sign-In Reward, 1 Lottery Draw, Task, Successfully Passed the Intersect Selection, the higher the ranking, the more abundant the rewards. Liang gazed at the familiar interface, noting that his martial arts had been supplanted by his physique. Now at the 9th rank Gathering Chi, conventional techniques held little significance for him. Furthermore, the previous recharge lottery had transformed into a daily draw, complemented by the introduction of a task system that promised rich rewards upon completion. It appeared promising, after all. He had previously earned less than 100 spirit stones a day. Given the nature of this system, the spirit stones for later draws would likely exceed 100 each. Moreover, the task system regarding the intersect selection posed little challenge for him. Perhaps the system was too shy to directly grant rewards. Hence the introduction of a task system to follow a procedure. Indeed, that must be the case. Liang activated the Heavenly Eye Technique, and before him, 50 miles away, he discerned a multitude of azure-backed wolf packs. 80 miles to the left lay the territory of several second-tier saber-toothed tigers, while on the right, groups of first-tier magical beasts engaged in fierce combat with cultivators. The effectiveness of the Heavenly Eye Technique was evident. The expansive field of vision allowed Liang to easily observe the surrounding circumstances, even catching every detail and movement of each magical beast. The azure-backed wolves were numerous, numbering in the hundreds. They possessed formidable physiques, their fur a deep azure, adorned with sharp bony spines along their backs, exuding a fearsome aura. In contrast, the second-tier saber-toothed tigers were even more powerful, their bodies significantly larger than those of ordinary tigers, with teeth as sharp as blades, emanating a chilling presence. The first-tier magical beasts on the right, though less powerful, each exhibited unique abilities as they battled fiercely against a group of cultivators. Taking a deep breath, Liang began to mobilize the spiritual energy within him. As he directed it, a surge of potent and pure spiritual energy erupted from his dantian. Swiftly converging at his fingertips, he intended to establish a formidable barrier at the entrance. As a formidable cultivator at the pinnacle of the Gathering Chi stage, he firmly believed that the barrier he had erected was sufficient to withstand attacks from beasts below the 3rd rank and cultivators beneath the Foundation Establishment stage. After all, on this battlefield, the presence of Foundation Establishment cultivators was simply implausible. As for 3rd rank beasts, the elders of the sect would certainly not be so cruel as to unleash such a demon here. Otherwise, the assessment would devolve into a senseless slaughter for the numerous cultivators participating. With a confidence rooted in his formidable abilities, Liang began to conceive a bold plan. Tonight, he resolved to embark on his inaugural hunting expedition. Chapter 14. A grand undertaking in the blink of an eye. Liang darted forward like a flash of lightning towards a pack of azure-backed wolves. His speed was astonishing, and in mere moments, he traversed several dozen miles, directly entering the territory of the azure-backed wolves. Upon stepping foot in this domain, he immediately attracted the attention of the Wolf King. He refrained from employing the spirit concealment technique to mask his presence, for to him, these azure-backed wolves were merely a group of somewhat fearsome beasts. With a casual flick of his hand, several sharp currents of sword energy surged forth. These sword energies, imbued with a formidable pressure, startled the Wolf King. It let out a long howl, attempting to command the pack to scatter and flee. However, Liang would not grant them such an opportunity. With a deft motion of his fingers, the sword energies swiftly coalesced, shooting forth like meteors towards the fleeing wolves in all directions. Before long, all the azure-backed wolves lay slain. The entire battle unfolded with remarkable efficiency, devoid of any hesitation. The sensation of exterminating beasts with such ease exhilarated Liang, and without pausing, he set forth towards another realm of magical beasts. As the first light of dawn broke, casting a faint glow across the horizon, Liang returned to the mouth of the cave. In the depths of the night, he had traversed the battlefield spanning 500 miles, thoroughly harvesting this vast expanse of land. Clutching the token that shimmered with a faint luminescence, his heart brimmed with joy. He dared assert that while he might claim second place, none would dare to contest him for first. However, the intensity of the night's hunt had indeed taken a toll on him. The precious elixirs gifted by his junior sister, Qingqing, had long been exhausted. Yet fortune smiled upon him, as he still possessed a substantial stock of the recovery pills awarded by the system. Unbeknownst to Liang, several prominent figures outside the battlefield were visibly troubled, their expressions fraught with concern, particularly Xianming, who wore a face akin to a withered gourd. The sect had released several thousand first and second-rank magical beasts, a decision made solely based on the comprehensive assessment of these cultivators' capabilities. Thus, the highest rank of beasts permitted within this arena was merely set at second rank, 5th tier. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, after a night of relentless combat, the magical beasts in the western part of the battlefield had been decimated by Liang, with even the second rank, 5th tier saber-toothed Tiger King meeting its demise at his hands. Xuanzi, is this Liang truly your prized disciple? I recall you mentioning that he had just ascended to the Gathering Qi realm. Yet his exhibited prowess seems to suggest otherwise. Xianming gazed at Ouyang Xian with an impassive expression and inquired in a calm tone. Ouyang Xian, displaying a hint of an awkward smile, responded, Elder Ming, this young lad possesses truly exceptional talent. Years ago, it was his astonishing swordsmanship that caught my eye, prompting me to bring him into the sect. Your discerning vision, Elder, in recognizing this young man is indeed a blessing he has accrued over many lifetimes. At that moment, the numerous dignitaries present were acutely aware of every action taken by Liang, despite Ouyang Xian's impressive 160 years of cultivation experience. He was still referred to as young lad in the presence of the esteemed Elder Ming. There was no recourse. After all, he was Elder Ming. Thus, Ouyang Xian could only smile and seize the opportunity to subtly commend Liang. Enough. Yuan Qing, swiftly place that creature within and activate the formation in advance. Xianming instructed the middle-aged cultivator standing nearby, gesturing for him to act promptly. Elder Ming, that creature. The middle-aged cultivator hesitated, seemingly grappling with unspoken words. But what? Even if the heavens were to collapse, I would shield you. Xianming interjected before the cultivator could finish. In truth, Xianming was fully aware of the implications of the cultivator's thoughts. After all, this place was not only occupied by the sect's disciples, but also by numerous young scions from distinguished families, including the son of the governor and other prominent heirs. While their cultivation levels were respectable, they paled in comparison to the aforementioned creature. Xianming turned away, contemplating silently. I have already imposed restrictions within that creature. There should be no significant issues. This presents a perfect opportunity to observe just how capable this young man, Liang, truly is. Should he perform admirably, his cultivation would indeed be well suited for the upcoming ancestral ground assessment. Meanwhile, the deputy envoy, Yun Tianqing, observed this scene with a resigned sigh, swallowing back words that were on the tip of his tongue. On the battlefield, Wu Qingqing had awakened, prompting Liang to dissolve the barrier. Generally, cultivators in the body refinement stage require 3 hours of rest daily, akin to ordinary mortals, aside from their training. As one's cultivation progresses, this rest period gradually diminishes. Upon reaching the Qi gathering realm, only 1 or 2 hours of rest are needed daily. For cultivators like Liang, who have already ascended to the pinnacle of Qi gathering, the necessity for rest becomes trivial. For absorbing the abundant spiritual energy of the heavens and earth can also alleviate fatigue. Wu Qingqing and Liang cautiously navigated through the valley, remaining vigilant against potential dangers while meticulously tracking the signs of magical beasts. Time passed steadily, yet, curiously, despite having traversed a considerable distance throughout the day, they had encountered nothing. The unmistakable footprints and droppings left by magical beasts intensified Wu Qingqing's confusion. She began to ponder. These traces clearly indicate significant magical beast activity. Yet why could they not even glimpse a shadow of one? Had they all concealed themselves? In truth, it is not only Wu Qingqing who finds herself in a state of bewilderment. Across various corners of this battlefield in the west, other cultivators are equally confronted with the same perplexing circumstances. Today, no magical beasts have been encountered. This unusual phenomenon has plunged everyone into confusion. Some speculate that the magical beasts may have collectively migrated elsewhere, while others surmise that an unknown reason has rendered these creatures hesitant to reveal themselves. A myriad of theories has emerged, yet no one can ascertain the true answer. Attention, all cultivators. After 3 days of experience, you should have gained a preliminary understanding of these ferocious magical beasts. To better select the true elite talents, the ultimate trial of this stage officially commences now. Here, I must announce an important rule. Any cultivator with a score below 5,000 will be eliminated. The remaining cultivators will be teleported to a new area. The upcoming assessment will adopt a solo hunting mode, wherein assists will no longer accrue points. Moreover, every 2 hours, the battlefield will shrink by 1,000 miles. ultimately constricting to a mere 500 miles. Should any cultivator find themselves outside the designated area, they too will face elimination. Additionally, a special challenge awaits you. At the heart of the battlefield, an immensely powerful beast will emerge. Approaching its territorial range will invoke its fierce wrath. Any cultivator who successfully vanquishes this beast, regardless of their score, will be awarded first place and promoted directly. This is an unprecedented trial and an exceptional opportunity to showcase your prowess. Fellow cultivators, give your utmost effort. With your courage and wisdom, overcome all obstacles and stride towards victory. Chapter 15. What is your score? A familiar yet fearsome voice echoed throughout the battlefield, sending chills down the spines of those with scores below 5,000. Before they could react, they were promptly teleported from this perilous realm. Both Li Yong and Wu Qingqing, with scores exceeding 5,000, fortunately remained on the battlefield. However, at that moment, a dazzling light flashed, and Li Yong felt his vision blur as his body was involuntarily drawn into the teleportation array. In an instant, he found himself in an unfamiliar forest. Simultaneously, Wu Qingqing experienced a similar fate, being transported to an entirely different region. Without the company of her senior brother, she sensed a strange aura enveloping this place, sending shivers down her spine. Nevertheless, with her cultivation at the second tier of Qi gathering, along with the protective talisman bestowed by her father, she was confident she could escape rather than confront danger. After all, as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Thus, she resolved to prioritize hunting first-tier magical beasts. Using the Heavenly Eye technique, Li Yong, having just arrived, swiftly dispatched dozens of second-tier saber-toothed tigers, causing his score to rise significantly. He glanced at his token, and aside from the increasing score, additional lines of text appeared. Upon closer inspection, they read, number of participants, 1086, ranking, 1. Clearly, there were only 1,086 individuals remaining in the arena, and without a doubt, Li Yong held the top position. Uncertain of her standing, she pondered her ranking, estimating that with a threshold of 5,000 points for elimination, her score exceeding 10,000 should place her in the upper tier. As time progressed, the battlefield's expanse continued to contract, with the number of participants displayed on Li Yang's token dwindling to below 1,000, while his position at the forefront remained unshakably secure. How many points does that fellow possess? Gu Yuhang, having just vanquished a second-tier, 4th-grade fire-armored bear, saw his score rise by 4,000, bringing his total to 203,800 points. Since entering the battlefield, he had been engaged in combat almost incessantly, leveraging his formidable cultivation to slay numerous ferocious beasts. His points had surpassed the 200,000 mark. Yet seeing his ranking still at second left him somewhat disheartened. In roughly another day, the battlefield would be reduced to a mere 500-mile radius. He was eager to discover the true nature of his rival. Meanwhile, Li Yong was scouring the war zone for Wu Qingqing's whereabouts. Approaching 2 million points, he found further slaying pointless. Utilizing his Heavenly Eye technique, he observed that the surrounding magical beasts had significantly diminished. Even if someone were to eliminate the remaining creatures, catching up to his score would be a formidable challenge. Thus, he resolved to locate his junior sister quickly. The rules stated that solo hunting would not yield assistive points. Yet they did not prohibit offering aid. He decided to assist her in advancing, intending to weaken the beasts to the brink of collapse, allowing her to deliver the finishing blow. After a day of searching, he stumbled upon a charred tree trunk, its residual aura closely resembling Wu Qingqing's fire-based spells, indicative of her recent battle. Following this trail, he hastened onward. Brother, if only you were here, Wu Qingqing murmured to herself. At that moment, she found herself ensnared in a perilous situation, surrounded by a horde of second-tier fire-armored bears. These colossal beasts, particularly the leading bear king, exuded an extraordinary presence. Its fiery red fur danced like burning flames, each strand emanating a searing heat. The air around it seemed ignited, generating a relentless wave of heat. With all her might, Wu Qingqing summoned her inner spiritual energy to withstand the oppressive warmth. Yet as time passed, fatigue began to overwhelm her. Nevertheless, she refused to surrender. Continuously, she launched fireballs at the bear pack, but her efforts appeared futile. The fireballs merely sparked against the bear's tough hides, failing to pose any real threat. In contrast, the bears displayed unnerving composure, encircling Wu Qingqing as if toying with their prey. In this moment, the disparity between magic practitioners and weapon cultivators became evident. Had her senior brother been present, his keen sword energy would have effortlessly breached the beast's defenses. The Bear King's enormous eyes fixated on Wu Qingqing, radiating a cruel and greedy glint. as if contemplating how to relish the delectable morsel before it. Wu Qingqing realized that her time was running short. With her medicinal pills nearly depleted, if her forthcoming strikes proved ineffective, she would be left with no choice but to shatter her token and withdraw from this assessment. After all, preserving her life held greater importance than the prospect of failing the trial. The Bear King seemed to have discerned her intentions. Just as she began to gather her strength to launch an attack, the Bear King retaliated without hesitation, signaling its own offensive. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, it opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that surged directly toward Wu Qingqing. In an instant, both their assaults erupted, the contrasting hues of their flames colliding with a deafening roar. As the fire gradually subsided, the Bear King remained steadfast and scathed, while Wu Qingqing, having been struck by the backlash of the Bear King's fiery breath, trembled violently and uncontrollably spat out a copious amount of blood. The metallic scent of blood swiftly permeated the air, weaving through the heated atmosphere, inciting the surrounding fire-armored bears into a frenzy, their heads raised in raucous cries, rendering the scene utterly terrifying. Were it not for the presence of the Bear King, these creatures would have likely succumbed to their primal urges, pouncing on the unfortunate prey before them and tearing it to shreds. After all, the Bear King held absolute dominion over its quarry, and no other beast dared to encroach upon its territory. At this moment, the intoxicating aroma of Wu Qingqing's blood was too enticing. This sweet essence was precisely the nourishment the Bear King craved, and it would not allow any other beast to partake in this delectable feast. The tumultuous clash between Wu Qingqing and the Bear King captured the attention of nearby cultivators, including Liang, who was not far from the scene. Upon hearing the cacophony, a sense of urgency gripped his heart. This is dire. My junior sister may be in peril. Anxiously, he hastened to mobilize his internal spiritual energy, racing towards the source of the commotion with utmost speed. Meanwhile, Wu Qingqing, her eyes wide with determination, fixated on the approaching Bear King. She understood that she had no other options, yet her heart remained unperturbed. Without hesitation, she grasped the token, preparing to crush it and withdraw from this trial. In the blink of an eye, a barrage of razor-sharp sword energy sliced through the air, striking the Bear King head-on. In an instant, its limbs were severed, leaving only its head and massive torso sprawled on the ground, emitting pitiful cries of anguish. Moments ago, it had been a figure of imposing authority, but now it lay like a defeated beast, every breath a laborious struggle. This swift reversal of fortunes transformed the roles of hunter and prey dramatically, inciting the Bear King's fury to unprecedented levels. Surely, at this moment, it lamented its failure to eliminate the human cultivator outright. Alas, such an opportunity would never present itself again. Witnessing their leader's defeat, the fire-armored bears erupted in terror, scattering in all directions. However, Liang had no intention of sparing them. With a flick of his finger, dozens of sword energies shot forth, as swift as lightning, striking each fire-armored bear with pinpoint accuracy. In the blink of an eye, the group of fire-armored bears lay dismembered, much like their leader, helplessly sprawled upon the ground. Chapter 16, The Fire-Armored Bears. Is this the true strength of my senior brother? Wu Qingqing wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and slowly rose to her feet. Her gaze was filled with astonishment and admiration, intermingled with a hint of confusion. Senior brother, you have saved me once again. Wu Qingqing's voice trembled, as if she had yet to recover from the recent peril. Liang approached her, gently patting her shoulder, and then produced a recovery pill awarded by the system, placing it in her hand. He spoke softly, Junior sister. There is no need for such formalities. I have always regarded you as my own sister. Protecting you is my duty as your elder brother. Wu Qingqing offered a faint smile as she accepted the recovery pill, yet a profound sense of inexplicable disappointment surged within her. She pondered silently. Could it be that in my senior brother's eyes, I am merely a sister in need of protection? After a moment, as she felt her internal energy gradually rejuvenate, her gaze lingered upon the defeated fire-armored bears, and a sense of indignation bubbled within her. These bears are truly bizarre. My fireball attack seemed utterly ineffective against them. Senior brother, why not simply eliminate them all? She inquired, perplexed. There appears to be some peculiar power within these fire-armored bears that can resist your flame attacks. The fire-armored bear king, a second-tier, fourth-grade fire attribute beast, possesses a certain immunity to fire-based spells, Liang explained, furrowing his brow as he contemplated the information in his mind. Now that they have been significantly injured by my sword aura, take my sword and attempt your flying flower to the moon technique. It should be capable of vanquishing them. Wu Qingqing hesitated, glancing at Liang, and asked, Senior brother, perhaps you should handle it. After all, defeating these bears would yield considerable points. If you hadn't arrived in time to rescue me, I might have been eliminated prematurely. Thus, I feel rather uncomfortable claiming these points. Seeing her reluctance, Li Yang felt a twinge of helplessness. He withdrew a token from his pocket, waving it in front of her with a smile, as he explained, "Junior sister, observe how many points I currently possess. You will understand that these points are of little consequence to me." When Wu Qingqing beheld the number displayed on the token, her mouth fell agape in astonishment, nearly unable to close. Her eyes widened as she meticulously counted the figures: 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. After finishing her count, she gasped, "Over 2 million points. Senior brother, you must be cheating. How could you have amassed such a sum? How many beasts must one slay to achieve this?" Wu Qingqing could scarcely believe her eyes, rubbing them vigorously and confirming the numbers repeatedly, yet they remained unchanged. With a face full of skepticism, she fixed her gaze upon Li Yang, seemingly searching for a flaw in his expression. However, Li Yang merely smiled and shook his head, gathering the token and placing a finger to his lips, whispering, "Hush, junior sister. Keep your voice down. These points are the result of my hard-fought battles and life-and-death trials. I assure you, there has been no cheating." Upon hearing Li Yang's words, Wu Qingqing inhaled deeply, striving to calm her heart, which was racing with excitement. She accepted the mountain splitter sword from Li Yang's hand, gripping it tightly. "Thank you, senior brother, you are so kind to me," Wu Qingqing said softly. Then with determined strides approached the fallen, barely breathing Bear King. Her gaze was intense, fixed upon this once mighty beast that had instilled fear in many. As she drew near, a wave of scorching heat enveloped her, yet Wu Qingqing remained undeterred. Fearlessly, she raised the mountain splitter sword and thrust it towards the Bear King's heart with tremendous force. However, just as the tip of the sword was about to make contact, the fire-armored bear rolled aside with all its might, as if attempting a final desperate struggle. Observing this, Wu Qingqing swiftly adjusted her stance and unleashed a flurry of precise strikes, each aimed at the Bear King's vital points. The Bear King emitted a chilling roar that echoed through the forest, instilling terror in all who heard it. Nevertheless, this once formidable fire-armored bear could not escape the clutches of death. Severely wounded, it succumbed to Wu Qingqing's relentless assault, its massive body twitching a few times before becoming still. After vanquishing the last fire-armored bear, Wu Qingqing wiped the sweat from her forehead. Reflecting inwardly, the fire attribute energy within this second-tier fire-armored bear is indeed remarkable. Even as a fire element practitioner at the Gathering Chi realm, she was drenched in sweat from the intense heat. "Junior sister, take a closer look. The magic core from this bear should aid your cultivation," Li Yang said as he meticulously used a sharp dagger to slice through the bear's hide. He intended to collect the bear's fur for a skilled artisan to craft into a bear skin coat. Their master had once engaged in a fierce battle with an ice element beast and was left with a severe latent illness due to the cold. He drank daily, hoping to use the warmth of the liquor to suppress the chill within. The hide of the fire-armored bear, infused with abundant fire energy, might offer some relief for his master's condition. "Junior sister Qingqing, hurry up. The stench of blood is overwhelming. It might attract nearby beasts," Li Yang urged, quickening his own pace in gathering the bear's hide. In truth, if beasts were indeed drawn to them, Li Yang was not particularly concerned. With his current strength, a few beasts would merely be an opportunity for him to gain points. However, what troubled him was that through his Heavenly Eye technique, he sensed many cultivators converging in their direction. Judging by their auras, several were high-level practitioners, comparable to his own strength. Faced with such a situation, Li Yang knew he must remain vigilant and cautious. Just as the two had finished collecting their spoils, an unwelcome voice suddenly interrupted. "Fellow cultivator, as the saying goes, those who see share in the spoils. The treasures on these fire-armored bears are abundant. Why not share a portion with us for mutual enjoyment?" Li Yang gazed at the sudden appearance of a group of cultivators, inwardly lamenting that those who should not have come had indeed arrived. The leading cultivator, who was speaking, bore an unmistakable glimmer of greed and ill intent. It was evident that this individual believed the current situation stemmed from some upheaval within the ranks of the fire-armored bears. Perhaps one bear sought to usurp the leader's position, inciting internal discord. Li Yang and Wu Qingqing had merely stumbled upon this event, seizing a fortuitous opportunity. After all, there were dozens of second-tier fire-armored bears present. Even if they exerted their utmost efforts, they could not guarantee the complete annihilation of these creatures. Witnessing these two young individuals effortlessly reaping such rewards was enough to incite envy. A silent exchange of glances between Li Yang and Wu Qingqing ignited a sense of vigilance within them. They understood that trouble might be imminent. The young cultivator who spoke exuded a commanding presence, standing over 8 feet tall, embodying a striking figure, clad in a dark golden robe adorned with intricate bird patterns. His garments billowed gracefully, complemented by a crimson belt embroidered with cloud motifs that accentuated his poise. His long hair cascaded down his shoulders like a waterfall, dancing in the wind with an ethereal grace, while his sapphire-like eyes added an air of mystery and charm, rendering him a veritable paragon of male beauty in the realm of cultivation. However, despite Li Yang's modest attire of a light blue robe, his countenance was no less striking than that of the young cultivator. As the protagonist, he was undeniably handsome. Li Yang possessed a chiseled face, as if sculpted by a master artisan, with sharp brows and bright eyes, a straight nose, and thin lips, each feature radiating a unique allure. Paired with his simple robe, he exuded an unexpected charm that was utterly captivating. Chapter 17. Pang Tong He. Are you even being reasonable? These bears were slain by my senior brother, and thus the spoils rightfully belong to us. Why should we share with you? Look at your youthful faces. Your audacity is quite remarkable. Before Li Yang could respond, Wu Qingqing interjected, her voice clear and resonant, tinged with indignation and dissatisfaction. She scrutinized the young man who had spoken, thinking, he may look decent, but his heart is so wicked. Her gaze then shifted to the provocatively dressed woman beside him, who wore a crop top and a skirt so short it barely covered her posterior. Wu Qingqing mused to herself, if I dared to dress like that, my father would certainly reprimand me severely. Yet, inexplicably, Wu Qingqing found the woman somewhat attractive, particularly her fair, snow-white complexion paired with enchanting, peach blossom eyes, which made her appear increasingly like an adorable fox. However, upon realizing that the woman was staring intently at Li Yang, a surge of unbidden fury welled up within her. What are you staring at? She thought. Do you not know that it's inappropriate to gawk? With her hands on her hips and a playful yet vexed expression, she resembled a protective hen, vigilantly guarding Li Yang, fearing that her senior brother might be ensnared by the allure of the enchanting female cultivator. After all, they had been diligently cultivating within the Sanqing sect and had never encountered such a spectacle. Although the female cultivator donned revealing attire and possessed an alluring countenance reminiscent of a femme fatale, Li Yang felt no stirrings in his heart. It is worth noting that prior to this, he had often encountered the images of beautiful women on his blemished screen. During the late hours of the night, when the internet cafe was nearly vacant, he would discreetly open a certain tab to indulge in passionate romantic films. Despite having never experienced intimate relations, he had certainly seen his fair share of women. Ah, little sister, I too am powerless in this situation. After all, how could I resist such a handsome young man? The female cultivator teased in a provocative tone. You are simply outrageous, Wu Qingqing exclaimed, anger flaring within her, yet upon noticing the multitude surrounding them, she withheld her fury to avoid causing trouble for her senior brother. Turning away, she chose to disregard the enchanting temptress. Enough, Sister Qingqing. There is no need to engage with them, Li Yang remarked, wishing to avoid further entanglement with these individuals. He casually spoke and turned to depart. Stop. Did you not hear what our young master commanded? Hand over the demon core and bear hide, or forfeit your lives. A nearby lackey, unable to contain himself, leaped forward and shouted. Truly, it was a case of the servant growing impatient before their master had even shown anger. As he spoke, the lackey cast a smug glance at the leading male cultivator, secretly contemplating the reward that awaited him. However, to his astonishment, what awaited him was not the anticipated praise, but rather the cold, murderous gaze of his master. The young master reprimanded icily. Since when is it your place to interject? Slap yourself. I am Pang Tong, son of the governor of Linjiang Prefecture. I have come at the behest of my elders to participate in the internal assessment of the Sanqing sect. My subordinate was unaware of the rules and acted disrespectfully. I hope you can forgive us. May I inquire your esteemed name? Pang Tong inquired, not rushing, merely observing Li Yang's retreating figure while pondering the identity of this individual. From their attire, it was evident they were cultivators of the Sanqing sect. Yet, he found it peculiar that a mere second-tier chi-gathering cultivator could evoke such an inexplicable sense of trepidation within him. It is important to note that the dozens of fire-armored bears on the ground were formidable adversaries. If this person had indeed slain them, he must possess a high-grade magical artifact. Otherwise, it was difficult to fathom how he might achieve such a feat. Titles are unnecessary. I am Li Yang, merely an outer disciple of the Sanqing sect. This beside me is my junior sister, Wu Qingqing. Upon hearing the other party introduce himself, Li Yang slowly lowered his hand, which he had initially raised. He had intended to teach the arrogant young man a lesson. But upon learning that he was the governor's son and noting his relatively sincere demeanor, he abandoned that notion. It appears I have been remiss, brotherly. It is indeed fate that we should meet here today, since brotherly has slain these fire-armored bears, according to the established rules. The magical cores and hides of these bears rightfully belonged to him. Pang Tong smiled faintly, displaying an air of magnanimity. In that case, let us bid farewell. With that, Li Yong, without the slightest hesitation, grasped Wu Qingqing's hand and resolutely turned to leave. Observing their receding figures, Pang Tong's expression darkened to an extreme, resembling the inky depths of a cauldron. After all, with his esteemed status and identity, he was accustomed to being the center of attention wherever he went. He had never before endured such disdain and contempt. In truth, had he been an ordinary cultivator, he would have long since acted without hesitation to seize what he desired. However, the formidable aura surrounding Li Yong rendered him cautious, compelling him to choose the path of temporary restraint. As for the woman named Wu Qingqing, Pang Tong could distinctly sense the potent fire attribute emanating from her. Moreover, her delicate and enchanting appearance evoked a sense of affection within him. His cultivation of the yin-yang 5 elements technique was notably lacking a fire attribute furnace, which fueled his determination to seize the right opportunity to claim her for himself. When he turned his gaze back to the woman beside him, unsavory images suddenly invaded his mind, igniting an insatiable desire within him, almost compelling him to act upon his impulses immediately. With Li Yang's unwavering support, Wu Qingqing fought valiantly, vanquishing wave after wave of magical beasts. As time passed, the score on her token fluctuated dramatically: 30,000, 50,000, 120,000, 198,000. Her ranking soared like a rocket, leaping from over 700 to an impressive 11th place. In that moment, Wu Qingqing's heart brimmed with joy and confidence. She understood that with such a performance, her success in this assessment was all but assured. As twilight descended, enveloping the battlefield in darkness, the rules dictated that after the midnight hour, the arena would rapidly contract to a span of 500 miles. At that point, if she could endure for just 2 more hours, the assessment would conclude successfully, and all participants would be teleported out. Contemplating this, Wu Qingqing took a deep breath, her gaze resolute as she looked into the distance. She silently admonished herself. One must not be complacent. She must give her all and persevere to the end. As for the fierce beast, she was acutely aware that, following the sect's customary approach, they would be driven into the 500-mile range, with the enticing condition of defeating the beast to secure the first place. This indicated that the creature was undoubtedly extraordinary, likely at least a peak second-tier existence. Though her own cultivation had reached the 9th rank of the Gathering Qi realm, the prospect of facing such a formidable opponent left her disinterested in taking risks. After all, such a laborious endeavor held no allure for her. Let others vie for glory. They would likely struggle to defeat the beast, while her points were more than sufficient to guarantee her position at the top. Oh. In her eagerness to assist her junior sister in accumulating points, she had nearly forgotten to claim today's rewards. Upon clicking the lottery for check-in, the mechanical sound of the system resonated, and the spinning wheel commenced its rotation. Ding! The reward bestowed upon the host was a Peak Foundation Establishment Strike card. To his astonishment, this system granted him a single strike at the pinnacle of the Foundation Establishment stage. Having played numerous games, Li Yong recognized that, though this was a consumable item, it was indeed a treasure. If used wisely, its effects would be profound. Chapter 18. A fortuitous encounter. Not long after the hour of Z had passed, the blue light curtain continued to contract, leaving the battlefield with a mere radius of approximately 500 miles. Li Yong and Wu Qingqing stood together at the edge of the light curtain, having discovered a colossal tree with a diameter of 2 meters. Its branches sprawled in all directions, and its dense foliage resembled a vast sunshade. For the next 2 hours, Li Yong intended to remain atop the tree with his junior sister, choosing not to venture elsewhere. After all, their scores were sufficient to secure a place among the top 500 and thus successfully advance. They sat quietly for a while, engaging in occasional light-hearted conversation. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Wu Qingqing spoke up. Brother, did you know that many of these young scions from noble families come to participate in the inter-sect assessment of the Sanqing sect, primarily for a certain legacy? Her voice held an air of mystery, igniting Li Yang's curiosity. What legacy? I've never heard Master mention it, he replied, intrigued. From Wu Qingqing, Li Yong learned that the founding ancestor of the Sanqing sect, the primordial immortal, had left behind a legacy before ascending. The core disciples of the inner sect were granted one opportunity to inherit this legacy. However, for tens of thousands of years, no one had succeeded in obtaining it. Opinions regarding this legacy varied widely. Some believed it was merely a tactic employed by the Sanqing sect to attract talent, while others were convinced that it contained secrets related to ascension, accessible only to those cultivators recognized by the heavenly path. In any case, an array of theories abounded. How do you know all this, junior sister? Noticing the look of confusion and curiosity on Li Yang's face, Wu Qingqing smiled subtly, revealing her charming dimples. And with a playful toss of her head, she responded mysteriously, "Hee hee. As for how I know, that's a secret. However, I can assure you, brother, that this legacy truly exists. Moreover, the first place in each intersect assessment will have a precious opportunity to receive this legacy. So, brother, you must seize this chance." Ding! A third-tier magical beast, the golden-haired roar, has been detected. Its aura is unstable, suggesting it may be injured. A task was issued: defeat the third-tier magical beast, and the host would receive ample rewards upon completion. As Wu Qingqing spoke, Li Yang heard the system's voice echoing in his mind. Damn it! What are those old geezers in the sect thinking, daring to let a third-tier beast in here? Li Yang hesitated. A third-tier beast was beyond his current capabilities, likely to end his life in a single encounter. After some contemplation, he resolved to investigate, for the allure of the system's rewards was simply too tempting. With that thought, Li Yang no longer lingered. He turned to Wu Qingqing and said, "Junior Sister Qingqing, I will head to the central district to assess the situation. Stay here and do not move. Await my return." As his words lingered in the air, he leapt gracefully from the tree. Upon landing, Li Yang swiftly cast a spell to establish a formidable barrier. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the heart of the battlefield. "Senior brother, you wouldn't." Wu Qingqing's words trailed off as she beheld Li Yang's retreating figure. Anxiously, she stamped her foot, yet could do nothing but remain where she was, fervently praying for Li Yang's safe return. As the distance closed, Li Yang noted that the terrain rose sharply nearer to the battlefield's center. Concealing his presence, he paused. Beyond lay the territory of the Golden Mane Roar. A wave of sound reverberated through the air, and a figure was violently thrown to the ground before him, lying motionless. As Li Yang approached, he observed the individual's pallid complexion, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and tattered clothing revealing a body marred by wounds. A shock coursed through Li Yang. The person was none other than Gu Yuhang from Shaodian Peak. He was a formidable practitioner, and it was astonishing to see him in such a dire state. Previously, Gu Yuhang had visited his master, Ouyang Xian, several times, and Li Yang recognized him well. Without delay, Li Yang rushed to assist Gu Yuhang, placing a rejuvenation pill into his mouth. This item, which he frequently acquired, held little monetary value. After a brief moment, Gu Yuhang gradually opened his eyes, recognition and gratitude flickering in his gaze upon seeing Li Yang. "Junior brotherly, it is you. Thank you for saving me," he said weakly. "Senior brother, no need for formalities. How did you end up here?" Li Yang inquired. It appeared that Gu Yuhang had sustained significant injuries from the Golden Mane Roar's sonic assault. However, what had compelled him to provoke such a fearsome beast? With a sigh, Gu Yuhang recounted the events. Since entering the battlefield, he had been tirelessly engaged in combat. As he vanquished more and more magical beasts, his points soared. Yet his rank stubbornly remained second, leaving the proud Gu Yuhang in deep frustration, even bordering on madness. Thus, he resolved to venture to the center, hoping to seize an opportunity to deal a lethal blow to the beast and claim the top position on the leaderboard. However, as soon as he stepped into the beast's territory, before he could even glimpse its form, he was sent flying by a roar. "Junior brother, flee quickly. That creature is terrifying. It is likely a peak second-tier magical beast, far beyond our capacity to contend with," Gu Yuhang urged. Li Yang could not suppress a wry smile. This was no mere peak second-tier beast. It was evidently the third-tier ferocious beast, the Golden Mane Roar. Not only was it immensely powerful, but it also possessed a terrifying innate ability known as the Shattering Gold Roar. That earlier roar had likely echoed for 500 miles, alerting all cultivators in the vicinity. "Senior brother, that beast should not actively attack cultivators. Otherwise, the sect would not have allowed it to dwell here. You ought to focus on healing for the time being," Li Yang reassured him. With that, he vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Gu Yuhang hastily reached out in an attempt to intervene. But it was too late. He shook his head in resignation, inwardly lamenting, "Alas, that impulsive Li Yang. I can only hope he does not come to harm." With this thought in mind, Gu Yuhang ceased his delay and began to harness his energy for healing. Chapter 19. The sudden warning from the golden fur roar sent a shiver down Li Yang's spine. Regaining his composure, he immediately activated the Divine Eye technique. Empowered by this technique, he finally discerned the full figure of the mysterious beast lurking 50 miles away. It was a monstrous creature resembling a lion, its colossal body akin to a moving mountain, evoking sheer awe. The golden fur roar was enveloped in a resplendent golden coat, shimmering with a dazzling brilliance that could dazzle the senses. Its enormous head bore sharp fangs that protruded menacingly from the corners of its mouth. exuding an aura that instilled fear. Its eyes blazed like raging flames, emanating an indescribable majesty and dominance. The golden fur roar had evidently sensed Li Yang's presence. Initially, it sought only to recuperate in peace after fending off a human cultivator, but now another reckless intruder dared to encroach upon its territory. This ignited a surge of fury within it. It recalled the stern warning from the elder who had injured it and cast it into this place, strictly prohibiting it from venturing beyond a 50-mile radius. Now, these unwelcome guests continually transgressed the rules, challenging its boundaries. Young man Li Yang, you have inadvertently trespassed into the domain of a senior. I sincerely apologize, but you must depart at once. Li Yang had planned to employ the peak item bestowed by the system last night to vanquish the golden fur roar, yet given the considerable distance, a hasty attack would likely miss its vital points. A strategy was required. As he cautiously retreated, he pondered how to draw closer to the golden fur roar. The golden fur roar is a third-tier beast. With my current stealth technique, I fear it may not be of much use. Perhaps, Elder, sensing your aura, it seems you are injured. I happen to possess some medicinal pills that may aid in your recovery. Li Yang paused, bowing deeply towards the direction of the golden fur roar, and spoke. As his words fell, Li Yang swiftly retrieved the recovery pill awarded by the system, waving it in the direction of the golden fur roar. The formidable physique of magical beasts is primarily attributed to their extraordinary vitality and recuperative abilities. Once injured, they merely require a brief period of rest and cultivation to swiftly recover. Being a third-tier beast, the golden fur roar was well aware of the efficacy of such pills. However, at its current tier, it remained relatively lowly. Although magical beasts do possess pills, these precious items are often reserved for the elite among higher-tier beasts. Insignificant human, how many such pills do you truly possess? If you have but a single one, it would scarcely be of any benefit to me. The golden fur roar fixed its gaze upon the pill in Li Yang's hand, keenly sensing the faint spiritual energy emanating from it. It contemplated that perhaps this pill might offer it some slight advantage. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Yang felt a surge of joy within. Realizing that his plan had reached a pivotal point of success, he swiftly retrieved an exquisite porcelain vial from his bosom, its surface smooth and delicate, emanating a faint ethereal glow. As he carefully unscrewed the cap, a rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. Taking a deep breath, Li Yang addressed the golden-haired howler in a hushed tone. Senior, this is a specially prepared recovery pill. Though limited in quantity, it embodies my earnest intentions. Might I inquire if these pills suffice? The golden-haired howler's eyes widened, fixated on the vial in Li Yang's hand. It sensed the powerful energy pulsating from within, aware that this must be a treasure of immense value. However, it was not so easily swayed by the allure of immediate gain, for it was acutely aware of human cunning and treachery. The sudden appearance of such a precious pill could only signal deception. Yet, the golden-haired howler possessed its own confidence. It knew that with its strength, this seemingly frail human cultivator posed no threat. As it awaited Li Yang's approach, not only could it obtain the pills, but it could also indulge in the long-forgotten delicacy of human flesh. With this thought, a glimmer of greed flickered in its eyes. It resolved to feign cooperation temporarily, curious to observe Li Yang's next move. Should it sense any irregularities, it could swiftly strike, reducing this audacious human to mere fragments. Having been trapped here for so long, the golden-haired howler was ravenous, its craving for human flesh intensifying. At this moment, a singular thought consumed its mind, to devour Li Yang. Come closer, young one. I shall not take advantage of you. I possess many treasures as well. Let us trade. The golden-haired howler beckoned Li Yang, its impatience growing palpable. Were it not for the fear of scaring him away, it would have eagerly leapt forward to swallow both him and the pills whole. Li Yang hesitated not for a moment. The golden-haired howler's actions aligned perfectly with his intentions. Without delay, he raced towards the creature. Outside, numerous dignitaries began to murmur among themselves. Is this Li Yang a descendant of the Li family from Linjiang Prefecture? One speculated, noting his demeanor reminiscent of his illustrious ancestors. The first to speak was Yun Tianqing, the deputy of the Demon Suppression Guard. Given that the 6th Route Demon Suppression Command was stationed in Linjiang Prefecture, he was well acquainted with the various families in the region. Ouyang Xian quickly elaborated. Indeed, Deputy Yun has keen insight. This young man is the descendant of the revered sword master Li Jian. Their exchange drew gasps of astonishment from those surrounding them. The Li family once boasted an ancestor who reached the nascent soul stage, and in this world, strength commanded respect. Attaining the nascent soul realm earned one the title of venerable, and a sword cultivator at that level was naturally honored as a sword venerable. However, this legendary figure had vanished long ago, rumored to have perished in a cataclysmic confrontation with a formidable demon lord. The Li family had thrived under the legacy of the Sword Venerable, earning considerable respect among the cultivator families in Linjiang Prefecture. Li Yang himself had only heard tales of this ancestor in his youth, with fellow members of the Li family aspiring to emulate the greatness of their forebear. Over generations, only Li Yang's talent had shone brightly, leading him to be accepted as an outer disciple of the Sanqing sect at a mere adolescent age. However, this young man named Li Yang seems to be excessively arrogant. Old Ming, wouldn't it be prudent for you, Ouyang Xian, to keep an eye on him as he approaches the golden-maned beast? Concern begins to swell within him, and he hopes Old Ming will intervene. Yet, Xianming remains unperturbed, casually lifting a teacup from the table and savoring a sip, as if everything unfolds precisely as he anticipated. In the battleground of the void, Li Yang is now less than 100 meters from the golden-maned beast. Gazing at this colossal creature, a sense of trepidation washes over him. The closer he draws, the more he realizes just how immense this beast truly is. This distance suffices. There is no need to take further risks. Li Yang channels his spiritual energy to lift a medicinal vial and hurls it towards the golden-maned beast. At the moment Li Yang releases the returning essence pill, a brilliant golden light emanates from the beast, which swiftly raises its paw to strike at him. Indeed, a magical beast endowed with intelligence acts without hesitation. That paw could easily shatter a human cultivator. Yet, Li Yang is prepared. He silently invokes the peak strike card for foundational cultivators within his mind, feeling an immediate surge of spiritual energy within him. If the spiritual energy of a ninth-tier gatherer is akin to a droplet of water, then the energy coursing through him now resembles a mighty river, flowing ceaselessly. In swift succession, a blade of sword energy is unleashed. This strike nearly exhausts Li Yang's spiritual power, yet it carries the force of a thunderous tempest, slicing through the beast's paw at an astonishing speed and crashing into its neck. As the sword energy dissipates, the golden-maned beast's body is cleaved in two, its massive head tumbling to the ground and creating a deep crater upon impact with the hard earth. The third-tier ferocious beast, the golden-maned beast, has been effortlessly slain by a ninth-tier gatherer. This astonishing scene leaves the onlookers in stunned silence, jaws nearly dropping to the ground, their very breaths momentarily stolen away. At this moment, Xianming gradually sets down his teacup, pondering to himself, this young man truly conceals his depths. It is a pity for this third-tier magical beast. I had intended to subdue it as my mount. A sense of regret washes over him. The cultivators on the battlefield are now wholly captivated by the commotion between Li Yang and the golden-maned beast, eyes wide with disbelief. They gaze upon the spectacle. The massive beast now lies headless, engulfed in a pool of blood. Each mouth hangs agape, but not a sound escapes their lips. In this bloody and shocking tableau, a diminutive figure stands out conspicuously. Could he indeed be the one who vanquished this ferocious beast? Such questions surge within the minds of the crowd. Among them, Gu Yuhang, who is closest to the scene and the first to arrive, had initially considered coming to aid Li Yang in his predicament. Yet, upon witnessing the unfolding events, he experiences a profound revelation. The individual who has consistently led in points, suppressing him at every turn, is none other than his junior, Li Yang. At this juncture, Li Yang is utterly spent. The precious vial of returning essence has likewise been lost amidst the fierce clash of energies. He kneels upon the ground, gripping the mountain-splitting sword that is deeply embedded in the earth, as if this act alone could sustain his wavering form. He gasped for breath, desperately absorbing the sparse spiritual energy that lingered in the surrounding atmosphere, hoping to swiftly regain some strength. Gu Yuhang stood still for a moment before approaching Li Yang and presenting him with a large elixir. With a wry smile, he remarked, "Junior brother Li Yang, I finally understand why I have always been second." Li Yang accepted the elixir with a smile and swallowed it whole. Suddenly, his senior sister Wu Qingqing dashed through the crowd and embraced Li Yang tightly, tears brimming in her eyes. After Li Yang unleashed that powerful strike, the barrier on Wu Qingqing's side had abruptly dissipated, causing her to leap down in alarm and rush over at lightning speed. She had feared that Li Yang had met with misfortune. After all, even if Li Yang had been unable to defeat the ferocious beast and had been teleported away due to the shattered token, the barrier would not have vanished. Only the death of the one who set it or the exhaustion of their spiritual energy could cause its disappearance. At this moment, seeing her senior brother alive, her heart swelled with joy, mingled with a sense of lingering dread. Chapter 20. Encountering Pang Tong again. Junior sister, please let go of me. At this rate, I will be suffocated even if I am not crushed into a pulp by the magical beast. Li Yang coughed gently while weakly patting the arm of his sister, who had a firm grip on him. In that instant, He distinctly felt the softness emanating from her chest. He couldn't help but think to himself that his sister possessed quite an admirable figure. Suddenly, a crisp notification sound echoed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the third-tier magical beast, golden-haired roar. Following this, a series of system reward notifications flooded Li Yang's mind. Reward: 50 recovery pills. Reward: golden-haired roar's innate divine ability, shattered gold roar. Upon seeing these rewards, Li Yang was overwhelmed with elation, especially the shattered gold roar divine ability, which thrilled him immensely. According to the system's description, this was the innate divine ability of the golden-haired roar, classified as a sound wave attack technique. If cultivated to perfection, it could even shatter the souls of enemies directly. Such a terrifying skill was truly astonishing. Li Yang felt that all his previous efforts had been worthwhile. The rewards presented by the system were exceedingly generous, far beyond his expectations. He gazed at the panel information in his mind and noticed some other changes as well. Host: Li Yang cultivation, Qi gathering 9th rank physique, innate sword body divine abilities, primordial sword technique, entry. Heavenly eye technique, entry. Spirit concealment technique, entry. Shattered gold roar, entry. Spirit sword, primordial sword draw count, 0 this time. The divine abilities on the panel were accompanied by additional parentheses, and there was also a plus sign following them. Shortly after, a line of small text appeared at the bottom of the panel. The host can enhance the levels of divine abilities by purchasing spiritual stones, with 4 total levels. Entry: minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. I see, Li Yang mused inwardly. It appeared that to fully unleash the potential of these divine abilities, he would need to acquire sufficient spiritual stones to elevate them to perfection. However, even at the entry level, the primordial sword's power was already astonishing. It was hard to imagine the terrifying might these abilities would possess once upgraded to perfection. As Li Yang sat in meditation to recuperate his energy, he endeavored to calm the excitement bubbling within him. Wu Qingqing and Gu Yuhang stood vigilantly by his side, ensuring that no unforeseen incidents would occur. After all, numerous practitioners from other factions were lurking nearby, eyeing the situation with keen interest. It is crucial to understand that this third-tier magical beast, the Golden Mane Roar, is not to be compared with the ordinary first or second-tier creatures. Each hair on its body could potentially be an exceedingly precious treasure. At this moment, the once colossal corpse of the Golden Mane Roar gradually diminished in size, ultimately resembling that of an ordinary magical beast. Undoubtedly, this was its true form. Young master, judging by the recent commotion, this magical beast has likely reached the third tier. A third-tier magic core is indeed a prized possession. It serves as a fundamental material for crafting foundation establishment pills, spoke Pang Tong's furnace maiden softly in his ear, suggesting they should venture into the crowd. At this time, all eyes were fixated on Li Yang and his companions at the center of the battlefield. Many of the onlookers were likely calculating how they might partake in the spoils. However, they lacked a suitable opportunity or a bold leader to take charge. After all, they were on the territory of the Sanqing sect, and this beast had been slain by Li Yang. They found themselves at a loss for a valid excuse to seize the prize. Charging in directly to snatch, it would surely incite public outrage and potentially invite retribution from the Sanqing sect. Thus, despite their covetous glances at the magic core, no one dared to act recklessly. Pang Tong contemplated for a moment, pondering. That strike from Li Yang just now was undoubtedly the power of a foundation establishment practitioner. Yet, given his aura and age, he could not have possibly reached that level. The only possibility is that he must have employed a high-tier magical artifact to achieve such prowess. Observing his current feeble demeanor, he likely struggles to summon that terrifying sword energy again. However, ever cautious, I shall proceed with a tentative approach. With this resolve, Pang Tong stepped forward and called out loudly, Li Dao Yu, congratulations on your triumph over this third-tier magical beast. It appears that you are rightfully the first in this initial assessment. However, I notice you seem to be quite injured. I happen to possess a few precious elixirs that may aid in your recovery. I would like to offer them to you as a gesture of goodwill. Yet, Li Yang paid no heed to Pang Tong's overtures. From the moment he first laid eyes on this young lord, he had sensed the treachery and malice lurking in his gaze, tinged with a hint of lewdness. At this juncture, the sudden display of cordiality from his adversary screamed of ulterior motives. We appreciate your kind intentions, young Master Pang, but my senior brother is not gravely harmed. And as for elixirs, our Sanqing sect is well equipped. Wu Qingqing interjected, equally unimpressed by the young lord's demeanor, and outright refused the offer. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger flashed in Pang Tong's eyes, though he concealed it skillfully. He gleaned the information he sought from Wu Qingqing's words. It appeared that Li Yong was in such a state that even speaking was a challenge. Thus, the third-tier magic core would undoubtedly be his prize. With a chuckle, Pang Tong put away the vial and spoke again. I am willing to purchase the magic core within this magical beast for 5,000 spirit stones. I hope, dear Daoistly, that you would extend a bit of favor and sell it to me. As expected, these individuals were all after the magic core. A surge of anger welled up within Li Yong. After enduring countless hardships to finally slay the golden-haired roar, these ignorant fools dared to wish to reap the rewards without any effort? Humph, today I shall show them a lesson. What does it matter if it's the deputy lord himself? Even if his father were to intervene personally, I would grant him no face whatsoever. I apologize, young Master Pang, but I intend to keep this magic core for my own use, Li Yong stated firmly, unwavering as he met Pang Tong's gaze. However, if you are truly earnest in your desire, 5,000 spirit stones is far too trivial. How about 50,000 spirit stones? I may consider parting with it. To be honest, Li Yong was not entirely sure of the true value of the magic core, but he mused that it could not possibly be worth just 5,000 spirit stones. Thus, he casually threw out an astronomical figure to gauge the reaction of his counterpart. The surrounding cultivators were taken aback upon hearing such a price. It is well known that magic cores have always been in demand, yet difficult to procure. However, based on previous auction house trends, 5,000 spirit stones would suffice to acquire a peak second-tier magic core. At that moment, some bold cultivators, eager to stir the pot, spoke up. Daoistly, if I may, it seems that young Master Pang is genuinely interested in this magic core. Is it not a bit excessive to demand 50,000 spirit stones right off the bat? Li Yong merely chuckled in response. Yet his gaze remained unyielding upon Pang Tong as he continued. Want the magic core? Very well. Either present me with 50,000 spirit stones, or come forth and test the sharpness of my sword. He provocatively waved the long sword in his hand. At that instant, Pang Tong's expression darkened to the depths of fury. He understood all too well that Li Yong was mocking him. Initially, considering the reputation of the Sanqing sect, he had intended to calmly purchase the magic core with spirit stones. However, now that Li Yong had openly humiliated him, there was no longer a need for restraint. Li Yong, since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige you. Pang Tong's eyes glinted with ferocity as he fixed his gaze upon Li Yong, his aura suddenly erupting like a volcano on the verge of eruption. A brilliant spiritual light flickered around him, and a tremendous wave of spiritual energy radiated from within. Ninth grade, gathering Qi realm. Everyone was astonished. No one had anticipated that this young deputy lord from Lingjiang Prefecture possessed such formidable strength. Previously, they had thought him merely an arrogant and frivolous youth, yet now it was clear he harbored immense hidden prowess. It was no wonder he dared to speak so boldly. He possessed absolute confidence. The surrounding cultivators, feeling the overwhelming pressure, instinctively stepped back, their faces displaying shock. Wu Qingqing and Gu Yuhang exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave. They understood that they had encountered a true adversary this time. The disciples of the Sanqing sect gathered around Li Yong, expressing their displeasure at the audacity of the young Pang Tong, who evidently did not regard the Sanqing sect with the respect it deserved. At this moment, there was still some time left before the assessment concluded. Master Ming, shall we not conclude this assessment prematurely? After all, that golden-haired beast has already been slain, and the victor is unmistakably clear, suggested Ouyang Xian, Li Yang's master. His proposal stemmed not from fear of the Linjiang Prefecture, which merely oversees the cultivation clans within its jurisdiction, but rather from a desire to prevent further escalation of tensions between Li Yong and the Linjiang authorities, as the Li family resided within their domain. However, Xianming shot a fierce glare at Ouyang Xian and retorted with a sharp tone, Ouyang Xian, how is it that you grow more timid with age? It is the Pang family's junior who seeks to forcibly procure, a behavior we, the Sanqing sect, have always opposed. When did we become so hesitant? In my opinion, we should allow Li Yong to teach him a proper lesson. Following this statement, Xianming cast a subtle glance at the seated Yantianqing, seemingly expressing discontent regarding Yantianqing's current mission to recruit disciples for the Sanqing sect. Yet, Yantianqing appeared oblivious to the tension, calmly savoring his tea and remaining silent throughout. The Demon Suppression Guard has long regarded the protection of humanity as a sacred duty, enjoying a prestigious status under the reign of the Daong Immortal dynasty. In this context, no faction had dared to show any disrespect towards the Guard. In the past, the Guard maintained a comprehensive internal training system. However, as time passed, particularly in recent years, the growing power of the demon race has led to heavy casualties on the battlefield, necessitating the replenishment of forces during sect selections. Nevertheless, prior to arriving at the Sanqing sect, The commanding officer had specifically instructed him to avoid causing trouble and to adhere to the Sanqing sect's arrangements without question. On the battlefield, Pang Tong launched the first attack wielding a grand blade, its hilt adorned with gemstones that emitted an enchanting luster. Grasped in his hand, the blade seemed to meld with its bearer, its edge razor-sharp and reflective like a mirror, showcasing peculiar patterns reminiscent of talismans or mysterious designs. The blade gleamed ominously, as if capable of cleaving through any obstruction. Dominating blade strike. Pang Tong's spiritual energy surged forth like a relentless torrent, coalescing upon the blade. As he invoked this thunderous technique, he swung the blade with ferocity, the energy-formed edge slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning. Aimed directly at Li Yang and his companions. Unfazed, Li Yang swiftly shielded Wu Qingqing and Gu Yuhang behind him, sheathing his long sword. At this moment, he was prepared to let Pang Tong experience the taste of the newly acquired golden roar bestowed by the system. With a thunderous roar, Li Yang unleashed a sound that reverberated like the crack of thunder, deafening in its intensity. Meanwhile, a powerful sound wave surged forth, infused with an abundance of spiritual energy, sweeping towards Pang Tong with a force akin to an avalanche. When the blade's radiance met the sound wave, it momentarily halted in midair, as if time itself had paused. Then, with a resounding crash, the blade shattered instantly, transforming into countless shards of spiritual energy that scattered in all directions. Yet, the sound wave showed no signs of abating. Continuing its relentless advance with astonishing speed, it struck Pang Tong directly, causing him to feel as though a colossal hammer had mercilessly struck his head, unleashing a wave of excruciating pain that plunged him into darkness, sending both him and his blade flying several dozen meters away. Li Yang's roar had not unleashed his full might. He had only recently regained some strength and was wary of overexerting himself. Moreover, if he were to inadvertently cause Pang Tong's demise, it would lead to an irreconcilable feud between the Li and Pang families, an outcome that was far from favorable for him at this juncture. The surrounding cultivators had long sensed something amiss and hastily dispersed, employing their own spiritual energy to seal their ears. However, despite their precautionary measures, the aftershock from that thunderous shout remained overwhelmingly potent, leaving many of the less experienced cultivators with splitting headaches, as if countless steel needles were mercilessly piercing their minds. The cultivator who had previously reveled in the spectacle emerged as the greatest victim of this incident. Now he clutched his head tightly, rolling on the ground in agony, his face etched with pain and regret. If given another chance, he would resolutely refrain from speaking out, even under duress, for the lesson learned was profoundly indelible. Who else desires the magic core? Li Yang stood at the center of the battlefield, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, surveying the surrounding cultivators. His voice rang out, resonant and confident, tinged with a hint of arrogance. The cultivators averted their gazes, shaking their heads vigorously like a wave drum, indicating their disinterest in the magic core. Fear gripped their hearts. They dreaded attracting Li Yang's attention and becoming his next target. Faced with Li Yang's overwhelming presence, they could only choose silence and retreat. At this moment, an unknown junior suddenly shouted, "Li Yang, senior brother, is mighty." This exclamation acted as a spark, igniting the atmosphere in an instant. Following suit, all the disciples of the Sanqing sect joined in unison, chanting, "Li Yang, senior brother, is mighty. Li Yang, senior brother, is mighty." Their voices reverberated through the skies, echoing throughout the valley. Li Yang, basking in the cheers of the crowd, wore a satisfied smile. He reveled in the feeling of admiration and awe, believing his efforts were finally recognized. Yet, deep within, he understood that to truly become a formidable force, he must persistently cultivate and enhance his abilities. In this mystical and perilous fantasy realm, only by possessing absolute strength could one seize control over their own destiny. At this moment, Li Yang is steadily progressing towards his goal. All cultivators are advised that the first round of assessments has concluded, and the top 500 cultivators will advance to the next stage. As these words resonate in the air, everyone on the spatial battlefield feels a sudden blur before realizing they have been teleported away. Li Yang slowly opens his eyes, finding himself once again in the square prior to the assessment. However, unlike before, the square now appears significantly more spacious, with the once crowded throng reduced to only a few hundred individuals. Congratulations, everyone, for successfully passing this assessment. You may take a moment to rest here, as there will be a small test ahead. Should you pass this smoothly, you will officially become inner disciples of our Sanqing sect, announces a middle-aged cultivator standing beside Elder Xianming on the high platform. Li Yang gazes intently at the middle-aged man, who regards the assembly with a serious countenance, his eyes shimmering with an air of authority. Unbeknownst to them, another test awaits. During their time on the beast battlefield, they lived in constant trepidation, unable to eat or sleep well. Having finally persevered to secure a spot among the top 500, they can only hope this upcoming test does not demand the same relentless effort. With some time before the test begins, Li Yang and his companions find a quiet corner to sit and meditate, awaiting the forthcoming challenge. Attention, everyone. This test will be a comprehensive assessment of your innate talents. Each of you is required to drop a single drop of blood onto your tokens. This test is of utmost importance, as it will directly determine your cultivation locations and resource allocations upon entering the inner sect. Therefore, I urge you all to treat it with the utmost seriousness and not to take it lightly. With these words from Yuan Qing, a hush falls over the crowd, soon followed by a collective sigh of relief. The heavy burden that had weighed on their hearts has finally lifted. It turns out to be merely a minor test. Nonetheless, despite the apparent simplicity, none dare to be complacent. The nature of innate talent is largely determined from the moment one embarks on the path of cultivation. Those who successfully made it into the top 500 are all gifted individuals, remarkable in their own right, and thus they harbor little concern regarding the outcome of such a test. However, precisely because they are acutely aware of each other's formidable capabilities, this seemingly straightforward assessment becomes even more daunting. Everyone comprehends that in order to secure better treatment and more abundant resources within the inner sect, they must showcase their true strength and potential during this test. In an instant, the initially relaxed atmosphere turns tense, as an invisible pressure envelopes the hearts of the cultivators. Yet, they quickly regain their composure, retrieving their tokens in preparation for the impending trial. What they remain unaware of is that this test conceals a far more critical objective: the analysis of the components of their blood. In truth, some extraordinarily powerful beasts possess the ability to transform into human form and reproduce with human cultivators through the arcane techniques of the demonic race. This bloodline is passed down through generations. Once future generations successfully cultivate to the golden core realm, they can awaken the long-dormant beast blood within them, transforming into formidable practitioners of the demonic clan. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the Daong celestial dynasty. Whenever the realms of immortals and demons clash, it is not unusual for once mighty human generals to suddenly switch allegiance at crucial moments, siding with the demonic faction. This undoubtedly delivers a heavy blow to the human practitioners and has become a pivotal factor in the recent defeats and significant losses suffered by humanity on the battlefield against the immortals and demons. In light of this situation, various sects exercise extreme caution when recruiting inner disciples, especially in the selection of core disciples. Moreover, every decade, major sects and the Demon Suppression Guard collaboratively organize an ancestral assessment for all practitioners at the Golden Core stage. This initiative not only aids in identifying exceptional talents among humanity, but also provides an excellent opportunity to eradicate the remnants of the demonic forces. Liang, like those around him, cautiously retrieved the token from his possession. He concentrated, allowing a drop of his essence blood to fall onto the token. As the blood made contact, a brilliant red light flashed momentarily before vanishing, leaving the token's surface serene and unchanged. Li Yang mused internally about the potential value of the token, his thoughts consumed by a yearning for spirit stones. Earlier, while meditating, he had a sudden inspiration and decided to invest the few remaining spirit stones he had into the system, attempting to click the next to the Taichu sword to upgrade its level. Unfortunately, the system's response was disheartening: insufficient spirit stones to complete the upgrade. This outcome left Li Yang feeling dejected and increasingly curious about the amount of spirit stones required to elevate his divine ability from the minor to the perfected realm. During this period, he had achieved considerable success in the spatial battlefield, acquiring a plethora of demon cores, particularly the third-tier demon core from the golden-haired roar, which should fetch a handsome price. After this assessment, he resolved to seek an opportunity to sell it at the auction house. Observing that no anomalies appeared with the tokens held by others, Yuan Qing wore a satisfied smile, nodding slightly in approval. He reflected inwardly. The quality of this batch of inner disciples is indeed superior to any previous cohort. These promising young practitioners, having received meticulous cultivation in the inner sect, are bound to become the backbone of the Sanqing sect, especially that child named Liang, who has already demonstrated extraordinary strength and potential at such a young age. Truly a rare gem of talent. Very well, all of you have successfully passed this trial. Next, you may take a brief 3-day respite in the outer sect. After 3 days, the formation of the inner sect will open once more in this location, where someone will come to guide you into the inner sect for cultivation. Yuan Qing addressed the disciples, nodding in satisfaction before vanishing without a trace. With Yuan Qing's departure, the crowd in the square gradually dispersed, Those disciples of the three cleansing sect, who were originally part of the order, returned to their respective places, patiently awaiting the arrival of the emissaries. Meanwhile, the cultivators who had come from afar to participate in the assessment were compelled to remain temporarily at the outer reception area. After exchanging pleasantries with Wu Qingqing and Gu Yuhang, Liang made his way directly towards the little solitary peak. However, he did not return to his modest wooden cabin situated on the mountainside. At this moment, his mind was occupied with the eagerness to convey this splendid news to his venerable master, as well as to seek guidance regarding the specifics of the inner sect, so he could adequately prepare for what lay ahead. After all, for someone on the brink of entering the inner sect like himself, acquiring more knowledge would facilitate a smoother adaptation to the new environment and the challenges that awaited. At the summit of the little solitary peak, Ouyang Xian was radiating an overwhelming sense of pride. His gaze, sharp and discerning, was fixed upon the disciple before him. He took a gentle sip of mountain ginseng wine, a subtle smile gracing his lips, revealing a hint of satisfaction. "Ah, my dear apprentice, you truly do not disappoint. While you remain unassuming in your daily conduct, you have managed to astound us all at this critical moment. The remarkable enhancement in your cultivation within such a brief period is indeed astonishing," Ouyang Xian exclaimed with admiration. Upon hearing this, Liang felt a surge of joy within, yet he maintained an outward demeanor of humility as he replied, "Master, you flatter me. All of this is due to your diligent guidance. Without your enlightening counsel, how could I have achieved such progress?" However, Ouyang Xian's expression grew serious, and he spoke earnestly. "Nonetheless, your temperament tends to be a bit too impulsive. That Pang Tong, after all, is the son of the governor of Linjiang. We ought to afford his father some respect. Your actions were rather excessive, and I have heard that the young man remains unconscious, with his spirit severely injured, making future progress unlikely. Yet, it must be said, it was indeed that young scion of the Pang family who instigated the confrontation, only to find himself outmatched and suffering this fate. Furthermore, now that you have become an inner disciple of the three cleansing sect, even if the Pang family harbors resentment, they would not dare act against you lightly. Let us set this matter aside for now. Once you enter the inner sect, remember to proceed with caution. Never let your guard down. After all, within the inner sect, there are many whose strength surpasses yours. The path of cultivation hinges upon patience. I too suffered greatly due to my own impetuous nature in my youth." At this juncture, Ouyang Xian seemed to be overtaken by memories of regrettable past events. His mood turning increasingly somber, he abruptly raised his cup and drained it in one gulp, a trace of melancholy etched upon his face. "I shall heed your teachings, master," Liang declared, swiftly rising to bow respectfully, pledging to keep the lesson close to his heart. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, "Master, I still have many unresolved questions regarding the inner sect, and I hope you might generously enlighten me. How many cultivators reside within the inner sect? What arrangements will be made upon my entry? Moreover, why have I never encountered any inner disciples before this moment? This matter is rather extensive." Liang mused upon returning to his wooden cabin, seated at the table as he began to organize the thoughts swirling in his mind. According to Master Ouyang Xian, the inner sect recruits hundreds of disciples every 3 years. In recent years, this number has been steadily increasing. Nevertheless, despite thousands of years of development, the number of practitioners within the inner sect remains relatively small, not constituting a vast community. From the master's description, it is evident that the inner sect of the Sanqing sect resembles an academy. Those who are admitted into the fold are akin to students, receiving systematic training and education in the inner sect. Upon completing their studies, they are dispatched to various locations for practical experience. Some of the more exceptional individuals choose to remain in the inner sect as instructors. Meanwhile, those who have aged and are nearing the end of their lifespan return to the outer sect to assist with certain sect affairs, much like his master Ouyang Xian. Within the inner sect, majestic mountains rise in layers, featuring 5 towering peaks: Lianhua Peak, Tiandu Peak, Tianju Peak, Beima Peak, and Guangming Peak. Among these, Guangming Peak reigns supreme, serving as the place where the sect leader and the esteemed elders engage in cultivation and impart teachings, holding an incredibly revered status. The leaders of the other 4 peaks are no ordinary figures. They possess formidable strength above the golden core stage, and many high-ranking instructors preside over the area. Each of these 5 peaks boasts unique areas of expertise. For instance, Lianhua Peak primarily focuses on nurturing female practitioners. Tiandu Peak emphasizes the inheritance of alchemy and artifact crafting. Tianju Peak specializes in the arts of astronomy, geography, and the principles of yin-yang and the 5 elements, while Beima Peak gathers numerous swordsmanship masters, becoming a veritable sword sect. In this regard, it is highly likely that Li Yang will be assigned to Bema Peak for further study. After all, his profound interest and innate talent in swordsmanship suggest that he could thrive and enhance his abilities in such an environment. However, the final outcome remains to be seen. As for the duration required for each practitioner to complete their studies and successfully graduate, it varies from person to person, influenced by numerous factors. Some may find themselves unable to achieve their goals even after a lifetime, never graduating from the inner sect. Yet this does not hinder their pursuit of the path of cultivation. Chapter 23. The teleportation array 3 days later at the ascension platform. The elevated platform in front of the square bathed in golden sunlight appeared particularly solemn and dignified. Li Yang and several hundred practitioners gathered here, their hearts filled with a blend of nervousness and anticipation, silently gazing at the platform, their eyes betraying their longing. Before long, a brilliant flash of colorful light suddenly streaked across the sky, resembling a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, 2 elderly figures clad in simple robes appeared before the crowd like phantoms. Their expressions were grave, and their eyes, sharp as those of hawks, exuded an invisible pressure. One of the elders spoke, his voice deep and hoarse, as if seasoned by the passage of time. The inner sect's teleportation array is about to open. All students, please maintain order and enter in groups of 10, one after the other. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 elders swiftly began to form intricate hand seals. Their movements fluid and practiced, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Their fingers danced like butterflies, yet were as swift as a tempest, leaving the onlookers in a state of awe. As time progressed, the number of hand seals increased, and their speed escalated. At long last, in a singular moment, they simultaneously swung their arms with great force, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. Almost immediately, a colossal teleportation array began to materialize in the previously empty space atop the platform. This extraordinary array, measuring several dozen zhang in diameter, shimmered with an enigmatic brilliance. Its circular design was inscribed with a myriad of intricate and complex runes, resembling an array of mysterious codes that captivated all who beheld them. At the center of the array stood an energy core the size of a fist, emitting a low, resonant hum while continuously releasing potent waves of energy. These energy waves spread outward in visible forms, stirring up gusts of wind that rustled the garments of the onlookers. As the crowd marveled at this wondrous teleportation array, the 2 elders once again intoned in unison, "Open." In an instant, a brilliant light erupted, dazzling to the extreme. This resplendent glow coalesced into an immense portal, revealing a distorted and transformed space within, seemingly connected to an entirely different realm. Through the portal, glimpses of countless strange sights flashed by, evoking a sense of yearning. As the champion of this assessment, Li Yang undoubtedly became the first to step through. Unlike the somewhat rudimentary teleportation portal from the previous spatial battlefield, this array resembled a spacious and profound corridor. With resolute steps, Li Yang advanced forward. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. After approximately half an hour, the surroundings suddenly opened up, unveiling an entirely new world before him. Upon entering this realm, a rich and potent aura of spiritual energy enveloped him, compelling his body to instinctively absorb this formidable energy. He focused his gaze ahead to behold an expansive plain dotted with numerous architecturally unique edifices, each exuding grandeur. Behind them loomed towering mountains, majestic and awe-inspiring, likely the inner gate's 5 peaks that his master had previously mentioned. Just as Li Yang immersed himself in the breathtaking scenery, a voice suddenly resonated in his ears. "You must be Li Yang, junior apprentice." Within the inner gate, regardless of cultivation level, disciples refer to one another as brothers. "My surname is Chung, given name Howren. You may call me Brother Howren." Following the voice, Li Yang saw a dashing young man approaching him with a smile. "Greetings, Brother Howren," Li Yang acknowledged, sensing an aura from this senior that rivaled that of the golden-haired beast, realizing he was a Foundation establishment practitioner. Not daring to show any disrespect, he quickly bowed in return. "No need for formalities, junior brother. The Peak Master wishes to see you. Please follow me." As he spoke, he chanted an incantation, forming hand seals, and a flying sword materialized beneath him. With the incantation's guidance, the sword rapidly expanded to several zhang in size. Chung Howren then deftly leaped onto the sword, standing firmly upon it. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this truly be the legendary sword control technique? "Li Yang, my junior, the Peak Master awaits us on the mountain. Let us fly there swiftly," Chung Howren remarked to Li Yang. Without hesitation, Li Yang gathered his strength and leapt onto the sword. "Junior, brace yourself. Up we go." Yet, before he could finish his words, the flying sword soared with a whoosh, carrying the 2 of them like arrows shot from a bow towards the distant mountain peaks. In the blink of an eye, their figures vanished into the vast sky. At Bai Ma Peak, Bai Ma Jian. After an hour of soaring on the sword, Liang finally beheld the peak master, as mentioned by Senior Howren. This very peak was Bai Ma Peak, and the peak master was none other than Elder Xianming, who had been present that day. Disciple Liang pays respects to Elder Ming. Liang alighted from the sword, hastily bowing in reverence. He had initially intended to kneel, but during their flight, Senior Howren had informed him that disciples like them, freshly returned from external assessments, were not yet permitted to formally bow to the 5 peaks as core inner disciples. They first needed to complete 3 years of studies at the Grand Hall on the Plains, learning the inner sect's regulations and familiarizing themselves with the methods of cultivation. Only after successfully establishing their foundations after 3 years could they be regarded as true core disciples, free to choose one of the 5 peaks to join. Of course, Lianhua Peak was an exception, as it only accepted female cultivators. Thus, Liang could only bow as low as possible to express his respect to the esteemed Elder Ming, who held considerable power and status. There is no need for excessive formalities. Although this is our first meeting, I am quite familiar with you. I observe that your aura is robust, and your demeanor suggests that your spiritual power is on the verge of a breakthrough into the foundation establishment realm. At that time, I am determined to take you as my direct disciple. What say you? Elder Xuanming's keen eyes locked onto Liang, a glimmer of light passing through them, as if he were appraising a fine piece of art. It had been a long time since he had encountered a sword cultivator with such exceptional talent. As one of the 3 elders of the Sanqing sect, Elder Xianming also served as the peak master of Bai Ma Peak. Following the demise of the previous peak master, there was no suitably qualified sword cultivator to lead Bai Ma, and thus he, as a senior elder, stepped in. Now he saw hope for Bai Ma in Liang. As the sword sect of the Sanqing sect, Bai Ma had always been the sharpest blade, clearing numerous obstacles for the sect since its inception. Even among human cultivators, Bai Ma's sword sect was renowned, having nurtured many formidable sword cultivators. This sharp sword made even the demonic beings tremble, with many demon generals and kings falling before its blade. Disciple Liang pays respects to my master. This time, Liang did not hesitate. He knelt and bowed his head, performing the formalities of a master-disciple relationship. At that moment, Cheng Haoren was utterly astounded. This Elder Ming, who had not taken a disciple for countless years, had unexpectedly chosen a cultivator of the Qi-gathering realm today as his direct disciple. It was noteworthy that many cultivators at Bai Ma Peak, including some mentors at the Golden Core level, had been unable to enter Elder Ming's tutelage. How could he not be astonished? Moreover, this individual is not merely the master of Mount Bema, but also one of the 3 esteemed elders. Thus, does not Li Yang's lineage place him on par with the sect leader? Chapter 24. Inheritance. Good lad, there is no need for you to bow just yet. Wait until you have officially reached the foundation establishment stage before performing the disciple's rite, Master Ming remarked, indicating that Cheng Haoren should take his leave. Once Cheng Haoren departed, he erected a barrier around himself and Liang before continuing. You are the top candidate in this inner sect selection, and according to tradition, you have another opportunity to accept the inheritance of the Sanqing sect. However, I advise you to wait until after you achieve foundation establishment to pursue it. Disciple will heed the master's counsel. By the way, may I inquire what this inheritance specifically entails? Liang, sensing Elder Xianming's fondness for him, boldly posed the question. Though they were not yet official master and disciple, Elder Xianming appeared unconcerned by Liang addressing him as master, instead countering with, what do you believe is the essence of cultivating immortality? The essence of cultivation lies in the exploration and transcendence of both the inner spirit and the external world. Cultivators refine their will and elevate their spiritual awareness through the practice of techniques, striving to attain harmony with nature. Immortality is not merely the pursuit of eternal life or extraordinary powers. It is a quest for the profound truths of existence. Throughout the cultivation journey, practitioners emphasize inner tranquility and moral refinement to achieve spiritual purification and elevation. They believe that only through personal effort and dedicated practice can one truly grasp the mysteries of the universe and the meaning of life. Liang recounted the interpretations of cultivation he had encountered in his past life. He felt uncertain, unsure if his words truly resonated with the authentic path of cultivation in this world. However, from the astonished gaze of Elder Ming, he realized he might have articulated something profoundly accurate. After a brief moment of contemplation, Elder Xianming fixed his gaze intently upon Liang, particularly intrigued when he heard the phrase about comprehending the mysteries of the universe, as if a fragment of his own inner confusion had been resolved. For one who had cultivated to such a level, his understanding of the practice had already taken deep root within his heart. Cultivators ultimately seek longevity and transcendence. And as human practitioners, their most fundamental aim is to strengthen themselves, mastering the arts of the immortal path to eradicate all demonic forces from the world. In recent years, however, the human-demon battlefield has witnessed defeat after defeat, with humanity retreating steadily, as if the heavens themselves had aligned with the demonic forces, rendering humanity as outsiders unwelcome in this realm. Demons are inherently powerful, needing little cultivation, their bloodline alone enabling them to ascend to terrifying heights. In contrast, human cultivators toil diligently. Yet upon reaching the nascent soul stage, they find further advancement increasingly elusive, as if bound by the very fabric of this world. To my surprise, you possess such a profound understanding of the path of cultivation. A cultivator must first cultivate oneself, which encompasses both the refinement of the body and the heart. Over the years, the Sanqing sect has seen many talents, including those from the academy, yet numerous disciples from earlier batches remain stalled at the foundation establishment stage. Do you understand why? The path of cultivation is long and fraught with uncertainty, yet at its core, it is the mastery of one's mental state and consciousness. However, in this world, there exists no specialized method for cultivating one's consciousness. All progress must rely on one's own comprehension and gradual enlightenment. Consequently, many cultivators, despite dedicating their entire lives to successfully condensing their consciousness and stepping into the foundational realm within their limited lifespan, find it exceedingly challenging to advance further. This consciousness, also known as the primordial spirit, requires the continued harnessing of the power of the laws to transcend oneself until one can fully master a certain heavenly principle and be honored as an immortal. Yet, such a realm is currently beyond your reach. For now, you should simply be aware that our sect, the Three Clear sect, has a revered ancestor who, upon ascending, left behind a wondrous scroll depicting the scene of ascension. Should a fortunate disciple encounter this scroll, they may glean the secrets of cultivating consciousness from it. However, such an opportunity is rare, occurring only once every 3 years. For this reason, our inner sect holds a selection competition every 3 years, and only the ultimate victor shall gain this invaluable chance. Despite the vast expanse of our sect's territory, the number of cultivators at the Golden Core stage and above on each peak is exceedingly few. This holds true not only for the Three Clear sect, but also for other sections. Regardless of location, Golden Core cultivators are undoubtedly the backbone of any sect. Therefore, Liang, you must seize this rare opportunity. Whether you can obtain the secret methods for cultivating consciousness hinges entirely on your own efforts and fate. Having said this, Xianming retrieved a crystal clear, flawless pill emanating a strong aura of spiritual energy from his bosom and presented it to Liang, advising, "This is a foundation establishment pill. Once you comprehend your consciousness, you must guide it into your Qi, merging it with the spiritual energy. This pill significantly enhances the probability of successful integration." Observing the invaluable pill handed to him by the elder, Li Yang's heart brimmed with gratitude. "Thank you for bestowing this medicine, Master. May I inquire if this pill can only be consumed once?" Liang asked, for he had another foundation establishment pill quietly resting in his system's inventory. He pondered to himself, "If only I could consume a few more, perhaps the likelihood of successfully establishing my foundation would considerably increase. One is already exceedingly rare. Where would you find more foundation establishment pills?" The elder gently shook his head. "This pill is meticulously crafted from the core of a third-tier magical beast, containing a trace of the beast's consciousness. It is, by all accounts, a miraculous item. Moreover, such a pill must be refined personally by a powerful alchemist of Golden Core level or above. The very act of creation often attracts formidable tribulations, and the alchemist must endure a degree of backlash. Each year, only one can be produced on Tiandu Peak, designated as the reward for the champion of the inner sect selection competition. Thus, obtaining this solitary pill is indeed a remarkable feat. As for the pill, it ultimately serves only as an auxiliary aid. Consuming more may prove futile. Ultimately, the success of establishing your foundation depends on your own efforts and fate. As I previously stated, whether you succeed or fail rests entirely upon you. Thank you for your guidance, Master. I shall diligently cultivate and not disappoint your expectations." Liang, upon hearing this, quickly bowed in apology for his earlier greed. Hearing the teacher's words, it seemed that the foundation establishment pill was indeed quite valuable. Seizing an opportunity to sell it to the brothers at the university would likely yield a handsome profit. The mere thought of earning such a substantial sum filled Li Yang's heart with joy. "You should report to the university first. Come find me after you establish your foundation," Xianming remarked, seemingly aware of Li Yang's innermost thoughts, his tone tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction. With a swift wave of his hand, Liang instantly found himself at the foot of the mountain, right in front of the university. Liang did not find this display of power peculiar, as he understood who his teacher was. Brother Howren had mentioned that even the sect leader must heed the wisdom of this venerable elder. Within the university, a multitude of cultivators had already gathered, and a mentor stood at the podium, introducing the various locations and regulations of the inner sect. Liang discreetly slipped into an unoccupied seat, intending to sit beside his junior sister, Wu Qingqing. However, after scanning the area, he found no sign of her. In fact, the presence of fellow male cultivators was overwhelming. It was unexpected that the inner sect maintained such traditional customs, enforcing a separation of genders. Chapter 25, Foundation Establishment in the Beast Mountain Range. Liang mused quietly. From the mentor's discourse, he learned that the cultivators at the university typically engaged in hunting magical beasts in the Beast Mountain Range. The inner sect had a merit hall where magic cores could be exchanged for academic credits, which could then be traded for pills and other cultivation resources, or even spiritual stones, with 1 credit equating to 100 spiritual stones. The token he previously possessed was, in fact, an identity token for the inner sect disciples. And when Liang examined it, he discovered it now displayed. Liang, University Disciple, points, 0. After the mentor's comprehensive introduction, Liang gained a deeper and more thorough understanding of the inner sect. It became clear that only upon successfully establishing their foundation could one truly access the various rare resources offered by the inner sect. Evidently, this so-called university served as a second filtering mechanism set by the inner sect. In other words, merely passing the entrance examination did not guarantee one's status as a core disciple of the inner sect. If one failed to establish their foundation within the subsequent 3 years, 2 alternatives presented themselves: either voluntarily apply for a year of retention or be compelled to leave the inner sect. Considering the dense and rich spiritual energy within the inner sect, a year of diligent cultivation there could equate to a decade of arduous training in the outside world. Thus, if one were to squander 4 years without success in foundation establishment, stepping out of the inner sect would render further attempts exceedingly arduous. Furthermore, even if one were fortunate enough to finally establish their foundation, it was likely that all their innate talent would have been exhausted, making future breakthroughs and advancements exceedingly difficult. 7 days later, the student dormitory lay in serene silence, punctuated only by the soft sounds of breath. Suddenly, a crisp notification shattered the tranquility, followed by an exhilarating announcement. Host sign-in successful, lottery reward, 30 years of cultivation. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from within Liang, akin to a torrential wave sweeping through the entire room. This astonishing spectacle rendered the surrounding air palpably dense. After an unwavering commitment to check-ins and draws for a full 7 days, Liang was once again bestowed with an invaluable reward for his cultivation. As the 30 years of training flashed rapidly through his mind, an unprecedented and wondrous sensation surged within him. However, unlike the previous occasion, this time Liang distinctly sensed a faint, yet undeniable consciousness quietly coming into being. This transformation filled him with both astonishment and joy, prompting him to reflect. Without the assistance of this miraculous system, he would have likely toiled for 3 arduous years at the academy before even approaching the threshold of foundational establishment. Liang hastily consumed a foundational pill, selecting the one awarded by the system. After all, the quality of elixirs produced by the system far surpassed those crafted by ordinary alchemists, significantly increasing the likelihood of successful integration. As the pill dissolved upon entry, a terrifying pressure of monstrous consciousness surged forth, briefly lingering within Liang's body before traversing through a peculiar pathway within his meridians. Liang promptly guided his own fragile consciousness to follow in the wake of the monstrous consciousness, mimicking its movement through the meridians. As time passed, just as the monstrous consciousness was about to enter Liang's qi, it suddenly vanished, while Liang's own consciousness seamlessly arrived at the qi's dantian. At this pivotal moment, the fusion commenced. Liang concentrated intently, suppressing the tumultuous waves of spiritual energy within the qi, fearful that the overwhelming force of the spiritual tide might obliterate his vulnerable consciousness. Treading cautiously as if on thin ice, he meticulously introduced his consciousness deeper into the spiritual energy of the qi. However, when consciousness first clashed with spiritual energy, it was akin to fire and water, igniting an intense confrontation. The spiritual energy, like a wild stallion, completely lost control and fiercely resisted the intrusion of consciousness. Beads of perspiration began to form on Liang's forehead, rolling down one by one. Merge, he fervently chanted in his mind. gritting his teeth and resolutely persevering in his attempts. As time wore on, although the spiritual energy continued to deplete, its resistance gradually diminished under the guidance of Li Yang's unwavering will. Finally, in a decisive moment, consciousness pierced through the last barrier like a sharp sword, successfully merging with the spiritual energy. In that instant, Li Yang's body seemed to open a vast conduit, greedily absorbing the abundant spiritual energy from the surrounding world. Whenever the Qi Si brimmed with spiritual energy, it would automatically compress into a more refined and concentrated form of energy. This process of compression perpetuated endlessly in a cycle. As moments trickled by, after several hours had passed, Li Yang suddenly sensed a subtle shift within the Qi Si. Peering closely, he noticed the once ethereal spiritual energy beginning to coalesce into a drop of crystalline, liquid spiritual energy. Simultaneously, Li Yang's consciousness seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, instinctively converging towards the drop of liquid spiritual energy, ultimately enveloping it completely. In an instant, a faint halo emanated from the surface of the liquid spiritual energy, illuminating the entire Qi Si with a radiant glow. The wondrous spectacle stirred a profound sense of astonishment within Li Yang, yet he maintained his composure. Instead, he inhaled deeply, striving to restore tranquility to his mind. Gradually, he began to release the constraints on his cultivation. At that moment, an indescribably immense aura erupted from within him, akin to a volcanic eruption. This powerful and ferocious energy generated ripples of spiritual force that radiated outward in concentric circles. As he sensed this unprecedented power, an expression of disbelief graced Li Yang's visage. "Is this the strength of a foundational cultivator?" he murmured, seemingly unable to fathom the reality unfolding before him. However, the truth was undeniable. He acutely felt his body undergoing a cataclysmic transformation. His bones hardened, his meridians expanded exponentially, and the spiritual energy within his dantian grew increasingly dense and refined. In that moment, Li Yang finally comprehended why individuals yearn so fervently to transcend to higher realms. For only in doing so could one truly grasp the pinnacle of power and gaze down upon all living beings from the summit. Now, he had taken a pivotal step towards realizing his dream. Host, Li Yang cultivation level. First stage of foundation establishment physique. Innate sword body divine abilities. Primordial sword technique. Beginner. Heavenly eye technique. Beginner. Spirit concealment technique. Beginner. Shattering gold roar. Beginner. Spirit sword. Primordial sword lottery chances. 0 at last. He had established his foundation. Observing the interface, he noted the addition in the cultivation section. Previously, Li Yang had pondered why divine abilities could be enhanced with spirit stones, while cultivation could not. Now he understood. He had been at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and it appeared that significant advancements could not be facilitated by spirit stones, although minor upgrades were indeed possible. The commotion stirred by Li Yang's transformation had not gone unnoticed. In the dormitory area of the academy, all cultivators emerged from their rooms, drawn to his vicinity. "Another senior has successfully established their foundation," they murmured. "It seems to be old Ma. He had requested a 1-year extension last year, and it appears he has finally broken through." As the cultivators engaged in their speculations, Li Yang soared into the air, appearing before all the onlookers. He resolved to relish the exhilaration of being a foundational cultivator. In the sky, a faint glow sliced through the expanse, reminiscent of a meteor streaking across the night. Yet more enduring than any shooting star, Li Yang was utilizing the art of light escape, traversing the heavens at the speed of light. His form was enveloped in a delicate halo, which flickered with varying hues in sync with his velocity. He seemed to meld with the surrounding air, producing no sound save for the elongated trail of light that attested to his presence. "Congratulations, Senior, on your successful foundation establishment." The gathered cultivators gazed upwards at the lingering afterimage left by Li Yang, their hearts filled with envy. The following day, Li Yang's accomplishment sparked considerable excitement within the academy. When the instructors revealed that the newly established foundational cultivator was none other than Li Yang, who had only recently joined the inner academy, many cultivators doubted their hearing. After all, among them were several at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, with many having practiced in the inner academy for 1 or 2 years. Truly, it was a case of comparison breeds jealousy. Upon reluctantly accepting this reality, the crowd grew increasingly diligent. Some cultivators even chose to remain in the Beast Mountain range, intending to achieve breakthroughs through life and death challenges. At this moment, Li Yang was hastening towards White Horse Peak, for Elder Ming had stated that upon successfully establishing his foundation, he could formally seek apprenticeship. As Li Yang approached White Horse Peak, he noticed a faint luminous barrier ahead, the protective enchantment of the peak. Unfazed, He channeled his vital energy, maintaining his speed as he surged towards the barrier. Suddenly, the barrier erupted in radiant brilliance, and beams of light shot forth from all directions, forming a colossal cage that ensnared Li Yang within. A surge of alarm coursed through him. He had unwittingly triggered the mechanism of the barrier. At that moment, several figures descended from White Horse Peak, landing before Li Yang. Leading them was a young man clad in white, his gaze filled with disdain and provocation. "Who are you to dare intrude upon White Horse Peak?" The young man in white coldly inquired. "I am Li Yang, sent by Elder Xianming to seek apprenticeship." Li Yang replied with a slight smile, maintaining a respectful yet assertive demeanor. A flicker of cold light passed through the young man's eyes. Li Yang's name had recently circulated widely within White Horse Peak. Everyone knew that the peak's master had taken a liking to a young man named Li Yang, who, despite merely being at the Qi gathering stage, had been accepted as a direct disciple. This had evoked considerable jealousy among many cultivators of White Horse Peak, particularly from Long Outyan, a disciple ranked on the heavenly list and regarded as the most promising sword cultivator. He believed that he would one day become a disciple of Elder Xianming and shine as the brightest star. Li Yang's emergence shattered that dream, thus fostering Long Outyan's discontent. "You are Li Yang. I have heard you are the top contender in this intersect selection. Though the Peak Master holds you in high regard, you must first pass my trial to gain entry beneath his tutelage," Long Outyan declared with an air of arrogance. As a swordsman, possessing an indomitable spirit was of utmost importance. Upon Long Outyan's appearance, Li Yang activated his Heavenly Eye technique. Discerning that he was at the 6th level of foundation establishment with an exceptional sword spirit root, a formidable opponent indeed, having just recently advanced in his own cultivation, he saw this as an excellent opportunity for practice. "Very well, I shall gladly accept your challenge," Li Yang responded, cupping his fists in a gesture of respect. At his words, Long Outyan's eyes flashed with jealousy and anger. He snorted coldly, saying, "Humph, let us see if you possess such qualifications." Barely had the words left his lips when Long Outyan's figure flickered and transformed into a streak of white light, dashing towards Li Yang like a bolt of lightning. Witnessing this, Li Yang's eyes ignited with fierce battle intent. Instead of retreating, he charged forward to meet Long Outyan head-on. The two collided midair, unleashing an earth-shattering wave of spiritual power. Long Outyan's palm strike was as heavy as a mountain, seemingly capable of obliterating everything in its path. However, Li Yang deftly evaded the ferocious assault with his agile movements. Immediately following, he launched a counterattack, each strike imbued with profound and intricate changes. Leaving his opponent struggling to defend, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither yielding an inch, the battle intensifying with every moment. As time progressed, the flow of spiritual energy within Li Yang became increasingly smooth and unimpeded. Each strike he made was accompanied by an enigmatic and formidable pressure, causing Long Outyan to feel an unprecedented weight upon his shoulders. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Long Outyan understood that a stalemate was no longer a viable option. Recognizing his disadvantage in terms of spiritual energy, he leaned on his extensive experience as a seasoned swordsman, confident in his mastery of the swordsmanship realm, convinced that he could easily overpower Li Yang. In the air, the two clashed palms, both being pushed back a few steps by the force of each other's spiritual energy. After regaining his balance, a flicker of surprise flashed in Long Outyan's eyes, which quickly returned to calm. He regarded his opponent with a slight upward curve of his lips, revealing a self-assured smile. "As a competent swordsman, I hope your swordsmanship can match your realm," Long Outyan proclaimed, his voice modest yet imbued with an undeniable authority. He summoned his spiritual sword, gently waving the long blade, which shimmered with a faint spiritual light, as if to challenge his opponent. Taking a deep breath, Long Outyan infused his spiritual energy into the sword, which suddenly erupted in dazzling brilliance, as radiant as the sun itself. This sword, named Outyan, measures 6 feet 5 inches and is a second-tier spiritual weapon, personally crafted for me by the elders of Tiandu Peak. It has accompanied me through countless battles over the years and has never let me down. Today, I shall wield it to demonstrate my strength. Long Outyan's voice resonated with pride and confidence. Observing Long Outyan's self-satisfied introduction, Li Yang could not help but smile wryly. This Long Outyan truly lived up to his name, exuding boundless arrogance. However, as a worthy protagonist, Li Yang was not one to yield easily. He silently circulated his own spiritual energy, preparing to summon his spiritual sword. With a graceful movement of his arm, a resplendent beam of sword light shot forth from his hand. The sword radiated a mysterious glow, seemingly harboring boundless power. Its name was Tai Chu, capable of changing in length at will, and it was a third-tier spiritual weapon that had never tasted defeat. Li Yang's voice was equally resolute. exuding confidence in his own abilities. He understood that although Long Outyin possessed some strength, he felt no fear, for he believed he could vanquish his opponent. While Li Yang's words may have appeared boastful, they were indeed grounded in truth. Ever since the system gifted him the Taichu sword, he had slain the formidable Pang Guangda, eradicated the remnants of the Blood Demon sect, triumphed over second-tier magical beasts in the Immortal Demon battlefield, and even defeated a third-tier beast, the golden-haired Roar, against all odds. Thanks to the system's item cards, such an illustrious record justified his claim of never having faced defeat. As the words of both warriors echoed in the air, a palpable tension enveloped the space. They gazed intently at one another, their eyes sparkling with determination and resolve. A thrilling confrontation was about to unfold. The tips of their swords met in midair, producing a crisp sound of metallic collision. Long Outyen's swordplay was agile yet composed. With each strike seemingly infused with the principles of heaven and earth, the sword light flowing like a continuous stream. In contrast, Li Yang's technique was swift and fierce, each stroke akin to a torrential storm, unstoppable and overwhelming. The shimmering sword light danced, with the two figures appearing and disappearing amidst the radiant beams, as if they had become one with the surrounding space. During the fierce battle, Long Outyen suddenly flickered, transforming into a white shadow that circled behind Li Yang. Li Yang's response was swift. He swung his sword backward with great force, unleashing a streak of white sword energy that sliced through the air, aimed directly at Long Outyen's vital points. Forced into a defensive stance, Long Outyen could only parry the fierce strike with his sword. His brow furrowed as he lunged forward, and once more, the tips of their swords clashed in midair, producing a cascade of sparks. Sword energy surged forth, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it had been cleaved into countless fragments. As the battle progressed, their sword techniques accelerated, and the sword lights grew denser. Li Yang's swordplay resembled the blooming of a blue lotus, each strike imbued with a refreshing and ethereal beauty. In contrast, Long Outyen's style was akin to a raging tempest, each attack bursting forth with wild, untamed power. Just as Li Yang prepared to unleash his final strike to vanquish Long Outyen, a voice interrupted their duel. "Stop, Outyen." Upon hearing this call, Long Outyen's expression shifted in surprise. He immediately retracted his sword intent and sheathed his long sword, then respectfully bowed towards the direction of the voice, proclaiming, "I pay my respects to my master." The newcomer was none other than the chief disciple of Elder Xianming, Yuan, who served as the swordsmanship instructor for all practitioners of Bema Peak. His status and authority were immensely revered in this realm. As the foremost disciple of the Peak's master, Yuan possessed unparalleled strength and a profound understanding of the sword, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Whenever the sword cultivators of Bema Peak encountered perplexing issues regarding swordsmanship, they would invariably seek guidance from this formidable senior. Over time, Yuan had garnered immense respect and admiration, earning the affectionate title of teacher from the congregation. Congratulations, junior brother Li Yang, on successfully establishing your foundation. My master has sent me to guide you. Henceforth, I shall be your elder brother, Yuan said with a smile. He had arrived early, eager to ascertain whether this junior brother truly possessed the prodigious talent for swordsmanship, as his master had claimed. Upon witnessing Li Yang's poised readiness to unleash his technique, he sensed a hint of danger. If that sword strike were to be executed, Long Outyen would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it, risking severe injury. Thus, he hastily intervened, his curiosity piqued by this junior brother, whose profound swordsmanship at such a tender age clearly showcased his lineage as a descendant of the revered sword sovereign Li. "Greetings, senior brother," Li Yang replied, bowing to Yuan. This very Yuan was the middle-aged cultivator who stood beside Elder Ming during the intersect selection. He had not anticipated their connection as master and disciple. Li Yang had always refrained from engaging in disputes with those beyond his comprehension, especially now that he was about to become Yuan junior brother. "Junior brother, follow me. My master awaits you," Yuan stated, not wasting words. He swiftly ascended towards the summit, gesturing for Li Yang to follow. With Yuan leading the way, Li Yang felt no hindrance from the barrier at that moment. In no time at all, the two ascended to the summit of White Horse Peak. Within the grand hall, Su Ming sat with an air of solemnity, seemingly in meditation, yet he was acutely aware of all that transpired below, perceiving everything through his spiritual senses. However, he did not intervene, for the trials his disciples must endure were far beyond these initial challenges. Take Yuan, for instance. He routinely ventured to the front lines of the celestial demon battlefield every few years, having vanquished numerous demon generals. Su Ming held a commendable regard for his eldest disciple. Upon entering, both Li Yang and Yuan knelt before Su Ming in reverence. Rise, Su Ming instructed, opening his eyes to regard the two with palpable satisfaction. Yuan Qing stood aside, while Li Yang remained kneeling, presenting a vial of essence recovery pills and a third-tier golden-haired roaring demon core with both hands. He was indeed quite impoverished, with the most valuable possessions on hand being the system's reward of essence recovery pills and the demon core, which he reluctantly offered as a token of respect for his master. This is but a humble token of my gratitude. I beseech you, master, to accept it. Li Yang spoke earnestly. As a disciple, one cannot show up empty-handed when accepted, for how could one expect to progress? The adage states that the gesture may be modest, but the sentiment is profound. Merely expressing one's intention suffices. Moreover, given the master's cultivation level, these items would likely be of little use, and he would probably return them, thus sparing Li Yang from substantial expenditure. Haha, very well. Your goodwill shall be accepted. Su Ming replied with a warm smile as he took the offering from Li Yang. Li Yang, bewildered and kneeling, dared not meet Su Ming's gaze, pondering why the master was not adhering to customary protocols. Almost voicing his thoughts, he reined himself in. Well, it's fortunate he accepted. This signifies his genuine intention to take me as a disciple, he consoled himself, preparing to rise. Su Ming's eyes gleamed with insight, as if he could perceive Li Yang's inner musings. After a brief pause, he spoke. I, too, have something for you. With that, a book of sword techniques flew towards Li Yang. The great Xianyuan sword Qi. Li Yang's heart soared at the name of the technique. Filled with exhilaration, such a commanding title must surely be formidable. The path of the sword revolves around cultivating sword Qi. I have observed your frequent reliance on a particular sword technique, which appears to be a family heirloom. Its power is commendable, yet its variations are limited. When confronted with a formidable opponent, you may find it lacking after several exchanges. This great Xianyuan sword Qi is perfectly suited for your cultivation, if mastered to its zenith. It will grant you insight into the profound sword intent, significantly enhancing your prowess. Therefore, I urge you to practice diligently. I shall heed your esteemed guidance, master, and will not disappoint your expectations, Li Yang replied, bowing deeply once more before rising. Now that you have established your foundation, prepare yourself. In 3 days, we shall journey to Bright Summit, Su Ming declared, gesturing for the two to take their leave. As Li Yang followed Yuan Qing out of the grand hall, Yuan Qing remarked, Brother, allow me to escort you to your quarters. Master originally had 3 disciples. You are the 4th. The 2nd and 3rd disciples are still away. White Horse Peak is home to numerous disciples, with the Sword Pavilion and the Inquiry Hall often witnessing sparring matches. Now that you have been formally accepted as a closed-door disciple, a few among the disciples may feel envious, like that dragon Ao Tian from earlier. However, since you are now a formal disciple, they will have to address you as Shirshu, and they will think twice before showing you any disrespect. However, should the opportunity arise, you might venture into the Sword Pavilion. Given your prowess in the sword arts, navigating through the first 6 levels should pose little challenge. At the appropriate moment, demonstrating your innate talent could also help avert unnecessary disputes. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Li Yang found merit in Yuanqing's words. Should someone seek him out daily under the guise of sparring, it would soon become a source of vexation. Thus, he resolved to explore the Sword Pavilion when the chance presented itself. 3 days later, as dawn broke gently, Li Yang stood at the foot of Bright Peak, gazing upward at the towering mountain that pierced the heavens. According to his master's instructions, flying was prohibited on Bright Peak, compelling him to ascend step by step, relying solely on his own legs. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting dappled shadows along the mountain path, infusing the journey with an air of mystique. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he began his ascent. His steps were resolute and powerful, each footfall resonating with a sense of stability. Although Bright Peak loomed high above, for one of his foundational cultivation stage, the climb was not insurmountable. Reflecting on his days in the body refinement stage, he recalled the countless hours spent traversing the small solitary peak. That arduous period had forged his indomitable spirit and robust physique. Flanking the path were ancient trees and exotic flora, while the occasional calls of distant spirit beasts enlivened the serene mountainside. As he walked, Li Yang reveled in the scenic beauty surrounding him, his heart swelling with profound emotions. He understood that Bright Peak was not merely a place of cultivation, but also a repository of tradition, where every inch of land bore the weight of rich history and culture. As time passed, Li Yang began to feel fatigue. The mountain's restrictions seemed to suppress his spiritual energy, rendering each step increasingly burdensome, compelling him to channel all of his strength. The incline steepened, demanding greater effort with each advance. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, his determination solidified. He recognized that only through his own perseverance could he truly grasp the legacy his master spoke of. At last, after a grueling half-day of ascent, Liang reached the summit of Bright Peak. Standing atop the mountain, he beheld a sea of clouds roiling beneath him, illuminated by sunlight, transforming the peak into a realm of ethereal beauty. Amidst this cloudscape stood a magnificent hall, resplendent in gold and jade, exuding grandeur. This must be the fabled Hall of Heritage. An inexplicable thrill surged within him. He knew this was to be his new starting point, a significant milestone in his cultivation journey. He straightened his attire and stepped toward the Hall of Heritage. As the grand doors of the hall creaked open, a wave of ancient and solemn energy enveloped him. Upon entering, he beheld his master seated upon a throne in the center of the hall, his gaze profound, as if capable of discerning all that exists. Liang hurried forward to pay his respects, bowing deeply as he declared, "Disciple Liang pays his respects to master." Xianming nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. He recognized that this young man had successfully passed the trials of Bright Peak, affirming his will and strength. Next, Liang would receive the transmission of the teachings left by the venerable ancestor of the Sanqing sect. Throughout the ages, countless prodigies have reached this point. Yet those who have truly inherited the teachings are few and far between. These exceptional individuals have validated the extraordinary nature of this doctrine, evolving into the pillars of humanity. Much like Xianming himself. Chapter 28. Dream or reality? Liang slowly entered the grand hall, casting his gaze around. The hall was vast and empty, adorned only with a few chairs and flickering candles. Nothing else graced its expanse. This stark emptiness led Liang to ponder. Although this so-called Hall of Inheritance appeared magnificent, its actual voidness raised questions about what was to be transmitted here. Just as Liang was immersed in thought, a deep voice suddenly commanded, "Silence." The abruptness of this exclamation startled Liang, causing him to tremble. Regaining his composure, he beheld Xianming, whose expression was one of stern seriousness. Liang inwardly marveled at his master's formidable presence, capable of perceiving even the slightest disturbance in his thoughts. Realizing this, he quickly quelled his mind, refraining from any further wayward musings. Xianming regarded Liang with a severe tone, instructing him, "You shall meditate here for 2 hours, tempering your restless spirit. This place is the hall of our sect's inheritance, a shrine honoring the spirits of our ancestors. Any sign of disrespect is utterly unacceptable. Once your mind has achieved tranquility, I shall lead you to the side hall to behold the ascension portrait of our ancestors and receive the sect's teachings." Liang dared not delay, promptly settling onto the ground, closing his eyes, and commencing his meditation. In that moment, he sensed an unusual gravity in his master's demeanor, understanding that a moment's carelessness could invite harsh repercussions. Hence, he focused intently, striving to attain a state of calm akin to still water. In the serene hall, time passed gradually. Liang's breath grew steady, and his thoughts began to clarify. When Liang finally opened his eyes, he discovered that his master, who had been seated on the elevated chair, had vanished. "Liang, come here," Xianming's voice resonated from one side of the hall. Liang, not daring to be remiss, hurriedly followed the sound. Upon entering the hall, he noticed a smaller chamber within. This smaller hall was likely dedicated to venerating the ancestors of the Sanqing sect. Taking a deep breath, Liang cautiously stepped inside. As he entered, he was immediately struck by the sight of neatly arranged spirit tablets. These tablets stood solemnly, as if narrating the long history and glorious past of the Sanqing sect. Prominently displayed at the top center was a spirit tablet inscribed with the grand characters, "Supreme Primordial Celestial Lord." Further back, a massive curtain hung against the wall. It was evident that something significant lay concealed behind it. Perhaps it was the fabled ascension portrait of the primordial celestial lord? At this moment, Xianming spoke, "You shall first offer incense. The spirits enshrined here are the ancestors of our Sanqing sect. In a moment, you must invoke your consciousness to unveil the curtain and enter within to receive the legacy of our sect. However, you must remember that the path of cultivation is governed by fate and opportunity. If you are unable to succeed, promptly retract your consciousness and do not force it, lest you harm yourself." With that, Xianming presented Liang with 3 incense sticks exuding a fragrant aroma, indicating that he should ignite them and offer them to the ancestors. After paying his respects, Liang followed his master's guidance, closed his eyes, and focused his mind, gradually releasing his consciousness, preparing to enter the enigmatic ascension diagram. As soon as his consciousness grazed the curtain, he felt an overwhelming attraction, as if an invisible force were drawing at his essence. In the blink of an eye, his consciousness was absorbed into the curtain. After a dizzying whirl, Liang slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself in a completely unfamiliar place. He gazed around in astonishment, an indescribable shock surging within him. To his disbelief, he stood at the entrance of the high school he attended in his past life. Even more astonishing was the fact that his Taoist robe had inexplicably transformed into the school uniform of his former self. How could this be? Liang murmured to himself. Unable to grasp the reality before him, he strained to recall his previous experiences, assuring himself that he was not dreaming. But what could this mean? Was everything he had previously endured merely an illusion? No, those long and tangible years of cultivation could not possibly be a mere figment of the imagination. As Liang pondered deeply, an urgent voice interrupted his thoughts. Liang, why are you still standing here? You need to hurry to the hospital. Your mother has been in a car accident, and the situation is critical. It was his homeroom teacher, who had been searching for him throughout the campus and finally found him at the school entrance. Upon hearing this news, Liang felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his body trembling violently. His eyes widened in disbelief. A car accident involving his mother? How could this be? She had always been in perfect health. A torrent of emotions surged within him, and he felt a buzzing in his head, engulfed in chaos. In his previous life, Liang had been a rebellious youth, ensnared by the allure of online gaming. He often skipped classes to indulge in the cyber realm, neglecting his studies. Yet, it was this detrimental habit that he would come to regret profoundly. That fateful day, destiny delivered a cruel blow, just as he was lost in the virtual world. A sudden car accident claimed his mother's life. Upon receiving the news, Liang felt as if his heart had been cleaved in two, overwhelmed by sorrow. He realized he had missed his last opportunity to see his parents, a chasm that would forever remain insurmountable in his heart. The notion of life and death being predestined, and fortune being in the hands of fate, Liang understood that his mother's departure was not anyone's fault, but rather an unforeseen calamity. His father had vanished long before his birth, leaving his mother to raise him alone. In her final moments, he had failed to be by her side, and this guilt and remorse were indelibly etched into the depths of his soul. From that moment onward, Liang fell into a state of self-despair. He felt as though he had lost everything, his faith in life extinguished, drifting through each day like a soulless specter. He could not escape the shadows of his mind, allowing pain and regret to consume his very soul. As the years passed, Liang remained unable to find solace. Each recollection of that sorrowful moment pierced his heart anew. He was acutely aware that if time could be reversed, he would unhesitatingly choose to remain by his mother's side rather than evade reality, succumbing to the allure of the internet. Yet, life offers no what-ifs, only the harshness of reality and boundless regrets. On his way to the hospital, Liang's thoughts began to crystallize. He gradually understood that this place was not the realm of reality. It was merely a consequence of the ascension diagram that had transported him here. He could distinctly sense the flow of spiritual energy within him, and even the rapidly moving vehicles appeared to him in a languid manner. All of this indicated that he was still the cultivator possessing foundational cultivation. Thus, everything before him could not possibly belong to the real world. However, at this very moment, his heart was still engulfed in inexorable anguish. Memories from his past surged forth like a tidal wave, flashing vividly in his mind. In his childhood, his mother had taken him to various amusement parks. During his school years, she patiently guided him through his studies, even as he drove her to the brink of exasperation with his mischievous antics. He desperately stifled his emotions. Yet tears brimmed in his eyes, ultimately spilling over. Upon arriving at the hospital, the lead surgeon emerged slowly from the operating room. "Where are the family members? We have done all we could. Please enter and say your final goodbyes." Hearing these words, Liang's heart plummeted into an icy abyss, and he felt as if all strength had drained from his body. With heavy steps, he approached the door that would determine life and death, each stride akin to treading upon shards of glass. Liang could no longer suppress the overwhelming tide of sorrow surging within him. He wept profusely, akin to a wounded beast, rushing towards the operating table in a frenzy. At that moment, his mother lay pale as a sheet, devoid of color. Her body seemed to have been stripped of all vitality, rendering her exceedingly frail. The once bright light in her eyes had dimmed, now lacking any luster. With her last vestige of strength, she strained to gaze at her son, as if wishing to convey a myriad of unspoken words, but ultimately could not muster the energy to voice them. Liang grasped his mother's cold hands tightly, feeling the faint pulse of life within her. In a trembling, hoarse whisper, he called out, "Mother," a phrase laden with immeasurable sorrow and grief, as if to encapsulate all his pain within it. Chapter 29. The underworld. The atmosphere in the morning hall was thick with gravity and sadness. Liang trembled as he supported himself against the coffin, tears blurring his vision. His mother lay peacefully within, as though merely asleep. He gazed upon her face, striving to etch this final image deep within his heart before gently closing the coffin lid. Within the hospital, Li Yang had exerted every ounce of his spiritual energy in a desperate attempt to save his mother. Yet despair washed over him as he realized that his efforts were futile. The energy could not merge with her body. He felt helpless and despondent, as if all his endeavors had been in vain. Stepping out of the morning hall, Li Yang lit a cigarette. He had long ceased to engage with this substance, once consuming 2 packs a day in the internet cafe without a hint of satisfaction. However, since embarking upon the path of cultivation, his dependence on tobacco gradually dissipated. He slowly exhaled a plume of smoke, attempting to alleviate his inner turmoil with the numbing effects of the tobacco, yet that discomfort lingered like a shadow. Li Yang discarded the cigarette but onto the ground, extinguishing it with his foot, and then silently knelt before the coffin. At that moment, his thoughts were as tangled as a ball of yarn. He was not in a rush to contemplate how to return to the world of cultivation. Rather, he was beset by doubts about the very essence of it. What was the significance of achieving immortality? To live alone in this world for centuries, even millennia, only to witness the demise of loved ones while feeling utterly powerless. What purpose did such cultivation serve? He began to question whether the aspirations he had pursued for so long were indeed worthwhile. Immortality, it seemed, was not the idyllic dream he had envisioned, but rather a relentless curse, leaving one adrift in the vast river of time. As Li Yang sank deeper into contemplation, he found himself growing drowsy, his consciousness gradually blurring, and the sights before him becoming indistinct. In the Three Pure Ones sect, the atmosphere within the Hall of Inheritance was tranquil, punctuated only by faint breaths and the occasional whisper of the wind. Xuanming's gaze was intently fixed on Li Yang. At that moment, Li Yang stood still, appearing as if in a deep slumber, utterly motionless. Xianming was overwhelmed with anxiety. Throughout the history of the Three Pure Ones sect, there had indeed been disciples who required extended periods to receive their inheritance. But it was exceedingly rare for someone like Li Yang to have remained silent for a full 7 days. This perplexity left Xianming bewildered. He was uncertain of the challenges Li Yang faced and dared not attempt to awaken him forcefully. As time ticked by, Xuanming's brow furrowed deeper. He understood that the inheritance ceremony was of paramount importance to each disciple, and any errors during this process could yield irreversible consequences for their futures. Yet, confronted with Li Yang's unusual condition, he felt utterly powerless, relegated to merely guarding him. Slowly, the sands of time slipped away, and another incense stick burned down completely. At last, Li Yang's consciousness returned to his body, and his eyes gradually opened, slowly surveying his surroundings. He discovered he remained within the Hall of Inheritance, unchanged. Suddenly, a crisp chime resonated within his mind. Following that, a mechanical voice announced, "Detected incomplete mental cultivation method. The host may enhance the method by depositing spirit stones. Current completeness of the method stands at 40. This revelation jolted Li Yang to full awareness. He recalled the peculiar sensation that accompanied his consciousness's return, as if something strange had clung to it and entered his body alongside it. Surely, that must be the so-called mental cultivation method. Host, Li Yang cultivation, foundation establishment. First level physique, innate sword body techniques, primordial sword art, beginner, heavenly eye technique, beginner, spiritual concealment technique, beginner, shattered gold roar, beginner, great profound sky sword art, minor achievement. Primordial visualization technique, 40, spiritual sword, primordial sword lottery chances. 0. Li Yang gazed at the information within his mind, realizing that the technique referred to as primordial visualization was indeed a significant acquisition. At that moment, a voice echoed in his ears. "You have finally returned. You rascal. You were gone for 7 days. So, what have you gained, young Yang?" The speaker was none other than Li Yang's master, Xianming. Upon hearing his master's voice, Li Yang quickly rose and respectfully replied, "Thank you for your concern, master. I indeed have made some progress this time. I acquired a technique for cultivating spiritual awareness, but it seems that I cannot directly practice it at the moment. It feels more like an incomplete method." Li Yang was acutely aware that if he had returned empty-handed after 7 days of seclusion, it would be challenging to account for it to his master. Thus, he candidly shared the actual circumstances with Xianming. The latter nodded in understanding, responding with earnestness, "Well, as long as you have gained something, that is commendable. Each individual's comprehension in this mysterious realm is unique. In my youth, I also ventured into it, albeit for only a day, and similarly gained insights regarding spiritual cultivation. Nonetheless, the path of cultivation varies greatly. Each person must find their own distinct route. Such realizations cannot be imparted by others. It ultimately hinges on your own perception and effort." Having said this, Xianming gently stroked his beard, his eyes revealing both expectation and encouragement for Liang. Master, if I may be so bold to inquire, does the underworld truly exist in this world? And what of the cycle of reincarnation? Does it hold any truth? Liang pondered silently. Given the existence of immortals in this realm and his successful return to his previous life's world through the ascension diagram, he wondered if there was a connection between these two worlds. If one were to cultivate to a certain level, could they perhaps resurrect their mother? Xianming gazed intently at Liang, somewhat taken aback by his queries. After a moment of silence, he began to speak slowly. Perhaps the underworld does exist. Yet the cycle of life and death is merely a part of the heavenly order. I once read in ancient texts that whether mortals or cultivators, once they die, their souls or primordial spirits transform into the essence of the universe. As for the notion of reincarnation, it seems rather elusive, even at my level of cultivation. It is challenging to grasp its mysteries. The heavenly pillar peak excels in the study of divination and fate, and atop the mountain lies a library housing many related texts. If fate permits, you may visit it. However, be warned that the records within may not be entirely accurate. You must rely on your own wisdom and discernment to judge. Xianming appeared to reflect on past events, a wave of profound sentiment washing over him. Having lived for over 1,000 years, he had endured countless trials and tribulations, experiencing the heartache of farewells. Many dear friends had departed from his life, yet as his cultivation progressed, the world around him grew increasingly enigmatic, eluding his understanding. He had long sought the profound truth of life and death, attempting to unveil the secrets that lie behind existence and its end. Yet all his endeavors dissipated into mere illusions. Perhaps only by successfully traversing that dreadful heavenly tribulation could one truly perceive the entirety of this world. You may return for now. I have matters to attend to, Xianming said calmly, gently waving his sleeve. Liang respectfully bowed and gradually exited the grand hall. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming heaviness in his heart, still not fully recovered from the immense sorrow of his mother's passing. Silently, he made his way down the mountain, each step appearing increasingly arduous, as his mind was filled with visions of his mother's kind face and warm smile. Chapter 30. Shearing the sheep. Time raced by, and in the blink of an eye, Liang had been back at Bema Peak for several days. During this period, he had ventured once to Tiandu Peak, where, due to the esteemed status of his master, the peak's lord exceptionally permitted him entry into the library. There, he remained for 3 days and nights, perusing nearly all the texts related to the path of life and death, yet gained little in terms of substantial insights. However, within a tome entitled Chronicles of Our Ancestors, he stumbled upon some pertinent records. After the celestial being ascended, their primordial spirit had returned to the sect and engaged in a brief exchange with the elders of that time. In this exchange, the celestial being depicted the vistas of the celestial realm and mentioned a deity known as Si Ming, said to govern the fates and lifespans of mortals. This brief account seemed to open a window to a new world for Liang, as if he had uncovered the key to his quest. Perhaps, the deities within this realm truly possessed the ability to alter destinies and reverse the cycle of life and death. With this thought, a flicker of hope ignited within Liang, further solidifying his determination to seek the truth. He took a deep breath, striving to bury his longing for his mother deep within his heart. He understood that at this moment, his cultivation was still nascent, and he had a long path ahead to achieve the transcendence he sought. Nonetheless, he could not allow himself to be disheartened. Rather, he must double his efforts and hasten his training. In this world, he was not alone. As Li Yang's soul gradually merged with this body, he developed profound feelings for the Li family, which had become akin to a second family to him. Additionally, he had his revered master, the esteemed Ouyang from the outer sect, and his beloved junior sister, Qingqing. These individuals were vital figures he must protect throughout his life. Whenever he thought of them, he felt invigorated, filled with an indomitable spirit. He resolved to diligently cultivate, aspiring to reach the realm of immortality. Only then could he provide better protection for those he cherished and repay their love and support. Moreover, Liang yearned to explore the essence of this world. He wished to comprehend why he had descended to this realm and what that mysterious system truly entailed. He firmly believed that all his uncertainties would be unveiled at the moment he successfully transcended into immortality. With unwavering faith and boundless aspirations, Liang immersed himself in his cultivation, eagerly anticipating the day he could realize his ideals and unveil the mysteries of this world. A task has been issued. The host is required to attain Dan formation within 20 years. Upon sensing Li Yang's emotional fluctuations, the system presented him with this daunting challenge. However, this task appears quite formidable. Considering others, establishing a foundation is already a considerable struggle. For instance, Master Ouyang has remained in the foundation stage for decades, yet has yet to achieve Dan formation. This is not due to a lack of talent in cultivation, but rather the sheer difficulty of forming Dan. Foundation stage cultivators generate spiritual consciousness, merging with spiritual energy. After reaching the 7th tier of the foundation stage, the energy within the dantian nearly overflows, reaching its limit. At this juncture, one must refine rare earth treasures in conjunction with abundant spiritual energy to construct a Dan platform, subsequently merging the primordial spirit with the spiritual energy to create a Dao Dan, known as the Golden Dan, which serves as the fundamental basis for all cultivators in their pursuit of immortality. Once the Golden Dan is formed, it possesses a gravitational force akin to that of a celestial body, autonomously absorbing the spiritual energy from the world at an astonishing pace, akin to having an extraordinary advantage, advancing one's cultivation by leaps and bounds daily. With the Golden Dan, wielding spiritual energy becomes far more intuitive, and one can purify the surrounding spiritual energy independently. The purity of the Golden Dan, determined by the quality and attributes of the rare treasures used during its formation, dictates the strength of the Golden Dan cultivator. Golden Dan cultivators are not classified by rank, but rather by the strength of their Golden Dan, which can be categorized into 4 realms: Beginner Golden Dan, Intermediate Golden Dan, Advanced Golden Dan, and the Perfected Golden Dan. The Golden Dan realm is often regarded as the ceiling for most cultivators. Reaching this stage necessitates substantial financial resources, material investments, and a degree of fortuity. In the realm of cultivation, Golden Dan cultivators are referred to as Golden Dan realms, a title that underscores their uniqueness and might. The pressure of achieving Dan formation within 20 years weighs heavily on Liang, who has only recently established his foundation. Nevertheless, the reward is exceedingly formidable. The principles of heavenly law are said to be grasped only by those in the legendary Dao realm, albeit in a minuscule form. Can a mere Golden Dan cultivator withstand the terrifying weight of such heavenly principles? Since it is a reward from the system, he need not be overly concerned. After all, if the system claims it is feasible, it must indeed be so. Although Liang is merely at the 1st tier of the foundation stage, the purity of the cultivation level rewarded by the system possesses a strength comparable to that of ordinary cultivators at the 4th or 5th tier of the foundation stage. However, his spiritual consciousness remains notably weak. Therefore, his immediate priority must be to expedite the cultivation of his spiritual consciousness. With this resolve, Liang decided to first redeem all his 2nd-tier magic cores at the Merit Hall before perfecting the primordial visualization method. Without further ado, he swiftly darted towards the Merit Hall at the foot of the mountain. In the sky, a streak of light pierced through the heavens, akin to a meteor falling, heading directly towards the grand structure. The Merit Hall is situated at the heart of the plain at the mountain's base, constructed from deep gray stones, exuding an ancient and solemn aura, reminiscent of a silent guardian that has weathered the ages yet remains steadfast. Upon entering the Merit Hall, Liang was greeted by an atmosphere of solemnity and reverence. The interior was spacious and well lit, with sunlight streaming through tall windows, casting beams of light that illuminated the entire hall. At the center of the hall, a massive crystal orb radiated a gentle glow, casting a luminous screen above. This display showcased 2 lists, known as the Heavenly List and the Earthly List. Liang observed a list of names accompanied by the corresponding points, presumably documenting the number of magical beasts hunted by the disciples of the sect. He was greeted by a middle-aged cultivator, whose aura indicated he was also a Foundation establishment practitioner. Clad in a flowing blue robe, his demeanor was composed, and a subtle glimmer of intelligence flickered in his eyes. From his words, Liang learned that the Merit Hall comprised 3 levels: the 1st floor for exchanging points, the 2nd for purchasing elixirs and spiritual artifacts, while the 3rd floor housed rare treasures, accessible only to those on the heavenly ranking. I acquired these magical cores during the inter-sect selection competition. I wonder how many points they can be exchanged for, Liang inquired, feeling it prudent to clarify, given it was his first visit. With a slight smile, the middle-aged cultivator replied, ordinary 1st-grade magical cores can be exchanged for 0.1 points, 2nd grade for 1 point, while the value of 3rd-grade cores must be assessed based on their attributes and preservation condition. Nodding, Liang retrieved a collection of magical cores from his storage pouch, some radiating a faint glow, while others appeared dull and lifeless. The middle-aged cultivator meticulously examined each core. Liang felt a pang of regret. He had slain thousands of magical beasts on the spatial battlefield, yet his storage pouch was limited, containing only a few high-tier cores. Reflecting on it now, he realized those cores represented wealth. He resolved to seek an opportunity to acquire a larger storage pouch, ideally a storage ring, which would offer ample space and convenience. Chapter 31. An unusual visitor once the magical cores were fully exchanged, amounting to a total of 201. 5 points. The middle-aged cultivator, with a smile, announced the update. Instantly, the point tally on Li Yang's token transformed to 201. 5. A wave of joy surged within him as he gently caressed the token, contemplating that these points could sufficiently restore his incomplete yuan sure visualization technique. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. He remembered a precious foundation establishment pill nestled in his storage pouch. It might fetch a handsome price. Eagerly, he inquired, "By the way, do you accept elixirs here?" Upon hearing that Li Yang had elixirs for sale, the middle-aged cultivator's eyes gleamed with excitement. He understood that the essence of business lay in acquiring at a low price and selling at a high one. If Li Yang possessed high-tier elixirs, it would not only be a boon for the sect, but also a considerable profit for himself. After all, securing his position in the Merit Hall had cost him a significant amount of spirit stones, and without substantial financial backing, advancing from the foundation establishment stage to the Golden Core realm was but a fanciful dream. With this thought in mind, the middle-aged cultivator promptly responded with enthusiasm, "Yes, we certainly do. However, we do not accept ordinary elixirs like the Great Rejuvenation Pill. May I inquire as to which elixir you intend to sell?" His tone was filled with curiosity and anticipation, his gaze fixed on Li Yang, as if yearning to hear a delightful response. "Do you accept foundation establishment pills?" Li Yang, with an expression of tranquility, retrieved a jade vial from his storage bag. Within it resided the foundational elixir bestowed upon him by his master. Through the slightly translucent body of the vial, one could faintly discern a flawless, round pill. Although the cap remained sealed, a delicate fragrance of medicinal herbs already permeated the air. "I will certainly acquire it." The middle-aged cultivator hastily gestured for Li Yang to sit, offering him a cup of spiritual tea. Subsequently, he picked up the vial that Li Yang had placed on the table, scrutinizing it with great care. The foundational elixir is classified as a third-tier pill, renowned for its unique efficacy. Cultivators in the later stages of the gathering chi period can significantly enhance their success rate when establishing their foundation after consumption. Even those who have already succeeded in this endeavor can benefit from an increase in the strength of their spiritual awareness. Additionally, the difficulty of refining this elixir is considerable. Thus it is regarded as a premium item among third-tier pills, commanding a substantial price. On the external market, the elixir typically sells for approximately 30,000 spiritual stones, equating to 300 points. However, due to prolonged storage and inadequate preservation methods, some of its potency had diminished. If possible, I would be willing to purchase the foundational elixir in your possession for 240 points. After thoroughly examining the pill and confirming its integrity, the middle-aged cultivator cautiously proposed a tentative price. 240 points correspond to 24,000 spiritual stones. Li Yang was well aware that should he choose to auction this elixir, it might fetch a higher price. Yet, at this moment, he was in dire need of spiritual stones, and considering the elixir was initially acquired without cost, he resolved to grant a favor, knowing he might seek to redeem points here in the future. 280 points. The elixir was a hard-won treasure. If it couldn't be sold for this price, he would prefer to retain it for personal use. Li Yang, fully cognizant of the cunning nature of merchants, engaged in a bit of haggling, slightly elevating his offer. "Deal." The middle-aged cultivator gingerly lifted the elixir, bringing it to his nose for a careful sniff. Once he was satisfied with its authenticity, he finally relaxed, securing it in his possession and promptly exchanging 280 points with Li Yang. "I am Zhou Feng, a cultivator from the Tiandu Peak. Should you come across more of such elixirs in the future, feel free to bring them to me. I assure you, I will offer you the most satisfactory price." After finalizing the transaction, Zhou Feng voluntarily introduced himself. Zhou Feng's actions were undoubtedly motivated by his reasoning. Observing Li Yang's remarkable demeanor and noting his youthful success in establishing his foundation, it was clear he was no ordinary individual. Coupled with his graceful conduct and bearing, it was evident that he had powerful mentors or significant backing. Hence, Zhou Feng sought to take this opportunity to befriend this promising young man. "You're too kind, senior brother. I am Li Yang, cultivating at the White Horse Peak. I fear I may trouble you in the future, so I hope you will not mind my intrusions." Li Yang, being astute, recognized Zhou Feng's intentions. As the saying goes, more friends, more paths. Regardless of one's location, gaining an additional friend is invariably preferable to cultivating an enemy. Thus, he graciously reciprocated the sentiment. The two exchanged smiles, each feeling immensely satisfied with the transaction and the newfound friendship. Zhou Feng perhaps remained unaware of the unforeseen impact this seemingly simple encounter would have on his future path of cultivation. By the way, junior brother Liang, there are numerous treasures on the second floor, including a third-tier spirit sword named Qingfeng. Might you have an interest? In a brief moment, Liang had exchanged nearly 500 points with him, marking him as quite the affluent individual. Coincidentally, his master had recently forged a third-tier spirit sword and was struggling to find a suitable buyer. This exchange would yield him a modest profit, prompting Zhou Yuan to silently commend himself as a commercial genius. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother, but I already possess a spirit sword. I kindly ask you to convert all my points into spirit stones. Regardless of whether it was a third-tier or a fourth-tier sword, none could compare to his Taichu sword. After advancing to the foundation establishment stage, he discovered that the Taichu sword had also ascended in rank, marking its second elevation. He understood that this sword, awarded by the system, was undoubtedly a treasure. As his strength continually grew, so too would the Taichu sword. What he urgently needed were spirit stones. He first aimed to perfect the primordial visualization technique, followed by upgrading all his divine abilities. These were the essential foundations for his invincibility. Zhou Yuan initially intended to persuade Liang further, suggesting that even if he did not wish to purchase the spirit sword, there were other treasures available. However, upon seeing Liang's resolute expression of disinterest, he relented. While exchanging spirit stones for him at a ratio of 1 to 100, he couldn't help but remind him, "Junior brother Liang, this merit hall only allows points to be exchanged for spirit stones. Spirit stones cannot be converted back into points. Do consider this carefully, as the third floor holds many rare treasures, some of which cannot be acquired even with abundant spirit stones. These items can only be obtained through points. Thank you for your kind reminder, but I am certain I wish to exchange for spirit stones." Liang acknowledged Zhou Yuan's good intentions with a polite response. After bidding farewell to Liang, Zhou Yuan shook his head in disbelief. What a peculiar person. Chapter 32, 100,000 spirit stones. Upon returning to Bema Peak, Liang unhesitatingly deposited all his spirit stones into the system. As he gazed at the interface, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. He was acutely aware that the over 48,000 spirit stones represented an extraordinarily substantial sum, perhaps equivalent to a lifetime savings of even an outer sect elder. However, what was shocking was that even with such a hefty investment, the primordial visualization technique had merely been refined by a meager 688 points. This indicated that to fully develop the technique, he would require at least another 50,000 spirit stones. Without even commencing his cultivation, he already faced the daunting prospect of expending up to 100,000 spirit stones, and the resources necessary for subsequent enhancements of his consciousness were unfathomable. Contemplating this, coupled with the tasks assigned by the system, Liang felt an overwhelming wave of anxiety. It is better to venture into the Beast Mountains to hunt magical beasts. At this moment, Liang finally comprehended why the path of cultivation was said to be exorbitantly costly. The expenses incurred even during the foundation establishment stage were staggering, and the subsequent cultivation would undoubtedly require an extraordinary financial commitment. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards his senior brother Yuan Xing. According to his brother, those who attain the Golden Elixir realm are qualified to undertake tasks issued by the Demon Suppression Guard. Successfully slaying a fourth-tier demon general would yield substantial rewards. Even the lowest-ranked fourth-tier demon general would grant at least several 100,000 spirit stones. Regrettably, given his current cultivation level, he was still too weak. After much contemplation, he deemed it more pragmatic to hunt second- or third-tier magical beasts in the Beast Mountains. Liang once again withdrew 100 spirit stones and purchased a topographic map of the Beast Mountains along with a distribution chart of the magical beasts from an elderly cultivator at the entrance. As the old cultivator explained, magical beasts do not remain stationary, but migrate and roam about. This distribution chart was a newly drawn map from this month, possessing considerable reference value. "Old sir, what do these red markings signify?" Liang inquired, scrutinizing the various symbols on the distribution chart. He noticed that certain areas were marked with the levels and attributes of the beasts. Some even listed specific names and skills. These red marks indicate dangerous zones where few cultivators dare to hunt. They are predominantly populated by third-tier herd beasts, and it would be wise not to enter alone. The old cultivator warned him, emphasizing the peril of facing a group of third-tier beasts, even for a foundation establishment cultivator. Liang contemplated the map for a moment and ultimately resolved to begin his challenges with relatively simpler targets. He focused his attention on the saber-toothed tigers marked on the map, as he was quite familiar with these creatures. With his current strength, even facing 100 saber-toothed tigers would be a trivial endeavor. His aspirations extended beyond mere victory. He sought to amass ample resources, and these saber-toothed tigers were perfectly suited to fulfill his substantial needs. Before long, Li Yang showcased remarkable combat efficiency, swiftly dispatching several groups of saber-toothed tigers. Such rapidity was indeed a rare phenomenon, even among the numerous Foundation establishment disciples in the inner sect. However, he had to intermittently halt his hunting expeditions to exchange points at the sect. The reason was simple. The space within his storage bag was exceedingly limited. Each outing, he could only bring back a few hundred magical cores. Additionally, the magical beasts possessed numerous other valuable items, but due to his inability to carry everything, he had to make the painful decision to retain only the most valuable magical cores. Brother Zhou, do you happen to have any space rings for sale? After several exhausting trips, Li Yang had consumed a considerable amount of recovery pills. Eventually, he could no longer endure this predicament and resolved to purchase a space ring. After all, as the saying goes, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. The first entry into the Beast Mountain range is entirely free. However, subsequent visits require a payment of 10 points, equivalent to the worth of slaying 10 second-tier magical beasts. Li Yang could not help but lament his considerable loss. Although the price of spatial rings is steep, they are undoubtedly essential equipment. The lower-tier spatial rings offer approximately 10 cubic units of space and are priced at 100 points, while the mid-tier rings, providing 100 cubic units, are sold for 1,200 points. As for the high-tier spatial rings, their cost is exorbitant, and they are currently out of stock, requiring a reservation. These rings are crafted by the Golden Core cultivators atop Tiandu Peak, ensuring their quality is beyond question. It remains uncertain which type of ring the junior disciple prefers. Zhou Yuan regarded Li Yang with an expression akin to that of a fool. Such items as spatial rings are of little use to ordinary cultivators. As storage bags suffice, who possesses enough items to warrant such extravagant storage? Senior Brother Zhou, could you possibly offer a discount? Li Yang inquired, all the while inwardly cursing. How could it be so expensive? Surely, Senior Brother Zhou isn't quoting an outrageous price. After considerable haggling, Li Yang successfully negotiated the price of the lower-tier rings down from 100 points each to 80 points. Ultimately, he purchased 10 lower-tier spatial rings for a total of 800 points, feeling quite pleased with himself. I truly am clever. A mid-tier ring at 100 cubic units costs 1,200 points. I might as well buy 10 lower-tier rings. However, as he adorned all 10 fingers with rings, he felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, wearing so many rings at once felt somewhat peculiar. Upon reflection, he understood why the mid-tier rings command such a high price of 1,200 points. Initially, he intended to acquire more for backup, but reconsidered. 100 cubic units of space should suffice. Moreover, it was unlikely he could slay that many magical beasts at once, lest he exhaust his spiritual energy and perish within. Thus, after replenishing his supply of great recovery pills, Li Yang dove back into the Beast Mountain range without hesitation. This time, he was determined to engage in massive slaughter, instilling fear in all magical beasts. Unbeknownst to him, his formidable reputation had already spread widely among the beasts. On several occasions, as he stepped into their territory, the beasts fled in terror as though the Grim Reaper had arrived, which left Li Yang feeling quite vexed. Clearly, there exists some form of communication among these creatures. Acknowledging this predicament, Li Yang understood the necessity of altering his strategy. After careful contemplation, Li Yang resolved to focus his attention on the more powerful third-tier magical beasts. After all, a third-tier magic core is worth the equivalent of dozens of second-tier beasts. Consequently, he raced towards the territory of a third-tier, second-grade magical beast, the purple-winged lion, guided by the markers on his map. This time, his target was this very purple-winged lion. According to the information recorded on the map, this beast was still in its juvenile stage, possessing only the strength of a third-tier, second-grade creature. However, once they reach adulthood, they exhibit astonishing strength. The vast majority of adult purple-winged demon lions can attain the pinnacle of the third tier, with a small fraction potentially evolving into the purple-winged demon lion king, thereby ascending to the ranks of the fourth-tier ferocious beasts. Such terrifying creatures must naturally be eradicated before they fully mature. After all, once the purple-winged demon lion reaches adulthood, even cultivators in the early stages of the Golden Core realm would dare not underestimate it. Chapter 33. The purple-winged demon lion. Li Yang arrived at the outskirts of the territory of the purple-winged demon lion when an intense sound of battle suddenly erupted from the valley. He furrowed his brow. Could it be that other cultivators were also vying for this lion? Realizing the urgency, he immediately activated his divine eye technique and gazed in the direction of the conflict. Upon looking, he saw two female cultivators fiercely engaged in combat with a purple-winged demon lion, which happened to be the juvenile target of Li Yang's current mission. However, it was evident that these two female cultivators were no match for the beast. They were clearly at a disadvantage, being forced to retreat and were even in peril. Upon closer inspection, Li Yang was taken aback. One of the female cultivators was none other than his junior sister, Qingqing. Judging by the spiritual energy emanating from her, she had surprisingly reached the foundation establishment realm, indicating that her progress during her time at Lianhua Peak had been remarkably swift. The other female cultivator, clad in green, appeared to be Qingqing's senior sister. Li Yang had no time to ponder further. He understood that if he delayed even a moment longer, Qingqing's life could be in jeopardy. Without hesitation, he quickened his pace and hurried toward the battlefield. In the valley, the purple-winged lion deftly evaded the blazing inferno unleashed by Wu Qingqing. It then swung its razor-sharp claws with great force toward her chest. At that moment, Wu Qingqing found herself in a perilous situation, on the brink of losing her life to the lioness claw, just as the crisis reached its peak. The female cultivator fighting alongside Wu Qingqing instantly invoked a teleportation technique, swiftly exchanging positions with her and raising her staff defensively in front of her chest, hoping to withstand the lion's ferocious strike. However, this female cultivator severely underestimated the power of the purple-winged demon lion, even though it was still in its juvenile stage. As a second-grade third-tier demon, its full-force attack was not easily repelled. The female cultivator was violently struck by the lion's claws and sent flying several dozen meters, blood spurting from her mouth in a gruesome arc through the air. She crashed heavily to the ground, motionless, as if devoid of life. "Sister, you wicked lion. I will fight you to the death," Wu Qingqing cried out in a mixture of sorrow and rage, her eyes glinting with hatred. Tears welled in Wu Qingqing's eyes as she gazed incredulously at her sister who had shielded her from the fatal blow. At that moment, her sister lay unconscious, her fate uncertain. A surge of nameless fury boiled within her heart. She resolved to give everything she had, rallying her entire spiritual power to prepare for a desperate battle against the ferocious lion. Yet, it was clear that the purple-winged demon lion would not grant her any respite. As soon as it struck the senior sister, it swiftly unleashed another claw, targeting the vital areas of Wu Qingqing. In an instant, the demon lion's attack surged forth like a bolt of lightning, its speed astonishing. Wu Qingqing was still gathering strength for her ultimate move, and time was running out. A wave of despair washed over her as she recalled a familiar figure. Ever since entering the inner sect, he had been taken to Lianhua Peak by his aunt, thanks to the precious pills and resources provided by her. She had recently succeeded in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Originally, she had been filled with joy at the thought of hunting a third-tier magical beast alongside her senior sister. But she never anticipated that this somewhat impulsive decision would lead to such calamity, endangering not only her sister, but also her own life. At this moment, the faces of her loved ones flashed through her mind, her father, her aunt, and that senior brother she longed for day and night. If she were to perish here, she would never see them again. No. She could not surrender so easily. Even if there was but a slim chance of survival, she would fight with all her might. Memories flickered in her mind like a film reel, the beautiful moments flooding her heart with profound emotion. Yet, reality was harsh and unyielding. Faced with the ferocious Lion King, she knew she had no path of retreat. Thus, she silently closed her eyes, preparing herself for the inevitable arrival of death. In this critical moment, a miracle occurred. The Lion King, once ferocious and determined, missed its strike, its attack failing to land on Wu Qingqing. In an instant, a dazzling sword energy burst forth with the speed of lightning, slicing through the sky. Caught off guard, the lion instinctively altered its attack trajectory, swiping a claw in a futile attempt to fend off the sudden sword energy. However, the might of the sword energy was astonishing, forcefully pushing the lion back several steps. It was undoubtedly the sword energy of her senior brother. Wu Qingqing's eyes brimmed with tears of joy, although she had not yet seen her brother's form. She recognized that sword energy all too well. There was no doubt, it was from his hand. "Brother, you have finally come," she silently repeated in her heart, overwhelmed with emotion as tears streamed down her face. The purple-winged Lion King was evidently startled by this unexpected turn of events. Having just been repelled by the sword energy, it was filled with furious indignation. Yet, simultaneously, it sensed the immense power and lethal intent contained within that sword energy. Had it been even slightly misaligned, it would have already met its demise. Thus, it glared furiously and roared into the void. "Who dares to ambush me? Show yourself and face me in a fight to the death." A brilliant streak of light sliced through the sky as Li Yang landed gracefully before Wu Qingqing and her senior sister. The sword he had just wielded had originally aimed for the lion's head, but in that critical moment, it had veered slightly, allowing the fierce beast to narrowly escape death. Li Yang had no time for pleasantries with Wu Qingqing. His priority was to deal with the lion first. Li Yong fixed his gaze upon the purple-winged demon lion, and in a hushed tone, he instructed Wu Qingqing, junior sister, retreat for the time being. Once I have dealt with this beast, we shall converse further. Unfazed by the ferocious and self-proclaimed king of the young purple-winged demon lion, Li Yong let out a cold chuckle and scoffed. A mere juvenile purple-winged demon lion dares to arrogantly claim the title of king? Had you matured into adulthood, perhaps I would have had reservations. Alas, you have squandered your opportunity. With that, Li Yong swung his sword once more, unleashing a fierce and unparalleled sword aura. This time, he invoked the Grand Xiantian sword Qi imparted to him by his esteemed master. Although the Grand Xiantian sword Qi may slightly lag in power compared to the primordial sword Qi, it excels in speed and versatility, rendering it particularly lethal against magical beasts like the purple-winged demon lion. After all, it was merely a young beast. Given Li Yang's current cultivation level, the Grand Xiantian sword Qi was more than sufficient to slay it. Chapter 34. There are experts. The purple-winged demon lion, sensing the terrifying sword aura approaching, was taken aback, fully aware that it could not withstand such an assault. In a flash, it flapped its wings, harnessing the force of the powerful airflow to propel itself, increasing its speed several-fold as it darted toward the valley like lightning. Simultaneously, it emitted sharp roars that echoed throughout the valley, seemingly calling for help. However, the speed of the sword aura was unrelenting, closely pursuing it. As the distance between them dwindled, the fate of the purple-winged demon lion appeared to be sealed. Just at that critical moment, a tremendous roar resounded as the beast's massive form crashed into the valley, stirring up clouds of dust. Li Yong felt a sense of satisfaction regarding the power of his strike. He had merely unleashed it casually, yet the Grand Xiantian sword Qi proved to be remarkably formidable. However, he did not allow himself to grow complacent, for a warning suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Fourth-tier magical beast detected. Host must exercise extreme caution. As expected, as the smoke gradually cleared, the figure of the purple-winged demon lion was nowhere to be seen. Li Yang's expression turned grave as he scanned his surroundings. Realizing that something was amiss and that a swift retreat was imperative, he quickly bent down, lifting the unconscious female cultivator from the ground, and turned to shout at junior sister Qingqing, "Hurry, we must leave." Wu Qingqing sensed the unease as well and hastily activated her escape light to flee towards the valley's exit. An inexplicable sense of danger surged within her. The two moved at remarkable speed, covering several dozen miles in the blink of an eye. Yet, an air of anxiety and uncertainty lingered in their hearts. "Brother, what is happening? Where has that lion gone?" Wu Qingqing inquired, her voice tinged with tension and concern as they flew through the light. Li Yong furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed ahead. He shook his head and replied solemnly, "I do not know, but I sense another powerful presence. I fear there may be an even mightier foe lurking within the valley. We are not its match. Thus, it is prudent for us to depart." Upon hearing Li Yang's words, Wu Qingqing instinctively gasped in shock. She realized that even her senior brother deemed the formidable beast to be beyond her imagination. If what he said held true, they must hastily vacate this place. However, just as they believed themselves safe, a swifter shadow suddenly darted past. In an instant, the colossal beast obstructed their path. This creature dwarfed the previous lion, its massive form resembling a small mountain, exuding a chilling aura. Its wings unfurled, each flap seemingly infused with boundless strength. "Insignificant human cultivators, having harmed my offspring, you think you can simply walk away? Huh, let your blood serve to heal my child." The beast's roar was deafening, reverberating throughout the valley. The voice belonged to an even mightier and more imposing purple-winged lion. Its eyes brimmed with fury and murderous intent, instilling a profound sense of dread. As it gently waved its wings in the air, the surrounding space appeared to compress, creating an inescapable sense of oppression. This terrifying presence jolted Li Yong and his companion to their core. Their faces paled instantly, beads of sweat forming on their brows. The adult purple-winged Lion King, the father of the earlier lion. Observing its demeanor, Li Yong realized with alarm that it had already ascended to the fourth tier. As the undisputed sovereign of this beastly mountain range, the purple-winged Lion King possessed unparalleled power and authority. Its very existence loomed like an insurmountable mountain, instilling reverence in all creatures dwelling within this region. Today, however, this ruler had been utterly enraged due to the harm inflicted upon its offspring. Never before had anyone dared to inflict such a grave loss upon its child. Even those beasts with strength surpassing that of its progeny would not dare to trespass into its territory. The purple-winged Lion King had been in a critical period of seclusion. Recently, it had fortuitously acquired an extraordinarily rare high-tier spiritual herb. With the herb's miraculous power, It had just begun to sense the threshold to break into the fourth tier. Should it succeed in ascending, it would gain even greater strength and the opportunity to shatter the restrictions of this beastly mountain range, venturing into broader horizons. However, just as it had barely breached the fourth tier and its realm had yet to stabilize, the cries of its child interrupted its meditation. Its heart brimmed with boundless anger and frustration, having been confined within this minuscule mountain range for far too long. It had truly had enough. Now, it would ensure that those audacious enough to harm its child would pay dearly. It sought not only to devour the feeble human cultivators before it, but also to make every human throughout the beastly mountain range pay the ultimate price. With a thunderous roar, the purple-winged Lion King opened its gaping maw, unleashing a terrifying, bone-chilling suction force. Li Yang and Wu Qingqing strained with all their might, channeling their entire spiritual energy in an attempt to escape this dreadful pull. Yet, the power was overwhelmingly strong, rendering their efforts seemingly futile. As the imminent moment approached, the three individuals were about to be mercilessly engulfed by the Lion King, destined to become its sustenance and be digested. Junior sister, do not worry about me. Quickly flee towards the mountain's exit. Li Yang, in a state of desperation, channeled a portion of his spiritual energy and forcefully propelled Wu Qingqing away, hoping to grant her a glimmer of hope. In an instant, Wu Qingqing was thrust a distance away. Yet she helplessly witnessed Li Yang and his elder sister enveloped by the Lion King's maw. The sight pierced her heart with anguish, rendering her incredulous at the unfolding tragedy. However, she understood that this was not the time for sorrow. She must escape swiftly. Gritting her teeth, she suppressed her inner turmoil and raced towards the mountain's exit with all her might. Each step was fraught with terror of death and concern for her senior's safety. As she ran, she unhesitatingly shattered the jade token left to her by her aunt. She was acutely aware of her aunt's profound cultivation. Perhaps only she could arrive in time to thwart the ferocious Lion King before her seniors were digested and rescue them. Time ticked away, and Wu Qingqing dared not relent for even a moment. Her heart thundered, her breath quickened, and sweat drenched her garments. She incessantly reminded herself to keep moving. For with each passing second, her seniors' lives grew increasingly perilous. After devouring Li Yang and his companion, the Lion King let out a resounding belch, as if proclaiming to the world that it had just indulged in a sumptuous feast. Without hesitation, it resumed its pursuit towards the direction Wu Qingqing had fled, its eyes glinting with a cold, resolute gleam. The purple-winged Lion King seemed to have descended into a frenzied state, its actions becoming unnaturally fierce and brutal. Along its path, it ruthlessly slaughtered many unfortunate cultivators, staining every inch of ground with their blood. These cultivators stood no chance against the Lion King's overwhelming might, succumbing to its claws in fear and despair. Simultaneously, it appeared that the other beasts of the Beast Mountain had received some form of command from the Lion King, launching a ferocious assault on human cultivators. They no longer merely ambushed humans sporadically, but executed a coordinated and planned full-scale counterattack. In an instant, the entire mountain was shrouded in chaos and terror, plunging human cultivators into an unprecedented crisis. Faced with such a terrifying scenario, all cultivators exerted every effort to escape this dreadful place. They fled recklessly, hoping to distance themselves from the ferocious beasts and preserve their lives. However, the sheer number of beasts proved overwhelming, and many cultivators ultimately fell victim to misfortune, becoming fodder for the monsters. At last, the exit of the mountain was within reach, and Wu Qingqing glimpsed the hope of survival. She quickened her pace, rushing into the radiant light. Chapter 35. Master of Lotus Peak. As he observed the throngs of cultivators surging out of the mountain's entrance like a tidal wave, the usually composed and steady old Wang at the gate could not help but become flustered. He hurriedly reached out to stop a gasping cultivator, his face etched with confusion as he inquired, "What on earth is happening? Why are you all fleeing in such a frenzy?" The young monk, his face pale with terror, stammered in response, "They've gone mad, all of them." The beasts in the Demon Beast Mountain seemed to have collectively descended into a state of frenzy, attacking anyone they encounter without regard for their own survival. I even witnessed a horrifying beast soaring through the air, with a mere flap of its wing. It obliterated several foundation building seniors on the spot. The scene was utterly gruesome, sending shivers down my spine. Upon hearing the monk's words, old Wang's face turned ashen, and he collapsed onto the ground. To think that a single flap of a wing could so easily slay multiple foundation building cultivators. What sort of terrifying existence could this be? With the sudden upheaval in the Demon Beast Mountains, the sect would surely place the blame on them. Otherwise, even his own life might be at stake. Within the grand hall of Lianhua Peak, a streak of light shot forth like a comet. The radiance was dazzling, akin to a burning flame, exuding an overwhelming power. What had befallen the Lord of Red Lotus Peak? Looking in that direction, it was indeed the Demon Beast Mountains. The many female cultivators on Lianhua Peak recognized this crimson streak as their leader, Fu Honglian. She appeared anxious and moved with remarkable speed. Observing Fu Peak Master's urgent demeanor, a wave of concern surged in the hearts of the onlookers. Could it be that our junior sister is in danger while hunting in the Demon Beast Mountains? Someone murmured softly. In the Demon Beast Mountains, Wu Qingqing stood at the entrance, her gaze fixed intently on the rampaging beasts within. Her breath came in rapid gasps. Her forehead slick with sweat, evidently having just endured a fierce test of life and death. "Aunt, please hurry," Wu Qingqing silently prayed. With each passing moment, her seniors faced increasing peril. She was frantic, yet powerless, left to await her aunt's arrival in silence. "Who are you? Where's this place?" The female cultivator beside Li Yong weakly inquired. Moments earlier, they had been swallowed by the purple-winged Lion King. And now the young woman seemed to have been roused by the stench of the lion's gastric juices, but the sight around her filled her with dread. Half of her body was submerged in a liquid emitting a pungent, acidic odor, and her spiritual energy was rapidly fading. She felt as though she might dissolve into this liquid at any moment. "It's a long story. My name is Li Yong, and we are currently inside the belly of a fourth-tier purple-winged Lion King," he explained helplessly. In truth, he was not faring much better. His own spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and if it continued for another quarter hour, he would exhaust his power and eventually dissolve into the lion's nourishment. "System, are you there? Please, think of a way to get us out." Li Yong silently communicated with the system, desperately hoping for a glimmer of hope. However, to his disappointment, the familiar and anticipated voice of the system remained silent, as if it had completely ignored his call and sunk into an abyss of silence. Could this truly be the end? A complex swirl of emotions flooded Li Yang's heart, a blend of helplessness toward fate and confusion about the future. Yet, he harbored no regrets regarding his decision. If time were to rewind and grant him another opportunity to choose, he would unhesitatingly rush to rescue his junior, Qingqing. However, the mere thought of the numerous unfinished matters weighed heavily on his heart. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yong resolved to take a desperate gamble, attempting to unleash the Taichu sword to strike from within the belly of the Lion King. Yet, as he sought to channel the meager spiritual energy remaining within him, he realized that it had been further depleted by the corrosive gastric fluids, rendering him incapable of producing sufficient power to wield the sword's aura. Faced with such dire circumstances, despair engulfed Li Yong. "Auntie, you have finally arrived. Sister Tsaiha and brother Li Yong have both been swallowed by that Lion King. Please, you must save them." Upon catching sight of her aunt descending from the heavens, Wu Qingqing felt as though she had grasped a lifeline, rushing forward to embrace her aunt tightly. Tears streaming down her face like a torrential flood as she wept and fervently pleaded for her help. "Enough, my child, do not cry," Annie said soothingly. The beasts of the Demon Beast Mountains were predominantly captured by the elders and peak masters of each faction from the fierce battlegrounds. Thus Fu Honglian possessed considerable knowledge regarding the species and ranks of these beasts. Observing the unusual disturbances within the mountains, she surmised that the pinnacle third-tier purple-winged demon lion had successfully evolved and achieved a breakthrough. The reality was far more severe than anticipated. Had it merely been a third-tier beast, she could have dispatched it with ease. Now that it had ascended to the fourth tier, its power was sufficient to contend with the golden core cultivators of humanity. It must be noted that within the same level of cultivation, the combat prowess of beasts vastly exceeded that of human practitioners. Despite Fu Honglian being a third-tier golden core cultivator, she could not guarantee victory if she were to confront the Lion King alone. "Are you referring to Li Yong, the champion of the intersect selection competition?" After a moment's reflection, Fu Honglian spoke. "I have heard of him. It is said that he possesses extraordinary talent and strength, and has been taken under the wing of the esteemed Elder Ming. Alas, the three Grand Elders are currently in secluded meditation, undergoing a crucial breakthrough, and cannot be disturbed. Were he present, this matter would be far more manageable." Fully aware of the urgency of the situation, Fu Honglian resolved to seek additional assistance. She retrieved a jade slip from the sect and sent forth a message. Shortly thereafter, another beam of light descended, revealing the arrival of Yuan Qing, the chief disciple of the esteemed Xianming, the peak master of the White Horse Peak. Fu Honglian had summoned him for a reason. Although Yuan Qing's cultivation was a tier lower than hers, his combat prowess as a swordsman ranked among the finest of human cultivators. Moreover, as Li Yong was his junior brother, he would undoubtedly come to his aid. "Yuan Qing, my friend, I appreciate your assistance. Do not mention it, Peak Master Honglian. When my junior is in peril, it is my duty as his elder brother to act," and I am grateful for your timely notification. As both were golden core cultivators, Yuan Qing and Fu Honglian exchanged customary greetings as fellow practitioners. Chapter 36. The rescue. The young disciple Wu Qingqing had met with her master, Yuan Qing, and was about to explain the situation regarding her senior brother, Li Yang. Her voice was tinged with urgency and concern, her gaze filled with earnestness. I am already aware of Li Yang's predicament. Rest assured, I will spare no effort to rescue him, Yuan Qing interjected, astutely perceiving Wu Qingqing's shifting emotions. He turned to Fu Honglian and continued, Mistress of Honglian Peak, time is of the essence. Let us hasten to the Lion King's cave. Wu Qingqing hesitated, as if there were more she wished to convey. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Yuan Qing's tone grew more urgent. He understood that with each passing moment, Li Yang's peril escalated. Without further delay, he mounted his flying sword and darted into the beast mountain like a bolt of lightning. Fu Honglian followed suit without a moment's hesitation, turning back to Wu Qingqing with a firm instruction, stay here and do not wander. As she watched Yuan Qing and Fu Honglian depart, Wu Qingqing was engulfed in confusion and turmoil. She murmured to herself, Li Yang, please ensure your safe return. Yet, she lamented the convoluted nature of their relationships. According to tradition, as the esteemed disciple of the elder Xianming, Li Yang should be regarded as a peer to Fu Honglian and Yuan Qing, warranting Wu Qingqing to respectfully address him as Master Uncle. However, calling him Master Uncle felt profoundly awkward, especially since she harbored thoughts of becoming his partner. Wouldn't this complicate their bond even further? Within the Lion King's lair, the purple-winged Lion King reclined languidly upon a stone chair, attempting to alleviate its discomfort. Having just swallowed Li Yang and another, it felt an unusual unease in its stomach. It had been a long time since it had dined on humans. Why, after consuming merely two, did it now suffer from indigestion? The Lion King began to question whether its digestive system had deteriorated. In truth, the situation was far different. At that very moment, Li Yang and Kai He were struggling for survival within the Lion King's belly, exerting themselves to escape. Armed with an array of weapons, they relentlessly struck the Lion King's stomach wall. Li Yang wielded a razor-sharp blade, attempting to slice through the Lion King's abdomen from within in hopes of regaining his freedom. Regrettably, he had gravely underestimated the Lion King's internal defenses. Empowered by its formidable spiritual energy, the Lion King's stomach was akin to an indestructible steel mixer, rendering ordinary spiritual swords ineffective. Meanwhile, Kai did not relent, continuously brandishing her staff and casting various spells. Yet these efforts seemed futile against the Lion King's impenetrable stomach wall. Though hope was dim, they persevered, tirelessly seeking an escape route. Kai, let us take a moment to rest. This lion's defenses are insurmountable. We should conserve our spiritual energy and hope that Qingqing can summon assistance, Li Yang suggested. Having learned through conversation that this female practitioner was named Kai He and was also a disciple of the Lotus Peak, a senior to Qingqing. Both Li Yang and Kai He felt immensely fatigued, yet they remained steadfast, hoping for Qingqing to bring forth aid. As time incessantly marched on, the lion's defenses remained unyielding, its spiritual energy continuously depleting. After a fierce internal struggle, Li Yang and Kai He were compelled to make a difficult decision, to abandon their offensive, conserve their strength, and await rescue. Just as they prepared for a temporary ceasefire, a thunderous roar shattered the silence. Purple-winged demon lion, surrender my sect's disciple, and I shall spare your life. The voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the forest, causing even the nearby trees to quiver. Within the belly of the lion, Li Yang and Kai He heard it distinctly. That's senior brother Yuan Qing. We have hope. Despite the thick layer of flesh separating them, Li Yang recognized his brother's voice. Outside the Lion King's lair, two figures, one clad in blue and the other in red, descended from the heavens. Yuan Qing's gaze was sharp as a sword. Locking onto the depths of the cave where the purple-winged lion resided, he shouted loudly. The purple-winged lion, roused from its slumber by the sudden outburst, was filled with fury, perplexed as to which audacious fool dared to disrupt its dreams. It slowly opened its enormous, bell-like eyes, sensing the formidable auras of the two figures outside. A wave of intense hostility surged within it. Ha! Two lowly human cultivators once more. Depart now, and I shall grant you mercy. As a powerful magical beast, it was inherently imbued with a sense of arrogance and superiority, regarding humanity with disdain. In its eyes, humans were merely slightly gifted in cultivation. Compared to the might and robust forms of magical beasts, they were nothing more than insignificant ants. It could not fathom how such fragile creatures could command such potent spiritual energy. The Lion King easily discerned the strength of Fu and Yuan. Yet its habitual arrogance led it to underestimate them. Although the outcome of a confrontation remained uncertain, it was filled with confidence. Master Honglian, time is of the essence. Let us join forces and vanquish this beast. Yuan Qing, initially holding on to a sliver of hope, sought to persuade the lion. However, reality proved that magical beasts were fundamentally different from humans. Words would not suffice, and only combat could resolve the conflict. Noticing the two prepared to strike, the purple-winged demon lion took flight without hesitation. Its lair housed many hungry cubs, making a battle here distinctly disadvantageous. Thus, it soared several hundred miles away before steadying itself. Foul beast, where do you think you're going? Fu and Yuan pursued closely behind. The trio soon arrived over a vast plain, the sky shrouded in dark clouds. Thunder rumbling ominously, as if heralding the impending fierce battle. The two golden core cultivators, Yuan Qing and Fu Honglian, stood at one end of the sky, their gazes firmly fixed upon the purple-winged lion ahead. The purple-winged lion, a fourth-tier magical beast, appeared massive upon closer inspection, its muscular form defined, and its purple wings unfurled like colossal battle banners, emanating overwhelming pressure. A fierce glint shone in its eyes, seemingly mocking the two cultivators before it. Yuan Qing, as a sword cultivator, donned a flowing azure robe, wielding a long sword that glimmered with a chilling light. His gaze was resolute, the tip of his sword quivering gently, as if poised to unleash a lethal strike aimed directly at the vulnerable heart of the purple-winged Lion King. Fu Honglian, a formidable spellcaster, adorned in a crimson gown, held a staff intricately carved with complex runes. Her long hair danced in the breeze, and her eyes sparkled with the brilliance of wisdom. She excelled in various magical arts, capable of summoning rain of fire, icy storms, and even the might of lightning, delivering devastating blows to her adversaries. As the battle commenced, the purple-winged Lion King launched the first attack, opening its cavernous maw and emitting a thunderous roar before lunging at the two cultivators. Yuan Qing's figure flickered, his sword transforming into a flurry of shimmering blades that clashed against the Lion King's razor-sharp claws, each collision igniting sparks. Meanwhile, Fu Honglian conjured spells from the rear, fireballs and ice shards raining down from above, precisely striking the Lion King's wings and impeding its flight. Enraged, the Lion King roared as it flapped its wings violently, summoning a tempest in an attempt to blow the two cultivators away. However, Yuan Qing and Fu Honglian were well prepared, skillfully evading the oncoming gusts. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Qing closed in, his sword aimed directly at the Lion King's heart, while Fu Honglian summoned arcs of lightning in the air, forming a cage of electricity that ensnared the Lion King within. Vile beast, face your demise, Yuan Qing bellowed, swinging his sword with all his might, unleashing a razor-sharp sword aura that sliced through the air toward the Lion King's vital spot. At that moment, the Lion King found itself overwhelmed by Fu Honglian's array of magical assaults, struggling to withstand the sudden onslaught. Get away from me, the Lion King roared, desperately flapping its wings to escape the confines of the electric cage. Yet, as it diverted its attention to fend off the barrage of attacks, Yuan Qing's sword aura was already upon it. Realizing it could not evade the blow, the Lion King exerted all its strength to alter its flight path, attempting to dodge the fatal strike. Alas, its movements were a beat too slow. Although it narrowly avoided a fatal injury, the sword aura struck fiercely against its tail. In an instant, blood sprayed forth as the Lion King's tail was severed, leaving behind a gruesome scar. This bloody scene only served to incite the already ferocious purple-winged Lion King to greater fury. It howled in agony, its voice echoing throughout the valley. Suddenly, a host of third-tier magical beasts surged forth from the surroundings, obstructing Fu Honglian and Yuan Qing's path, granting their master a fleeting chance to escape. Taking advantage of this moment, the purple-winged Lion King, enduring its excruciating pain, soared high into the sky, swiftly disappearing from the sight of the two cultivators. Beast, you cannot escape my grasp, Yuan Qing roared, his sword slicing through the air once more, as dozens of sharp sword auras erupted forth. These sword auras, swift as lightning, effortlessly pierced through the bodies of the third-tier magical beasts, dispatching them one by one. Surveying the ground strewn with the carcasses of the magical beasts, Yuan Qing let out a disdainful snort, a flicker of contempt flashing in his eyes. He exchanged a glance with Fu Honglian, and in unison, they swiftly darted toward the direction where the Lion King had fled. Sister Tsaya, how many spirit stones do you have left? Liang, who was nestled within the belly of the Lion King, inquired in a hushed tone. At that moment, he could distinctly sense the Lion King's depleting spiritual energy, indicating a notable weakening of its power. A thought flickered through Li Yang's mind. During this period of hunting, he had expended all the spirit stones he had accumulated on upgrading his primordial visualization technique, and thus contemplated borrowing some stones from Sister Tsaya to enhance his Taichu sword technique. By doing so, leveraging the few remaining recovery pills, he could more confidently deliver a fatal blow to the Lion King. The reason he refrained from directly upgrading his cultivation was primarily due to Sister Tsaya's proximity, explaining how to rapidly elevate one's cultivation would be rather challenging. Moreover, should he succeed in slaying the Lion King, the rewards would undoubtedly be immense. In such a case, not only could he repay Sister Tsaya for the spirit stones, but he might even profit from the endeavor. With this thought, Li Yang's resolve grew ever more steadfast. Spirit stones? I still have some. How many do you need? Tsaya assumed Li Yang was low on spiritual energy and required spirit stones to replenish it. 100,000. Li Yang blurted out without a moment's hesitation. That's quite a sum. Tsaya exclaimed, bewildered. 100,000 spirit stones was no trivial amount. She had only a modest reserve, kept for emergencies. Sister Tsaya, whatever you have, please lend it to me. I possess a secret technique that allows for the rapid absorption of spirit stones, far superior to that of medicinal pills, Li Yang admitted, resorting to a small falsehood out of necessity. Tsaya hesitated for a moment before retrieving a low-grade storage ring from her bosom and presenting it to Li Yang. This contains approximately 50,000 spirit stones. It should suffice to replenish a significant portion of your spiritual energy. Li Yang hurriedly accepted the ring, expressing his gratitude to Tsaya. He then began to mentally recite the incantation, aiming to infuse the spirit stones into his Taichu sword technique. As time elapsed, the spirit stones were continuously consumed. Yet the upgrade prompt remained elusive. Li Yang felt a pang of anxiety, but he persevered, resolutely continuing to channel the spirit stones. Finally, upon reaching a total of 40,000 spirit stones, the upgrade prompt finally appeared in the skill tab. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yang silently declared, Upgrade Taichu Sword Technique. Host, Li Yang Cultivation. Foundation Establishment Level 1 Spiritual Sense. Initial Stage Physique. Innate Sword Body Techniques. Taichu Sword Technique. Minor Accomplishment. Heavenly Eye Technique. Beginner. Spirit Concealment Technique. Beginner. Shattered Gold Roar. Beginner. Grand Mysterious Heavenly Sword Technique. Minor Accomplishment. Primordial Visualization Technique. Beginner. Spirit Sword. Taichu Sword. To upgrade a technique by just one minor realm required a staggering 20,000 spirit stones. Such an astronomical figure was truly astonishing. However, one could surmise that the power of the upgraded technique would undoubtedly receive a significant enhancement. How wonderful it would be if one could elevate their cultivation through the infusion of spirit stones. After all, the last time his system had upgraded, it had introduced numerous practical new features. He pondered whether there was still room for further upgrades within this system. Tsaya noticed some subtle changes occurring within Li Yang and contemplated inwardly. This secret technique of junior brother Li Yang appears to be remarkably formidable. After Li Yang swallowed a rejuvenation pill, he turned to Kai He and instructed, Sister, come to stand behind me. Although Kai He was uncertain of Li Yang's intentions, she obediently complied and moved to his rear. Li Yang then formed a series of hand seals and murmured incantations. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, and a brilliant beam of light erupted from his hand, manifesting as the primordial sword. With unwavering determination, Li Yang focused intently on the tail of the purple-winged magic lion. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all his strength and unleashed the sword. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of sword energy surged forth, targeting the lion's stomach wall. In the confined space, the sword energy struck with the swiftness of lightning, cleaving into the lion's abdomen in the blink of an eye. Li Yang distinctly sensed that his mastery of the primordial sword technique, now at a minor level, consumed less spiritual power, yet wielded significantly greater force than before. However, to his astonishment, when the sword energy dissipated, he discovered that the lion's belly remained unscathed. The defensive capabilities of this fourth-tier magical beast were astonishing, impervious to penetration from both within and without. At that moment, as the purple-winged magic lion desperately attempted to flee, it emitted a painful roar and spat forth a spray of blood, nearly tumbling from the air. Clearly, while Li Yang's strike had not breached its belly, it had inflicted considerable internal damage. Suddenly, both Li Yang and Kai He felt an intense constriction in their bodies, followed by a violent spinning sensation. The lion, fearing they might launch another attack from within, expelled them from its maw. Alongside them, the mangled bodies of numerous human cultivators were also ejected, creating a scene that was utterly nauseating. As Li Yang and Kai He emerged from the lion's belly, they immediately activated their escape techniques and fled at high speed. They understood the gravity of their situation and recognized that dispersing quickly was essential for increasing their chances of survival. Without hesitation, they darted towards Yuan and Fu's direction. Meanwhile, The lion did not pursue them immediately. In truth, it bore severe injuries and lacked the strength to chase after them. The expanse of the Beast Mountain range was limited, and remaining there would inevitably lead to confrontation with the two golden core cultivators. Filled with resentment and fury, the lion let out a deafening roar towards the heavens. Nevertheless, it did not resign itself to inaction. It resolutely took flight into the depths of the Beast Mountain range, heading toward a mysterious place known as the Abyss of Heaven, believed to be a key nexus connecting the mountain range to the outside world. The lion hoped that reaching the abyss might offer a glimmer of hope. Chapter 38. The Tedium of Cultivation. Junior brother, you have finally emerged, Yuan Qing remarked, his heart relieved upon seeing Li Yang. Li Yang, pale-faced, replied, "Thank you, brother, for your timely rescue. I merely exhausted my spiritual energy and feel a bit fatigued. There is no serious harm." However, only he himself truly understood that had it not been for Yuan Qing's timely intervention, the purple-winged demon Lion King, upon fully unleashing its spiritual power to devour the two of them, would have likely reduced them to mere remnants within a mere 10 minutes, becoming part of this realm. Yuan Qing then turned to Li Yang and introduced, "Junior brother, this is the Vice Master Fu from the Lotus Blossom Peak. Your salvation is solely due to Vice Master Fu's assistance. Do hurry and pay your respects." Hearing this, Li Yang dared not be negligent. He quickly stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and said, "I am profoundly grateful for Vice Master Fu's life-saving grace." Although Li Yang and Fu Honglian were ostensibly of the same generation, in the realm of cultivation, strength reigned supreme, and until one attained the same level of mastery, they could not be considered equals. No need for excessive courtesy. Had it not been for you, my Qingqing and Saiha would likely have met with dire fates as well. Thus, I owe you my heartfelt thanks, young lad, Fu Honglian replied. Her smile gentle as she regarded Li Yang, her mind swirling with thoughts. This young man is indeed remarkable. It is no wonder Qingqing speaks of him so often. At such a tender age, he has already reached the first stage of foundation building, standing there like a treasured sword. It is no surprise that Xianming Taishang took him as a disciple. His talents are truly extraordinary. Fu Honglian's gaze, imbued with profound meaning and reminiscent of a mother-in-law appraising her son-in-law, made Li Yang feel a tad uneasy. He cleared his throat gently and said, "After that lion expelled us, it fled in a frenzy towards that direction." With that, Li Yang pointed to the northwest. "You two should retreat from the monster beast mountains. I shall pursue alongside Vice Master Fu," Yuan Qing said, his expression grave as he glanced at Li Yang and Saiha. Li Yang and Saiha exchanged glances and nodded, aware that their limited strength would only serve as a burden if they remained. Yuan Qing took a deep breath, turning to race alongside Fu Honglian in pursuit of the fleeing Lion King. Throughout their journey, both Yuan Qing and Fu Honglian remained on high alert. At last, they arrived at the edge of the heavenly abyss. Before them stood a perilous cliff, at the brink of which loomed a massive stone tablet inscribed with the words "Forbidden Ground of the Sect, Cultivators, Halt." Upon seeing this stone tablet, Fu Honglian halted, frowning as she addressed Yuan Qing. "Yuan Qing, we cannot proceed any further. Ahead lies a forbidden area. Even that lion would find no escape within." Yuan Qing, well aware of the dangers of such forbidden grounds, understood that forcing their way in could spell doom. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded in agreement with Fu Honglian's assessment. They both sighed in resignation, ultimately deciding to abandon their pursuit and turn back. Get lost. This meager flesh is hardly enough to fill this king's teeth. Within the heavenly abyss, the Lion King roared at the sight of an emaciated old man before him. It could not gauge the old man's cultivation level. Either he was a powerless mortal or possessed strength that far surpassed its own. Yet how could a mere mortal find themselves in such a forbidden place? Clearly, the old man belonged to the latter category. The old man opened his mouth, though his words were inaudible. In the blink of an eye, the Lion King crashed to the ground, having never comprehended how it met its demise. At last, there was meat to consume. The frail old man's eyes sparkled with vitality, and his speech became remarkably clear. After Yuan Qing and Fu Honglian departed from the abyss, they did not immediately exit. Together, they had vanquished dozens of third-tier magical beast leaders, successfully quelling the rampant beast uprising in the mountains. As the tumultuous tide of beasts began to recede, they finally exhaled in relief and made their way out. Meanwhile, Wu Qingqing remained fixated on the exit of the beast mountain, anxiously awaiting their return. At that moment, the sight of Li Yang and Kai He returning unscathed filled her with indescribable joy. Overwhelmed with excitement, she scarcely noticed her senior sister beside her and dashed toward Li Yang. Were it not for her senior sister's presence, she would have undoubtedly thrown herself into his arms in a heartfelt embrace. "Senior brother, senior sister, do you know?" Wu Qingqing chattered incessantly like a machine gun. her words tumbling forth as if she had an inexhaustible supply of tales to tell. However, when Fu Honglian and Yuan Qing appeared before them, she momentarily restrained her exuberance. Qing, you must refrain from such recklessness in the future. Fortunately, this occurred within the sect, with your auntie protecting you. But outside, you must exercise caution. Fu Honglian gently admonished. After exchanging brief pleasantries with Yuan Qing, she led Wu Qingqing and Kai He back to Lotus Peak. Senior brother, did that lion perish? On their way back, Li Yang curiously inquired of Yuan Qing. It retreated to the forbidden area, which we cannot enter. However, it's unlikely to survive, Yuan Qing replied. Shaking his head, the fourth-tier magical beast had already consolidated its inner core, which would have been invaluable to golden core cultivators. What a pity. Junior brother. Focus on your cultivation after returning. For now, avoid the Beast Mountain. There are several peak third-tier beasts inside. Although the tide has subsided, the sect will likely remain closed for a while, Yuan Qing advised, to which Li Yang could only nod in resignation. With no access to the Beast Mountain, he pondered where to procure spirit stones, especially considering he owed senior sister Kai He 50,000 spirit stones, despite her insistence that he need not repay her. After some contemplation, he decided to defer repayment. Since he had already perfected the visualization method, it would be prudent to steadily enhance his spiritual consciousness. As for the spirit stones, he would devise another plan. If all else failed, he could offer his services to the elders at Tiandu Peak regarding medicinal fields. Master is currently in seclusion, so you should refrain from wandering about. Just remain at White Horse Peak. Additionally, I have taken on a task. So if you encounter any urgent matters, feel free to approach the other elders on the peak. I have already informed them. Yuan Qing added some final words of caution before vanishing from sight. Months turned into years, and before he realized it, Li Yang had spent 3 years at White Horse Peak, his cultivation advancing to the second level of foundation establishment. Thanks to the Yuan Shi visualization technique, his spiritual consciousness had also seen significant enhancement, though it remained at the initial stage. His senior brother had mentioned that for golden core cultivators, their spiritual consciousness must reach the mortal level. Otherwise, they cannot command the Dan platform or achieve the formation of Dan. It seemed there was still a long journey ahead. Master was uncertain how much longer he would remain in seclusion, during which time his senior brother had introduced him to the second senior brother, from whom he received a generous meeting gift. The sale of this gift, combined with the rewards accumulated from 3 years of signing in and lottery draws, had finally facilitated his advancement to the second level of foundation establishment. Host, Li Yang cultivation level, foundation establishment, second rank spiritual sense, initial stage physique, innate sword body techniques, primordial sword technique, minor accomplishment, heavenly eye technique, entry level. Spirit concealment technique, entry level, shattering gold roar, entry level, great profound sky, sword technique, minor accomplishment. Primordial visualization method, entry level, spiritual sword, primordial sword. This intensified Li Yang's yearning for spirit stones. Fortunately, a few days prior, he received notification that the Monster Beast Mountain range would reopen next month. However, the areas within had been reallocated. Disciples at his foundation establishment second rank could only access areas 1 and 2, while the higher level area 3 remained beyond his reach for the time being. Chapter 39. Swift redemption. After enduring several days of arduous anticipation, Li Yang finally welcomed the day of the Monster Beast Mountain range's reopening. At dawn, before the sun had risen, he eagerly set off towards the entrance of the mountain range. Upon his arrival, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The entrance was already a throng of humanity, with a long line stretching endlessly. The crowd was neatly divided into 3 queues, each orderly and systematic. Upon closer inspection, he noticed corresponding signs for each queue. Those below foundation establishment could only enter area 1. Those at foundation establishment 1st to 4th ranks could enter area 2, while those above foundation establishment 5th rank were designated for area 3. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yang confidently joined the queue for area 2. Although the wait felt interminably long, his heart brimmed with anticipation and excitement. At last, when his turn arrived, a gaunt old man appeared before him. His expression inscrutable as he stated flatly, entry fee for area 2 is 200 spirit stones. Li Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, what? Wasn't he at 100? How did the price increase? He regarded the old man before him, whose sharp features evoked a sense of dissatisfaction within him. This old man was entirely different from the previous fee collector, Old Wang, and he couldn't help but reminisce fondly about the latter. Perhaps Old Wang's career had come to an end. He wondered where the old man had been sent off to. This thought stirred a twinge of regret within Li Yang. Pay upon entry, and do not obstruct the passage. The old man's voice was tinged with impatience. Over the years, Li Yang had heard rumors that the three elders and the sect leader were in seclusion, striving for breakthroughs. With vast quantities of spirit stones being transported to the bright summit daily, this had become common knowledge. Although the sect appeared to thrive on the surface, the reality was that life was not as easy as it seemed. Reluctantly, Li Yang surrendered 200 spirit stones, reassuring himself, "It's all right. Once inside, I will slay a few more magical beasts." He could only comfort himself in this manner. Alas, fellow cultivator, why have the magical beasts here become so scarce? After spending an entire day in the monster beast mountain range, Li Yang had yet to encounter even a single third-rank beast. Most were merely first rank, with second rank appearing only occasionally. A wave of confusion washed over him, prompting him to stop a fellow cultivator to inquire. "You must be a senior brother from the mountain, right? It is an honor to meet you." The young cultivator, upon recognizing Li Yang's foundation establishment status, immediately responded with respect. The young monk was a novice who had just entered the inner sanctum and was diligently honing his skills in the grand hall. Through his words, Li Yang gleaned some insights. He understood that the establishment of the Beast Mountain range by the sect was primarily aimed at refining the disciples' practical combat abilities. To this end, the sect had deliberately reduced the number of magical beasts and concentrated all high-tier beasts in the third region, while the first and second regions were transformed into relatively easier trial grounds. However, Li Yang was unaware of the intricate details behind this decision, which was, in fact, a consequence of his own actions. With the total number of magical beasts in the mountain range effectively controlled, the risk of another overwhelming beast tide, like the last one, could be mitigated. After all, the true hunting grounds remained the celestial and demonic battlefields. The Beast Mountain range served merely as a venue for disciples to practice their skills. The magical beasts therein belonged to the sect, which naturally wished to prevent unwarranted slaughter by the cultivators that could lead to needless losses. After a period of internal conflict, Li Yang ultimately resolved to continue reaping the benefits from the sect. He simply found himself in dire straits financially. Thus, he spent several months in the Beast Mountain range, finally filling his spatial ring. Although the first-tier magic cores were plentiful, their abundance was satisfying. To elevate his cultivation, Li Yang poured the over 50,000 spirit stones he had exchanged into the system, and at last, the option to upgrade his cultivation appeared once more. Upgrade successful. This upgrade consumed a total of 58,000 spirit stones. Host, Li Yang Cultivation, Foundation Establishment. Third rank Spiritual Awareness, Initial Stage Physique, Innate Sword Body Techniques, Primordial Sword Art, Minor Accomplishment, Heavenly Eye Technique, Entry Level, Spirit Concealment Technique, Entry Level. Golden Shatter Roar, Entry Level, Great Profound Sky Sword Art, Minor Accomplishment, Primordial Visualization Method, Entry Level, Spirit Sword, Primordial Sword. Li Yang recalled that during his last upgrade, he had expended a substantial 15,000 spirit stones. Those spirit stones had taken him 3 arduous years to accumulate. Yet now, merely a few months had passed, and he had already earned 50,000 spirit stones. This comparison struck him with clarity. It was indeed far easier and quicker to extract resources from the sect. He couldn't help but feel a rising anticipation, pondering how many spirit stones would be required for the next upgrade. At that moment, Li Yang's heart brimmed with eager longing. He fervently wished to elevate himself to the 5th rank and then venture into the 3rd region, relishing in the thrill of resource extraction once more. Thus, the days passed, filled with such expectations and efforts. In the blink of an eye, 3 years slipped away quietly. Finally, on a beautiful day, blessed with gentle winds and radiant sunshine, Li Yang joyfully ascended to the 5th rank of Foundation Establishment. Host, Li Yang Cultivation Level, Foundation Establishment 5th rank Spiritual Sense, Initial Stage Physique, Innate Sword Body Techniques, Taichu Sword Art, Minor Achievement, Heavenly Eye Technique, Entry Level. Spiritual Concealment Technique, Entry Level, Shattered Gold Roar, Entry Level, Great Xiantian Sword Art, Minor Achievement. Primordial Visualization Method, Entry Level, Spirit Sword, Taichu Sword. To ascend from the 1st to the 2nd rank, Li Yang expended a staggering 15,000 spiritual stones. From the 2nd rank to the 3rd rank required 58,000 stones. The leap from the 3rd to the 4th rank was even more exorbitant, consuming a shocking 120,000 stones. As for the transition from the 4th to the 5th rank, it cost him a total of 200,000 spiritual stones. Moreover, as time passed, the speed at which Li Yang acquired resources gradually diminished. Notably, it took him an entire 2 years to gather the last 200,000 spiritual stones. In the final month before his success, he could only encounter a magical beast every 2 to 3 days, indicating that he had nearly exterminated all the magical beasts in the 2nd region. Initially, Li Yang would spare the 1st rank juvenile beasts, but eventually, he became merciless, slaying everyone he encountered. Just as Li Yang was jubilantly preparing to step into the third region, a mysterious decree arrived, shattering his illusions entirely. Li Yang frequently exchanged points in the merit hall, a behavior that gradually drew attention from all. After all, bearing the title of the top of the heavenly ranking naturally attracted scrutiny. What was even more pivotal was that he exclusively used all his points to exchange for spiritual stones, disregarding treasures such as elixirs and magical artifacts. The leaders and elders of various peaks, especially the mentors of the Grand Academy, harbored mixed feelings towards Li Yang, due to his unique status. They had previously refrained from taking action against him. However, upon the peak leaders emerging from their closed-door training, the matter was promptly reported to them. Over the years, Li Yang's actions had severely disrupted the balance of the Beast Mountain range, resulting in the Academy's failure to cultivate a single foundation establishment practitioner, significantly impacting the sect's talent development plan. Today was a jubilant day for the Sanqing sect, as nearly all resources were gathered, and the esteemed elder Xianling finally succeeded in advancing to the initial stage of the transformation god realm, elevating the sect's strength to new heights. Yet, in stark contrast, Li Yang faced one of the most unfortunate days of his life, as he was forbidden from entering the Beast Mountain range, effectively severing his source of income. Chapter 40. The Secret Realm of the Divine Sword. At the summit of light, within the Hall of Light, Li Yang stood below like an ant on a hot pan, utterly at a loss, while the person seated high above was none other than the sect master of the Sanqing sect, Xiantian. Additionally, the three esteemed elders, Xian Kong, Li Yang's master Xian Ming, and the legendary chief elder Xian Ling, were conspicuously absent. The sect master remained silent, and naturally, Li Yang dared not speak freely, resulting in an unusually quiet atmosphere, broken only by the sound of his anxious breaths. At this moment, beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead, as he exerted all his efforts to mobilize his spiritual energy, attempting to resist the subtle pressure emanating from the Xiantian sect master. It is worth noting that this sect master was a formidable figure at the nascent soul level. Today, unexpectedly, Li Yang found himself summoned, a mere foundation-level practitioner, and a wave of unease washed over him. As seconds ticked away, the silence was finally broken by Xiantian's sect, whose voice, tinged with fatigue yet brimming with appreciation for Li Yang, declared, "A hidden gem awaits its chiseling. Indeed, you are Li Yang." Upon hearing these words, Li Yang's heart raced. The anticipated moment had finally arrived. Xiantian's sect then inquired, "What is the purpose of your exchange for such a multitude of spirit stones?" This question struck Li Yang like a heavy hammer, for it was one he dreaded most. He had prepared himself for this moment, and in a calm demeanor, he replied, "To cultivate, esteemed sect master. You are merely at the 5th tier of foundation. How long will it take you to refine so many spirit stones?" Clearly, the sect master was displeased with this response. Sensing Li Yang's reluctance, Xiantian's sect continued, "Every individual possesses their own secrets. Should you choose not to share, I shall not press further. However, a formidable task awaits you." After a brief pause, he stated solemnly, "In 1 month, the Divine Sword's secret realm will open, and I wish for you to represent the sect and retrieve the sword within." Li Yang was taken aback, pondering, a divine sword? That must be at least a 7th-tier artifact. It was well known that artifacts ranging from the 1st to the 6th tier were classified as spirit swords. Only those of the 7th tier and beyond could be deemed divine, and those of the 9th tier existed solely in legend. How could a mere foundation-level practitioner be tasked with obtaining a 7th-tier divine sword? Esteemed sect master, forgive my candor, but for the sake of the sect, I would brave any peril. However, given my current cultivation and capabilities, I find this responsibility exceedingly daunting. Li Yang believed the sect was brimming with talent, and even the chief elder might be the only one capable of wielding such a sword. It seemed an unfit task for him. This sword is the very soul of our Sanqing sect. Years ago, a traitor stole it, and despite my collaboration with the 3 elder masters to hunt him down, he escaped using forbidden techniques of the demon clan, Xiantian's sect recounted, clenching his fist unconsciously. The demon suppression guard, wielding great power, left him helpless. Years later, the traitor appeared on Demon Island north of Linjiang Prefecture, where he was slain by the demon suppression guard, who then claimed the divine sword, refusing to return it under the protection of the royal family. However, the 7th-tier divine sword possesses the ability to choose its master, and even the Linjiang demon suppression envoy could not refine it. Thus, under the pretext of human righteousness, the divine sword's secret realm was established, allowing human cultivators below the golden core stage to enter and let the sword choose its master, with no reliance on spiritual power, only skill in the sword path. The sect believes you have a significant chance. Realizing the gravity of the task, Liang understood he had no choice but to accept. If you successfully retrieve the divine sword, the sect will reward you with 100,000 spirit stones. Xiantian sect tempted further, sensing Li Yang's hesitation. It is an obligation to reclaim the divine sword for the sect, young one. Liang, upon hearing the mention of 1,000,000 spirit stones, readily acquiesced without a moment's hesitation. The Xiantian sect presented him with a jade token, stating, "This token serves as a pass to the secret realm, allowing you to sense the general direction of the divine sword. Take it." After a few brief instructions, the elder of the Xiantian sect gestured for Li Yang to depart. This young man truly embodies the notion that one must not reveal their prowess until the moment is ripe. Elder Xiankong, through his calculations, concluded that the divine sword was soon to return, hoping that Elder Xianying had not erred in his judgment. This lad might indeed be the fated one. With a sigh, the Xiantian sect vanished from the grand hall. Upon returning to the White Horse Peak, Liang took a moment to gather his thoughts and prepared to pay his respects to his master. Having been in seclusion for many years, it was likely that his master's cultivation had significantly advanced, and he could certainly find solace beneath the shade of that great tree. Arriving at his master's cave, Liang knelt and bowed, saying, "Disciple Liang, congratulating master on your emergence from seclusion." Suddenly, a surge of sword energy surged toward him. Instinctively, Liang countered with a wave of his own sword energy. The two forces collided, producing a resonant clang as the energies dissipated into the air. Oh! Within that sword energy lingered a trace of sword intent. "Impressive. I did not anticipate your swordsmanship to exceed my expectations. Come in." After a brief moment of realization, Liang understood that his master was testing him after years of absence. His master appeared somewhat aged and thinner, yet his aura seemed unchanged. "The sect has informed you about the divine sword's secret realm, I presume? What are your thoughts on it?" Elder Xianying regarded Liang with a satisfied smile, clearly pleased with his young disciple. "I shall exert every effort to fulfill this task." Liang wished to express that for the sake of 1,000,000 spirit stones, he would risk his life to retrieve the divine sword. However, in the presence of his master, it was prudent to remain humble. Elder Xianying wasted no words. He traced a finger across Li Yang's forehead, a flash of light illuminating the air as a small sword materialized above Li Yang's brow before vanishing. In times of necessity, you may invoke the great Xiantian sword qi to safeguard your life. There are always greater mountains and more formidable individuals. Do not push beyond your limits, but rather flow with the circumstances. Elder Xianying planted a seed of sword energy within Li Yang's being, essentially granting him a talisman for survival. "Thank you, master." It appeared that 1,000,000 spirit stones were now a necessity. After years of signing in and participating in lotteries, Li Yang's system backpack already contained numerous treasures. And with the sword energy bestowed by his master, he felt a renewed sense of confidence. "Master, I wish to descend the mountain early. The secret realm is not far from Linjiang Prefecture, and I would like to visit my family." The Li family, being a well-established sect in Linjiang, possessed various enterprises. This visit primarily aimed to procure spirit stones from his family, to upgrade his abilities and ensure a measure of security for the secret realm expedition. Granted, but remember to act discreetly. The remnants of the Blood Demon sect have recently been surfacing frequently. Avoid unnecessary trouble. After the secret realm concludes, return directly to the sect. As a future star of the Sanqing sect, you must exercise caution until you have grown stronger. Liang understood well that a genius, before rising in strength, is not distinct from an ordinary person. Ultimately, he was still merely a fledgling cultivator. Chapter 41. Linjiang Prefecture. At long last, he had emerged. Liang stood before the inner door array, taking a deep breath. The moment he stepped beyond the threshold, he felt as if the flow of spiritual energy coursing through him had significantly slowed. He realized that the concentration of spiritual energy here was far less than that of the inner sanctum, rendering him momentarily unaccustomed to this alteration. Originally, Liang intended to pay a visit to Master Ouyang at the outer gate. However, after an exhaustive search, he was unable to locate the entrance. It seemed that this entrance was concealed within a certain formation, making it exceedingly difficult to access without guidance. Consequently, he resolved to proceed directly towards the northwest, a direction he recalled to be where Linjiang Prefecture was situated. Throughout his journey, Liang was enveloped in a sense of exhilaration. After all, this was his inaugural encounter with the outside world, and he was brimming with curiosity and a sense of novelty. At times, he paused to admire the stunning scenery along the way. At other moments, he accelerated his flight, reveling in the exhilarating rush of wind that howled past his ears. Suddenly, Li Yang's attention was captured by a group of cultivators blocking the road, engaged in robbery. This band of cultivators had intercepted a merchant convoy, and the convoy's guards appeared to possess only the strength of the 6th or 7th layer of body refinement. In contrast, the bandits, though few in number, nearly all wielded the cultivation of the gathering chi realm. Li Yang quietly observed the situation below, contemplating whether to intervene. Initially, he had no intention of getting involved, but upon noticing the character Li emblazoned upon the merchant flag, he resolved to act. With a casual flick of his hand, he unleashed several razor-sharp sword energies, which sliced through the air like lightning, effortlessly dispatching the gathering chi cultivators. Just as the members of the convoy prepared to engage in a fierce battle with the bandits, a swift sound echoed through the air, and the bandits, unable to utter their infamous threat, "This road is mine, this tree is mine," met their demise. "Whoever this celestial being is, we are immensely grateful for your assistance," one of the convoy members called out, their voice resonating with reverence. "There's no need for thanks. Just depart quickly," Li Yang's voice carried from a distance, imbued with an undeniable authority. His figure streaked across the sky like a shooting star before he swiftly vanished, riding upon his light of escape. Witnessing this, the members of the convoy hastily knelt, bowing their heads in gratitude towards the direction of Li Yang's departure. They dared not linger, fearing they might provoke the ire of this enigmatic celestial being. Only after Li Yang's silhouette had completely faded from view did they cautiously rise, their hearts still brimming with awe. The chief guard began to search the first cultivator's body and eventually uncovered a token. Gazing at the token in his hand, his expression grew exceedingly grave. "This matter is of great significance. We must return to Linjiang City at once to report to the clan leader," the chief guard declared solemnly, gesturing for everyone to hasten their pace. The entire convoy accelerated, racing towards Linjiang City without pause. It appeared that this realm bore a striking resemblance to the depictions of his former life, with the world of cultivation rife with the vile acts of murder and robbery. As Li Yang soared through the skies with an air of tranquility, he pondered the situation. It was well known that the Li family held considerable prestige in the Linjiang region. As per his memories, there was even an esteemed ancestor at the 9th grade of foundation establishment residing within the clan, alongside numerous powerful cultivators of the gathering chi realm, who, then, possessed the audacity to plunder the goods of the Li family. 3 days later, Li Yang caught sight of the distant silhouette of the city, a wave of joy surging within him as he realized he had finally arrived at his destination. However, upon entering the city, he found himself unable to continue his flight. Reluctantly, he abandoned the idea of flying and chose instead to proceed on foot. "Stop. You look unfamiliar. Who are you?" As Li Yang reached the city gate, he was halted by the guards on duty. It was hardly surprising, for at that moment, he was clad in the distinctive blue robe of the Sanqing sect, rendering him conspicuously out of place among the locals. "I am Li Yang of the Li family. I humbly ask for your courtesy in allowing me passage," Li Yang said earnestly, his demeanor humble as he revealed his identity, hoping to avoid unnecessary complications. As he spoke, he discreetly slipped 3 spirit stones into the guard's hand. He understood all too well that these individuals were merely seeking some form of gain. However, to Li Yang's astonishment, the guard's expression darkened upon hearing his surname. "The Li family? We have no room for your kind here," the guard bellowed. "The governor has instructed us that there are spies from the demon clan lurking about. Your behavior seems suspicious, and you must certainly be one of them. Someone, seize him at once." It turned out that the guard, who had initially intended to let Li Yang pass after accepting the spirit stones, recalled rumors of a recent incident where a young member of the Li family had injured their young commander during a selection event at the Sanqing sect. In that moment, a cunning scheme formed in the guard's mind. He saw an opportunity to make a name for himself and perhaps even win favor with the young commander. Given Li Yang's apparent wealth, he thought he could extract more spirit stones from him. A night at the Spring Breeze Pavilion would certainly be delightful. After all, such actions were not new to him. A group of guards, responding swiftly to the command, surrounded Li Yang like famished predators, their eyes gleaming with greed and malice, as though he were a lamb ready for slaughter. "Do they truly believe I am so easily intimidated?" Li Yang seethed inwardly, a flicker of anger igniting within him. He subtly began to unleash his cultivation, and in an instant, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from him, sweeping outward like a tumultuous wave, overwhelming the guards and forcing them to struggle to maintain their footing. Gathering chi practitioners. At that moment, the leading guard felt as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. He had clearly sensed that Li Yang was merely a practitioner at the body refinement stage. It was precisely this assumption that had emboldened him to act so brazenly. However, he could never have anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable Li Yang was, in fact, a deeply concealed master, a formidable gathering chi practitioner. Realization struck him like a thunderbolt. he had unwittingly provoked a formidable opponent. At this very moment, the leading guard was engulfed in remorse and trepidation. "Please, dear brother, cease your actions. Let us converse amicably." With a resounding call, a middle-aged armored cultivator briskly approached from the city gate barracks. He had just heard a commotion outside, and sensed that matters were amiss, prompting him to hasten out to assess the situation. Chapter 42. The turn of events. To his astonishment, the individual before him was a practitioner of the Qi-gathering realm. It was evident that these unruly soldiers needed a stern lesson, otherwise, they might incite even greater chaos in the future. "I am Feng Yishe, the gate commander here. My subordinates, lacking in discernment, have dared to offend you, and for that, I sincerely apologize. However, we are all officials in the employ of the governor's office, bound to act according to orders. I hope you will show us some understanding." Feng Yishe first expressed his sincere apologies to Li Yang, thereby granting him a measure of respect, while simultaneously providing an avenue for retreat. He then clarified that he and his men were acting within the bounds of their official duties, asserting that their actions were entirely justified. The implication was clear, a warning to Li Yang not to overstep his bounds. Despite his formidable prowess, he should not act with impunity, lest he face the consequences. How could Li Yang fail to discern the veiled meaning in those words? Nevertheless, given the audacity to provoke him, it was only fitting that he administer a light reprimand. Without hesitation, Li Yang retaliated with a sharp slap towards the leading guard, commanding, "Open your eyes wide and behold. Am I man or demon?" With that, Li Yang dismissed the so-called gate commander with disdain and resolutely strode toward the city. Feng Yishe's gaze darkened as he watched Li Yang's receding figure, and he quietly instructed his subordinates with a few hushed words before turning to report this incident to the governor's office. Following the route etched in his memory, Li Yang arrived at the Li residence. The Li family owned a sprawling estate, having been a prominent lineage in the Great Sun Celestial Dynasty, renowned for producing numerous formidable sword cultivators. Regrettably, they had faltered during the transition between emperors, leading to a decline that necessitated their relocation from the Holy Emperor City to Linjiang Prefecture. After several generations of diligent stewardship, the Li family had managed to stabilize their position in Linjiang. The previous head of the family, Li Yang's great-grandfather, had reached the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, wielding the family's resources effectively. Alas, nearing the end of his lifespan, he had passed the mantle to the current patriarch, Li Qing, who was a half-brother to Li Yang's grandfather. The lineage from Li Yang's grandfather to his parents and uncles had been of mediocre talent, until Li Yang displayed exceptional aptitude and became a disciple of the Sanqing sect. This development allowed his grandfather's branch to carve out a modest niche within the estate, managing a portion of the family's enterprises and leading a relatively comfortable life. Li Yang proceeded directly to the courtyard where his parents resided. The dilapidated gate struck him as peculiar. Upon pushing it open, he was met with an overgrown expanse of weeds. What could have transpired? Having been away for less than 20 years, his grandfather should still be alive, at the very least a practitioner of the body refinement realm, with a lifespan exceeding that of ordinary mortals. Despite the fact that his parents and various uncles had moved away, there should still be family members to manage the estate. The dilapidated state of the courtyard clearly indicated that it had been uninhabited for many years. With a heart full of questions, Li Yang stepped out of the courtyard and proceeded towards the center of the manor. Along the way, he encountered numerous kin, having left as a teenager. Many still recognized him, and several cousins greeted him with warmth. Their enthusiasm intensified upon sensing Li Yang's cultivation level. However, whenever he inquired about the well-being of his grandfather and parents, the family members displayed hesitance, as if they were reluctant to speak. Thus, he quickened his pace, hoping to glean answers from the clan leader. "Father, what stance does the governor's office take this time?" "Li Ji has undoubtedly been wrongfully accused," spoke Li Xiaoliang, the eldest son of the current clan leader, Li Qing. Since the passing of Li Yang's grandfather, the estate managed by his lineage had been usurped by the Sun family. Li Ji had led a group of siblings to negotiate with the Sun family at Wangyue Tower, only to be ambushed by a cadre of high-ranking cultivators. All the senior negotiators from the Sun family were annihilated, and several members of the Li family sustained grave injuries. The governor's office labeled this incident as a premeditated murder orchestrated by the Li family. That very day, soldiers were dispatched to arrest Li Ji and the others who had attended the negotiations. They had been imprisoned for 6 long years, and had it not been for the presence of the clan's elder, they would likely have faced execution by now. "It's futile." The elder had personally approached Governor Pang Qingyun, but that man claimed his son was bedridden and would not recover unless he was healed. Consequently, Li Ji and the others must remain in prison for a lifetime. Lamented Li Qing with a heavy sigh, expressing his helplessness. Over the years, nearly all of the Li family's resources had been expended on him, and he regretted his own inadequacies, remaining stagnant at the 8th level of foundation building, unable to grasp the threshold of core formation. Uncle, do you suggest my parents and uncles have been captured by the governor's office? Liang, having overheard the conversation between the clan leader and Li Xiaoliang from a distance using his spiritual sense, entered without announcement. You are Liang? Li Qing, having never met Liang before, recognized him from the resemblance he bore to Li Ji. I have seen my great-uncle and my uncle, Liang said, bowing deeply to both. The Li family, in their efforts to preserve their lineage, often intermarried, making these two individuals his closest relatives in blood. There's no need for such formalities, nephew. You heard the previous conversation. However, do not be overly concerned, as long as the elder is alive. Even Pang Qingyun would not dare act recklessly. Your parents and uncles are not in immediate danger. Liang clenched his fists, knowing that his parents must be enduring immense suffering within. Ever since his soul had fully merged with this body, his feelings for his parents had deepened profoundly, both physically and spiritually. He had intended to honor them during this visit. After all, in a few decades, they would likely pass away, leaving him a solitary figure on the path of cultivation. Li Yang's unexpected display of cultivation left Li Qing and the others in astonishment. Sensing Li Yang's anger, Li Qing hastily inquired, Nephew Liang, do not act rashly. What is your current level of cultivation? Upon hearing this, Liang ceased his pretense, fully unleashing his power. A terrifying pressure emanated from him, causing Li Xiaoliang, who had previously marveled at Li Yang's achievement of the qi-gathering realm at such a tender age, to be utterly taken aback. Now, feeling a force comparable to that of his father, he collapsed onto a chair, exclaiming, Our Li family has produced a genius. Similarly, upon realizing that Li Yang had undoubtedly reached the foundation establishment realm, Li Qing was moved to tears, laughing heartily towards the heavens. Our ancestors of the Li family were virtuous. We are finally on the rise. Li Yang, somewhat bewildered by their reactions, thought to himself, it's merely the foundation establishment realm. Is it really such a big deal? Uncle, granduncle, you too. Li Qing wiped the tears from his face, regaining his solemn demeanor. Good grandson. Come with me to meet the ancestor. We must carefully deliberate on your parents' matters. It was no wonder they were so excited. At under 30 years of age, Li Yang had already reached the foundation establishment realm. In the annals of the Li family and among all human cultivators, those who attain the foundation establishment before 30 invariably become formidable powers, provided they have the requisite resources. At least in their eyes, Li Yang's talent assuredly destined him for the Golden Core realm, perhaps even to recreate the former glory of the Sword Sovereign. Chapter 43. The ancestor Li Yang followed closely behind Li Qing, traversing several tranquil and lush tree-lined paths until they finally arrived at an exceedingly secluded courtyard. Inside, an elderly man was leisurely watering the flowers. Ancestor, I have brought my grandson to visit you, Li Qing shouted at the top of his lungs, as if addressing not a golden core cultivator within, but rather a hard-of-hearing elder. However, the old man in the courtyard seemed unresponsive. Without hesitation, Li Qing led Li Yang straight into the courtyard and explained, the ancestor is advanced in years, and his health has been gradually declining, hence his slight hearing impairment. Li Yang, filled with confusion, silently pondered, as the sight before him starkly contrasted with his previous notions of golden core cultivators. Just as they reached the midpoint, the old man suddenly whirled around, scolding fiercely, audacious thief. How dare you trespass into the forbidden grounds of the Li family? Prepare to face my sword. Before the words had fully left his lips, he swiftly summoned a sharp longsword, assuming a menacing stance as though he were about to unsheath it. This unexpected turn of events startled Li Yang greatly, prompting him to halt in his tracks, no longer daring to advance a step further. In stark contrast, Li Qing appeared remarkably composed, calmly addressing the old man. My lord, I implore you to show mercy and spare our lives. This incompetent fellow inadvertently wandered here. I earnestly request your magnanimity to forgive this one transgression. As he finished speaking, Li Qing feigned a posture of utmost respect, pulling Li Yang down to kneel alongside him on the ground. He then turned his head, lowering his voice to whisper to Li Yang. The ancestor has recently developed a particular fascination for those storybooks, often calling upon people to accompany him in enacting various scenes. Upon hearing this, Li Yang suddenly understood. It appeared that as one aged, they could become quite childlike, delighting in such games reminiscent of play acting. He couldn't help but recall his grandfather from his previous life, who loved to frolic and play with the children during his youth. All right, everyone rise. Your performance was woefully inadequate, lacking any emotional investment. Perhaps we should invite Xiaoliang next time. At that moment, the elder seemed transformed. The weariness in his eyes vanished completely, replaced by a sharp brilliance. He emanated a formidable sword aura, embodying the demeanor of a transcendent master. Li Yang pays his respects to the great ancestor. Li Yang did not rise but continued to bow deeply, hoping to leave a favorable impression on this venerable figure, who was as formidable as his own master, a golden core cultivator. Moreover, resolving the matters concerning his parents would likely depend on this ancestor's influence. Ah, splendid. It seems the Li family has a worthy successor. The elder nodded slightly in satisfaction and waved his hand. Li Yang felt a flash of light, and in the next moment, he found himself in an unfamiliar room. Child, let us be brief. This is the Li family's blessed realm, steeped in history and profound depth. Only those who have attained the golden core stage can initially grasp its essence. To fully refine this sacred ground, one must possess the cultivation of the nascent soul stage. Moreover, this is also where our ancestors rest. Here, you may cultivate as well. Even those formidable beings of the nascent soul stage from the outside world cannot enter. Originally, I intended to transfer all family members here upon my passing and entrust it to Qingyur for management. Once he reaches the golden core stage, the Li family could once again rise to prominence. However, it seems more fitting for you to take the reins of the Li family. Just as Li Yang emerged from his daze, he found himself somewhat bewildered by the lengthy discourse. He hesitated, feeling a tumult of confusion within. At that moment, the ancestor spoke again. What is the matter? Do you not wish to accept this? The situation regarding your parents currently has no favorable resolution. Even if I were to risk my life, it would likely be in vain. That fellow, Pang Qingyun, has long since entered the mid-golden core stage, backed by the court. On the surface, he has spared my life out of respect for me, but in truth, the Li family shares a bond with the Prince of Ning. He showed mercy out of regard for that connection. Thus, only by becoming sufficiently powerful can one engage in equal dialogue with others. You possess extraordinary talent, yet you have not fully matured. At this moment, you must learn to endure and wait for the opportune time. When you ascend to the golden core realm in the future, I am confident that the Pang family will regard you with caution. Perhaps they may even spare your parents. The ancestor misunderstood. As a member of the Li family, my duty is to rejuvenate our clan. However, I have recently become a disciple under the esteemed Elder Xianming of the Sanqing sect, who has commanded me to return to the sect upon the completion of this task. Noticing the ancestor's displeasure, Li Yang hastily clarified, "Oh, it appears that Elder Xianming possesses truly discerning judgment. The descendants of the Li family attract attention wherever they may be," the ancestor of the Li family remarked, pride radiating from his demeanor. Li Yang understood that the ancestor was not merely testing him. Rather, he genuinely wished to entrust the significant responsibility of revitalizing the Li family to him. However, the sect traditionally refrains from interfering in court matters. If the esteemed and respected master could be persuaded to descend from the mountain, the Pang family would undoubtedly hesitate to defy such an order. As a practitioner of the Golden Core realm, he was well aware of the Sanqing sect's formidable strength, which surpassed that of the Pang family. If Li Yang were merely an ordinary inner disciple of the Sanqing sect, he firmly believed that he would receive superior resources and training conditions within his family. Nevertheless, given his fortunate status as a disciple of the sect's higher echelons, it was undoubtedly the most suitable environment for his development. With audacity, he inquired, "May I ask, ancestor, how much longer do you have to live?" Li Yang's inquiry stemmed from ulterior motives. He recalled that he had several peaches of immortality awarded by the system in his backpack. Each year of diligent attendance earned him an additional peach. The venerable elder, having lived for over 400 years, mused with narrowed eyes, estimating that he had perhaps less than 30 years remaining, reflecting on the past with a sense of nostalgia. After all, several centuries constitute an exceedingly long span for anyone. Contemplating his imminent end, the Golden Core Grandmaster seated in the chair could not help but feel a pang of melancholy. Chapter 44. Mid-Golden Core. The peaches in Li Yan's backpack possessed miraculous effects, according to the information provided by the system. Each peach could enhance one's cultivation by a full century. However, to unlock their potential was no simple feat. Only cultivators of the Golden Core realm and above could benefit from them. Since the Pang family valued only brute strength, it seemed prudent to administer the peaches directly to the ancestor, as it might elevate his power to a new level. "Ancestor, I am uncertain if this item will be effective for you. I chanced upon it during my training. Its spiritual essence is profound. I attempted to refine it previously but was unsuccessful. Perhaps you could give it a try." As he spoke, Li Yang retrieved 6 peaches from his system backpack, which floated above his palm, emanating an enticing fragrance. Upon seeing these peaches, the ancestor leaped up. His prowess allowed him to sense the powerful spiritual energy contained within. In his centuries of existence, he had consumed various elixirs, but had never encountered such a rich treasure. These peaches were indeed extraordinary. Young man, you possess remarkable boldness. If this were to be revealed to the outside world, those ancient monsters would undoubtedly fight over it. The venerable ancestor of the Li family gingerly accepted the peach of immortality, promptly securing it within a special jade box to prevent any loss of spiritual energy. He extracted but a single fruit, bringing it to his nose for a delicate inhalation. To his astonishment, the moment the fragrant essence touched his senses, a wave of clarity washed over him. "Let me see if I can refine it," he uttered, and without further ado, he swallowed it whole, diligently mobilizing the spiritual energy within him to assimilate the peach. Li Yang observed in silence as time drifted by. Gradually, the ancestor's once white eyebrows darkened to a deep black, his pallid complexion blossomed into a healthy flush, and his previously parched skin became supple and vibrant. After several hours, the ancestor exhaled a long sigh of relief, having successfully refined the first peach. What an unparalleled treasure this is. Merely consuming one has made me feel as though I have cultivated for decades, significantly enhancing my prowess. A profound intuition stirred within me. If I were to consume another, I would undoubtedly break through my current limitations and ascend to the mid-stage of the golden core realm. In awe of the miraculous effects of the peach, the ancestor unhesitatingly retrieved another and swallowed it. As more hours elapsed, the changes in his being became even more pronounced. Not only did his eyebrows darken, but his long beard and mane of white hair also transformed at a visibly rapid pace. When all his hair had turned completely black, a thunderous sound reverberated as the chair beneath him shattered, unable to withstand the surging spiritual energy. Li Yang, taken aback by the spectacle, hastily conjured a sturdy barrier to shield himself. Yet, the sudden eruption of potent energy was overwhelmingly fierce, leaving even him struggling to maintain his footing. "Ancestor, how do you feel now?" Noticing that the ancestor appeared enraptured by the joy of his advancement, Li Yang reluctantly inquired. "Mid-stage of the golden core. Who could have imagined such fortune in my lifetime? Li Yang, do you understand? This peach is truly a rare and unique treasure." The ancestor of the Li family slowly opened his eyes, his laughter echoing like a wild symphony, as if he had been granted a second chance at life. At that moment, his once feeble form radiated with an invigorating vitality, reminiscent of his youth over a century ago. Yet, even more astonishing was the fact that his current physical condition surpassed that of his former vigorous self, becoming even more formidable and resilient. "Congratulations, ancestor, on your successful breakthrough. Why not refine all those peaches? Under your protection, our Li family is bound to reach new heights." This outcome greatly exceeded Li Yang's expectations, given the ancestor's innate talents. It seemed it would require 2 peaches to elevate him to the next minor realm. If left to cultivate on his own, it would take him nearly 2 centuries to achieve such a breakthrough. However, this was not entirely accurate. The crux of the matter lay in resources. Even with 2 centuries at his disposal, lacking the requisite resources would likely hinder the ancestor from attaining the mid-stage of the golden core. He initially hoped that the 6 celestial peaches would enable the ancestor to directly ascend to the nascent soul stage. If that were to occur, the Li family could dominate the Linjiang prefecture, and it would be likely that the Pang family would come to retrieve his parents and uncles, offering their apologies without the need for the ancestor's intervention. As for the remaining 4 peaches, he suggested keeping them for personal use, as his own cultivation had just advanced, making it unwise to seek a breakthrough in the near term. Moreover, he sensed that his vital energy was nearly depleted, rendering it improbable for him to achieve a breakthrough in this lifetime. Such precious items were better reserved for someone more capable. This old fellow had already taken significant advantage of him. Despite Li Yang's repeated persuasion, the ancestor remained steadfast in refusing to consume the remaining peaches, which deeply moved Li Yang. At that moment, the external deceit and treachery were absent within the family, creating a sanctuary of purity. This sentiment was not exclusive to the Li family. Many other long-established clans shared this ethos, striving to invest their entire resources into nurturing a descendant capable of greater achievements for the enduring glory of the family. Resources in this world are finite. Behind every formidable cultivator lies an immense organization that accumulates resources on their behalf. However, resources do not necessarily equate to cultivation prowess, as each breakthrough through the various realms requires alignment with the world's operational laws. In simpler terms, a cultivator can only grow stronger step by step under the recognition of the Heavenly Dao. The Li family's ancestor, now at the golden core stage, had begun to vaguely sense the powerful laws of the Heavenly Dao. Currently, in the realm of the Immortal and Demon continent, it appeared that the human race controlled the majority of territories, enjoying absolute superiority. In recent centuries, the incursions of the demon race into human lands and the peculiar phenomena surrounding the Immortal dynasty have continually tested the limits of high-level cultivators, hinting at something extraordinary. The situation regarding Li Yang's parents was a clear indication that the governor's office had ensnared the Li family in a trap. Under the previous human emperor's reign, no governor would have dared to act so boldly, considering the implications for the Immortal dynasty's rule. The phrase water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize. It rings true. The Immortal dynasty gathers the fortunes of the human race, with the human emperor being an unbeatable existence beneath the immortals, thus granting the human race immense fortune. This has allowed every human emperor to transcend tribulations during their tenure and achieve true immortality. This is the Heavenly Dao-esque acknowledgement of the human path. Both humans and demons are sentient beings within this realm, deserving of the Heavenly Dao's protection. However, should any being act against the will of the Heavenly Dao, they will be unceremoniously abandoned. Of course, such matters felt distant from Li Yang. Truth be told, he still felt insignificant, so much so that the Heavenly Dao might overlook his existence. The system allowed Li Yang to shield himself from certain heavenly secrets, leaving him oblivious to these complexities. His sole objective at present remained straightforward: to amass wealth and elevate his status. By the way, ancestor, are you familiar with the spirit sword secret realm? Having spent such an extended period in the cave heaven and blessed land, according to the ancestor's words, the flow of time within the cave differs from that outside. 1 hour inside equates to several days beyond its confines. The higher the grade of the cave heaven and blessed land, the greater this discrepancy becomes. Li Yang recalled that he had come down with a mission, calculating the days. The time for the spirit sword secret realm to open was approaching, prompting him to prioritize the completion of the sect leader's task. Chapter 45. The Celestial Abode and the Sacred Sword Secret Realm. I have heard whispers of the Sacred Sword Secret Realm. Years ago, the esteemed Commander Wei Zhuang of the 6th Path of Demon Suppression obtained a 7th-tier divine sword on the battlefield. It is said that this sword was taken by a traitor from your Three Clear sect, who defected to the demon clan and presented it to a demon general. Before his demise, the general infused it with a secret technique, rendering the sword incapable of being refined. Although the patriarch of the Li family does not frequently involve himself in family matters, he is quite aware of significant events in the Linjiang area. Thus, the secrets of the Sacred Sword Secret Realm are not unknown to him. Li Yang was surprised to learn of this additional layer of intrigue, as it seemed to differ somewhat from what the sect leader had previously conveyed. Before my descent from the mountain, the sect leader had mentioned that within the secret realm, one could not wield spiritual power. Only physical strength and martial techniques could be employed to vie for ownership of the divine sword. Elder, are you aware of the mysteries contained within this secret realm? He chuckled softly. Yang, do you perceive your ability to utilize spiritual power at this moment? Li Yang felt an instinctual sensation that his spiritual energy was restrained by some force, rendering the energy in his dantian unmanageable. Elder, what is the meaning of this? He inquired, perplexed. The elder chuckled and elucidated. Certain naturally formed independent spaces in the world may possess inherent laws that prevent cultivators from employing spiritual energy. However, there is no such mysterious space within the boundaries of Linjiang Prefecture. Thus, the only possibility for the Sacred Sword Secret Realm is that it belongs to the Demon Suppression Division's celestial abode. Within such a realm, the possessor can impose their own laws, compelling all beings to act according to the established rules. This is the primary utility of a celestial abode. Understanding dawned upon Li Yang. Did this mean he would be at the mercy of the Demon Suppression Division upon entering? It was no wonder that over the years, no cultivator had gained the sword's approval. It seemed the division had no intention of relinquishing it. Nevertheless, while the celestial abode was indeed profound, Li Yang realized that even though his spiritual energy was sealed, his eye of spirit and concealment techniques remained accessible, and the sword technique bestowed by his master appeared to resonate with him. Coupled with the treasures in his system's inventory, he had a considerable array of trump cards. Transitioning from foundation establishment to golden core requires not only the accumulation of spiritual energy, but also the selection of a singular path to cultivate. In this world of myriad paths, only by mastering one to its pinnacle can one hope to transcend the heavenly tribulation. The elder continued, expressing his regard for Li Yang as a successor and offering guidance. What is the most formidable path? Li Yang inquired. I cannot say for certain, the elder replied. Each individual's path is unique. For instance, you and I may both cultivate the sword path, yet our strengths differ. It is not the path itself that is powerful, but rather the mastery one holds over it. Li Yang pondered this, beginning to grasp its significance. At this moment, A faint trace of spiritual energy was subtly shifting within his dantian, so slight that Li Yang remained unaware. Unbeknownst to him, this was actually a seed of the Dao taking root in his dantian. Thank you, Elder, for your teachings. Li Yang bowed deeply to the Elder, who then cast a spell to transport him outside. Li Qing had been waiting in the courtyard, and upon seeing the Elder and Li Yang emerge, he hurriedly approached. Elder, your aura seems to have strengthened. Li Qing observed that the venerable ancestor's beard and hair had turned white, yet his complexion now radiated a healthy glow. It was no wonder that the ancestor, with a smile upon his face, declared, Qinger, I fortuitously achieved a breakthrough in my cave dwelling. Thanks in no small part to Yang. This recent advancement had indeed transformed his demeanor, as he spoke with a newfound vigor that contrasted sharply with his previous tone. Seeing the ancestor in such high spirits filled Li Qing with joy. The Li family was once again thriving. Qinger, I shall compose a letter for you to deliver to the governor's office, the ancestor continued. In his youth, the Li family's patriarch had been quite combative and had inevitably offended some individuals. For years, the Li family had endured in silence. Now, having entered the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, he stood on equal footing with Governor Peng Qingyun, rendering a personal visit unnecessary. Rest assured, Yang, I shall take care of your parents' and uncle's matters. Upon your return from your mission, I will ensure you have a complete family once more. Thank you, ancestor. For your concern, Li Yang replied gratefully. The day of the secret realm's opening was fast approaching. The realm was located on Demon Suppression Island, to the east of Linjiang Prefecture, where the 6th Route Demon Suppression Guard was stationed, a critical checkpoint against the demonic incursion. Without delay, after bidding farewell to Li Qing and the ancestor, Li Yang set forth towards the east, guided by his map. Demon Suppression Island was, in fact, a peninsula, connected to the mainland on one side and surrounded by the sea on three. This body of water was the East Sea, and the continent itself was an entity encircled by ocean, with land and sea occupying roughly equal proportions. Years ago, the coastal waters had belonged to the human race. However, with the relentless onslaught of demons, the waters had been entirely claimed by them. Even in the secluded depths of ancient forests, demonic strongholds could be found. Peninsulas like Demon Suppression Island were scattered along the edges of the continent, each guarded by a route of demon suppression guards. Walls connected the islands, fortifying the entire continent within. These walls had not existed prior, following the last great war between humans and demons. The human emperor resolved to muster the collective strength of humanity to construct defensive walls, enlisting high-level formation cultivators to weave formidable arrays within, impenetrable even to immortal beings. This was the reason the demonic forces had been unable to breach the shores for so many years. 3 days later, at the Demon Suppression Pass, 2 rows of soldiers stood in formation beside the city gates, clad in uniform black armor and wielding standard weapons. It was evident that these were no ordinary troops. They were the elite Demon Suppression Guards. Utilizing his divine eye technique, Li Yang surveyed the area and was astonished to find that most of the guards were at the peak of body refinement, with their leaders at the foundation establishment stage. Particularly, a tall middle-aged cultivator standing at the center of the gate exuded an aura of 9th-tier foundation establishment. This was merely the standard garrison of the Demon Suppression Guard. It was noteworthy that Linjiang Prefecture's Demon Suppression Island, though not a major landing point for demons, possessed such formidable defenses, underscoring the strength of the guards. As Li Yang scanned his surroundings, he spotted a sign, Divine Sword Secret Realm Entry Point. Li Yang of Sanqing Sect. Here to participate in the Divine Sword Secret Realm Assessment, he announced, presenting his token to the attending cultivator. The cultivator accepted the token without further ado, waved his hand, and stated, token verification successful. He returned the token to Li Yang and, with a stoic expression, added, there is an array outside the city. You may enter the secret realm with this token. Li Yang, following the guidance provided, arrived at the city gate and noticed a rudimentary formation 5 miles away. Strangely, he did not see anyone else around. Had he arrived too late? Hastily, Li Yang approached, clutching his token, and stepped into the heart of the formation. A burst of light enveloped him, and he found himself in a place reminiscent of a dock. At that moment, a considerable number of cultivators had gathered there, reminiscent of the earlier intersect elections. Among them were several cultivators clad in armor, likely allies of the Demon Suppression Guard. Chapter 46. The Tactics of the Demon Suppression Guard. Before long, a cultivator in red armor approached, gesturing towards the distance and addressing the crowd. Welcome, everyone, to the Divine Sword Secret Realm. Throughout history, renowned swords have matched heroic souls. The entrance to the secret realm lies 100 miles out in the sea, just beyond this dock. Upon hearing this proclamation, many cultivators expressed their discontent. Some had traveled vast distances, having been previously informed that the divine sword could be found within the secret realm and that they could take it upon drawing it. Now, to learn that the entrance was located in the sea was disheartening. Although cultivators above the foundation establishment stage could traverse water, the sea was teeming with magical beasts. In combat, a cultivator would surely struggle against magical beasts of the same tier, and it seemed the secret realm might soon turn into a veritable feast for these creatures. Silence. Those who wish to withdraw may do so. To enter the secret realm, find the divine sword, and draw it to take it away. That is the rule. With that, the cultivator in red armor did not linger and vanished from sight. Through his perception, Liang sensed numerous magical beasts lurking in the 100-mile sea, yet he remained unperturbed. He could conceal his presence, making it difficult for the beasts to detect him. He took his time, observing the demon suppression guards, preparing to follow them cautiously. For prudence is the mother of safety. After a tumultuous internal struggle, a considerable number of cultivators opted to withdraw from the examination. After all, even if they managed to enter, securing a 7th-tier artifact was not guaranteed. Preserving their lives was paramount. Many cultivators plunged into the sea, heading towards the direction indicated by the red-armored cultivator. Liang followed closely behind the demon suppression guards, swimming steadily ahead. Thankfully, the commander had provided them with demon-repelling pearls, which deterred the magical beasts from approaching. These individuals would likely be frightened enough to flee to the shore soon. Through his divine abilities, Liang overheard conversations among the individuals ahead, confirming his suspicions that the demon suppression guards harbored ulterior motives, intent on monopolizing the divine sword and denying outsiders a chance. Indeed, it was not long before a massive serpent-like magical beast devoured several cultivators, prompting a stream of others to swim back to the shore in terror. Some cried out as they fled. As cultivators, we do not seek to boast of our strength. We pursue longevity. The divine sword is not worth our lives. With that, they desperately swam towards the shore. If one stood upon the dock at that moment, they would observe the cultivators divided into 3 groups, one boldly advancing, clearly possessing a formidable background and treasures to evade magical beast attacks, another being slaughtered by the beasts, and the last group frantically striving to reach the shore. As the number of cultivators being killed and fleeing dwindled, only a few remained. Finally, having braved the dangers, Liang arrived at the entrance alongside the majority. The entrance resembled a swirling vortex. Liang observed the succession of cultivators stepping inside without hesitation. He too took a step into the whirlpool. In an instant, he found himself before a grand hall, yet he perceived no one else around. A sense of curiosity overcame him. Before the hall lay a vast plaza, its edges bordered by an unfathomable abyss, while the rear of the hall remained concealed from his view. Regaining his composure, Liang boldly pushed open the hall's door. With a gentle nudge, the door creaked open, releasing an ancient aura that enveloped him. He could sense that this hall had likely been abandoned for a considerable duration. A layer of dust blanketed the floor, and with deliberate steps, he ventured inside. The interior was dimly lit, yet Liang's vision remained keen. At the center of the hall stood a platform ensnared by iron chains, its contents obscured from view, and nothing else surrounded it. Suddenly, with a mysterious force, the hall's door slammed shut behind him, causing a flicker of alarm within Liang. Was there someone else present? "Youth, have you come for the sword?" A voice resonated, startling him. "Indeed, I seek the sword," Liang replied candidly. "And which sword do you seek?" The voice inquired again, devoid of any emotion. "The divine sword that belongs to our Sanqing sect." "Oh, and what is the name of the sword you wish to claim?" Before his arrival, neither the sect leader nor his master had mentioned that the sword bore a name, leaving him at a loss. "I do not know, but this sword rightfully belongs to our Sanqing sect," Liang asserted confidently. Although he was unaware of the sword's name, he was resolute in his determination to retrieve it that day. "Youth, have you come for the sword?" The voice repeated, echoing its initial query without inflection. This repetition bewildered Liang. What was happening? Why was the question being asked again? After a moment's contemplation, he deduced that this must be the first trial of the secret realm, where each question had a predetermined answer. Clearly, he had answered the first 2 questions correctly. Yet his response to the third was evidently inaccurate, prompting the voice to ask again. He inwardly cursed, wondering if this was a deliberate ploy by the demon wardens to vex outsiders like himself. If this continued, he might remain trapped within the hall indefinitely. "Yes, I have come for the sword." "And which sword do you seek?" "I seek the divine sword that belongs to our Sanqing sect." "Oh, what is the name of the sword you wish to claim?" Thus, the cycle of questions and answers continued, and Liang approached the third query once more. This time, he pondered intently. He had indeed not heard anyone mention the sword's name, so he took a bold guess. "Sanqing sword." "Youth, have you come for the sword?" Frustration surged within him. This was still incorrect. Li Yong felt as though he were teetering on the brink of madness. Surely, this question must have a correct answer. The purpose of the demon wardens was to ensnare them in this cycle of inquiries. Time slipped away inexorably, and if this persisted, the divine sword would remain beyond his grasp. Rather than continue answering questions, Li Yong resolutely strode towards the central platform of the hall. As he ascended, the voice echoed repeatedly, "Young man, have you come to retrieve the sword?" This only served to fortify Li Yang's resolve. He surmised that these inquiries were likely devoid of significance. After standing on the platform for a while, the ground beneath him suddenly opened, and Li Yong plummeted downwards. Stripped of the ability to wield spiritual power in this realm, he fell painfully, landing in a disheveled manner. Gritting his teeth in agony, Li Yong rose, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and gazed upward where a beam of light cascaded down from the opening above, extending into the abyss around him, which was shrouded in darkness. Uncertain of his location, he cautiously followed the path illuminated by the light. After approximately 10 minutes of trepidatious advancement, the surroundings brightened before him, revealing a grand brass door adorned with intricate engravings that resembled some form of script. After scrutinizing it for a while, a headache began to throb, compelling him to avert his gaze. The voice then resonated once more. "Young man, have you come to retrieve the sword?" Chapter 47. The important question asked thrice. "I'll take your triple X." Li Yong could no longer restrain his frustration and cursed inwardly. After exhausting every method to open the brass door without success, Li Yong begrudgingly acquiesced. "Indeed, I have come to retrieve the sword." Reluctantly, he continued the dialogue. "What sword do you seek?" "To reclaim the divine sword that belongs to our Sanqing sect." "Oh, and what name does this sword bear?" "Any name will do, as long as it is mine," Li Yong retorted impatiently, prompting the voice to cease its inquiries. A flicker of joy surged within him. Could it be that his haphazard response had sufficed? "Open the door." "I answered correctly, yet you remain closed." After a brief wait, the brass door remained stubbornly shut. What was happening? At that moment, Li Yong felt like an ant trapped on a steaming pot, consumed by impatience. Outside the secret realm, in the Demon Suppression Guard's conference hall, a group of cultivators clad in dark golden armor sat in deliberation, seemingly engaged in a serious discussion. The commander is likely to be delayed in the capital for an audience with the emperor. As per his instructions, if we fail to retrieve the divine sword this time, let that little fellow from the Sanqing sect have a try. What do you all think? "I oppose this notion," a burly cultivator asserted loudly. "We painstakingly reclaimed this sword, and even the commander has been unable to draw it. Allowing that young rascal a chance would be a futile waste of time. It is said that the commander's visit is to address the sword's rightful ownership. Why not wait for his return to discuss it? The sword was originally property of the Sanqing sect. Denying them even a trial would be difficult to justify," another cultivator interjected calmly. "Moreover, you have mentioned that the lad's attempt would be in vain. Why not adhere to the commander's orders? This would prevent the Demon Suppression Guard from appearing overbearing. Additionally, not long ago, one of the Sanqing sect's esteemed elders reportedly ascended to the transformation stage, nearing the strength of the commander. Should the Sanqing sect seek redress from the headquarters, it could lead to complications for us." Tianqing's words resonate with wisdom. "I believe it is prudent to allow that young man to give it a try." The speaker, clearly of a superior status among the others, pronounced his decree with such authority that none dared voice dissent. Within the secret realm, Li Yong was intently exploring the bronze gate, hoping to glean some insight from the intricate ruins. With a creak, as Li Yong prepared to push with more force, the bronze door swung open. Before him lay a sword grave, a chaotic array of shattered blades jutting out haphazardly. Each sword's hilt was connected by iron chains, converging upon a colossal sword, towering as high as 3 men, firmly embedded in the ground, a sight that was truly awe-inspiring. Could this be the divine sword? Li Yong pondered silently, cautiously making his way toward the immense blade. "Young man, the divine sword resides within this sword grave. Whether you can seize it depends on your own prowess." The familiar voice echoed once more, this time laced with a hint of mockery. It was evident that this individual was responsible for the earlier provocation as well. Li Yong surmised that he had been played, a wave of frustration washing over him. The demon guard's actions were perplexing. They seemed intent on wasting his time with frivolous inquiries, while simultaneously urging him to seek the sword. What could their true intentions be? As Li Yong concentrated, employing his spiritual awareness, he discerned that the closer he drew to the colossal sword, the more the sword energy within him surged, possibly influenced by the presence of the divine blade. Approaching the immense sword, he gazed at the hilt, which towered over him. Without the ability to use spiritual energy in this place, how could he possibly draw forth the massive weapon? It was a vexing dilemma. Must he rely solely on brute strength? Li Yong contemplated, wrapping his hands around the sword's body. Fortunately, the blade was not overly sharp, otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to proceed. Summoning every ounce of strength, he exerted a tremendous force upward, his face reddening with effort. His hands trembling from the exertion. His feet pounded the ground, creating deep imprints. Yet the colossal sword remained immovable, steadfastly anchored in the earth. This is futile. Even if I exhaust myself, I doubt I could budge the divine sword an inch. Gazing at the magnificent weapon, the acute frustration of being unable to claim it was unbearable. A million spirit stones, Li Yang lamented internally, feeling as though his heart was bleeding. Should he truly abandon his endeavor? What's wrong, young man? Is that all the strength you possess? You might want to save some energy, after all. You'll need to swim back later, the familiar voice taunted. Li Yang recognized the demon guard's intention to disturb his resolve. Yet, even without the disruption, he found himself at a loss. What other options did he have besides sheer force? A thought struck him. Li Yang conceived a plan, intending to unleash the primordial sword intent, hoping to resonate with the massive sword. After all, as a seventh-tier divine sword, it must possess some degree of sentience. Thus, he released his sword intent. However, devoid of spiritual energy support, it manifested as ethereal and formless. At this moment, had anyone else been present, they would have observed Li Yang with his eyes closed, appearing to be engaged in some profound endeavor, yet seemingly accomplishing nothing at all. Li Yang manipulated the sword intent, allowing it to meander slowly around the colossal sword. However, the anticipated response from the sword never materialized. It remained utterly unresponsive, as if indifferent to Li Yang's sword intent. Was his effort in vain? After persevering for a while, without the ability to utilize spiritual power and relying solely on the strength of his soul to unleash sword intent, Li Yang, given his current cultivation level, soon began to feel a sense of dizziness. It seemed that his plight did not go unnoticed. For an untimely voice echoed, "If it's too much, then let it be, young man. You appear to have exhausted your strength. For the sake of the Three Pure Ones sect, if you relinquish your efforts now, I shall escort you back to shore." Evidently, Li Yang's previous attempts had caused the observing figures of the demon suppression guard to break into a sweat, many of whom were sword cultivators themselves. One of them gasped in astonishment as Li Yang first unleashed his sword intent. Truly remarkable is the Three Pure Ones sect. This young sword cultivator has already grasped a modicum of sword intent at such a tender age, and to do so without relying on spiritual power. Solely through the sheer force of his soul, his talent in the sword path is indeed formidable, and the cultivation method of his soul must be of the highest caliber. Upon hearing this, the others were equally taken aback, realizing that Li Yang seemed to be employing a unique method, unaware that he aimed to resonate with the divine sword through his sword intent. Should he actually succeed, it would be quite alarming. The leader of the demon suppression guard spoke up, attempting to coax Li Yang into surrendering with his words. "What's the matter? Afraid?" Li Yang retorted boldly, his heart aching with distress. The inability to utilize spiritual power left him feeling suffocated, and despite the lack of a response from the colossal sword during his brief attempt, he had sensed something peculiar. He vaguely perceived the consciousness of the immense sword. However, the fleeting moment had not afforded him the opportunity to refine his understanding, and his soul could no longer withstand the exertion, compelling him to withdraw his sword intent. He resolved to rest for a moment before attempting once more. The onlookers from outside, witnessing Li Yang's refusal to concede, found their anxiety mounting. Among the ranks of the demon suppression guard, there were skilled sword cultivators. However, those below the golden core stage were hardly capable of mastering sword intent, including the earlier sword master. There was only one commander among the 6th division of the demon suppression guard who had cultivated sword intent. Both he and the other had previously employed similar methods, but had failed to elicit a response from the divine sword. Nonetheless, both had discerned its unique consciousness. Particularly, the commander had mentioned that within this divine sword resided 2 primordial sword spirits. One was the original divine sword's true spirit, while the other was likely a fragment of soul planted by a traitor before his demise. Over the years, this fragment had absorbed the original true spirit, growing increasingly powerful. Should it completely assimilate the true spirit, it would replace it and become the new sword spirit. At that point, even the commander would find it impossible to restrain the divine sword. Thus, the commander intended to seek assistance from the Grand Commander at headquarters. If no one within the 6th division could claim the divine sword, it would have to be handed over for resolution at headquarters. Certainly, the commander harbored some personal motives. His primary objective for this journey was to leverage the influence of the Grand Commander to solicit the assistance of the legendary sword sage in comprehensively grasping the art of swordsmanship. He was utterly confident that a deeper understanding of the sword would enable him to claim the divine sword. Consequently, The Demon Suppression Guard employed every possible means to prevent outsiders from obtaining the divine sword, with Li Yang being a notable exception. Given Li Yang's affiliation with the Sanqing sect and the formidable figures backing it, even the Demon Suppression Guard was compelled to make certain concessions. This concession afforded Li Yang the opportunity to attempt the acquisition of the sword. As Li Yang prepared for another endeavor, he was suddenly graced by the long-absent voice of the system within his mind. Ding! 2 sword spirits detected, a 6th-tier primal sword spirit and a 6th-tier peak parasitic sword spirit. Based on the host's current cultivation level, the system can extract a 5th-tier primal sword spirit for the host. Will you proceed with the extraction? What? The system possesses such an ability? Why didn't you mention it sooner? I've exerted so much effort. I am the sword immortal cultivation system. When faced with such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, who else would assist you if I do not? The system audaciously responded to Li Yang. With great effort, Li Yang subdued his overwhelming joy, maintaining an impassive facade as he assumed a meditative posture. Silently, he intoned, "Extract." Immediately, an invisible force emanated from Li Yang, and upon contacting the colossal sword, both sword spirits seemed to tremble slightly. The 6th-tier primal sword spirit was drawn towards Li Yang's being, coalescing within him. At that moment, Li Yang's soul sensed an enraged roar. "Stop! Who are you to disrupt my plans?" This voice resonated with an unparalleled fury, as if something precious had been irrevocably damaged. Yet it was powerless to alter its fate. Having battled the primal sword spirit for years, it had finally absorbed the majority of the divine sword's primal energy. Achieving the pinnacle of the 6th tier, given a bit more time, it would fully assimilate the sword's primal power and ascend to the 7th tier. At that point, it could reshape its soul, seize a new body, and re-enter the world with enhanced power. It sought vengeance upon its former adversaries, demanding blood for blood from the Sanqing sect and the Demon Suppression Guard. Yet, Li Yang's sudden appearance thwarted its meticulously crafted plans. Li Yang steadied his resolve, disregarding the furious voice as he harnessed the system's power to absorb the primal sword spirit with all his might. Outside the Cave of Wonders, the esteemed figures observing Li Yang's impassive meditation felt a slight sense of relief. As long as Li Yang refrained from further attempts, no unforeseen incidents would occur, allowing them to navigate this assessment successfully. They anticipated a commendation upon the Grand Commander's return. However, as they leisurely contemplated the rewards awaiting them, a dramatic transformation unfolded within the Cave of Wonders. At this moment, Li Yang had completely absorbed the primal sword spirit. Although this spirit was of the 6th tier, it struggled to manifest its true power, having severed ties with the divine sword's essence. Within the sword tomb, every sword embedded in the ground was trembling violently, particularly the enormous sword at the center, which quaked with unparalleled ferocity. Bound by the power of the sword tomb's formation, the parasitic sword spirit was momentarily unable to launch an assault on Li Yang. Yet, it was evident that the spirit was genuinely intent on devouring all the powers of the spiritual swords to deliver a fatal blow to Li Yang. With a resounding boom, all the spiritual swords, save for the colossal sword, shattered and converged around it, forming a massive blade rivaling the size of the giant sword itself. What was happening? The powerful figures outside, witnessing this spectacle, had no time for contemplation and instantly teleported into the realm of the cave. Li Yang, alarmed by the impending assault of the giant sword, realized he could not utilize his spiritual energy at that moment, rendering him incapable of resisting the oncoming attack. "Allow me," spoke the primordial sword spirit nurtured within Li Yang's dantian. Having been successfully captured by Li Yang, it had now become one with him, making Li Yang its new vessel. Although a primordial spirit could easily find another host if its original vessel perished, it was intrigued to discover that within Li Yang's body, it sensed an extraordinary essence of swordsmanship. In comparison to its previous divine sword form, Li Yang was indeed a more suitable vessel. Thus, it resolved to assist him, recognizing the rarity of such a quality host that could amplify its power. At that critical juncture, the high-ranking demon-slaying guardians burst into the fray, shielding Li Yang from the impending strike. All were at the golden core stage, yet the attack from the 6th-tier parasitic sword spirit was still formidable, causing several early-stage golden core cultivators to stifle groans of pain, clearly sustaining internal injuries from the blow. "Everyone, repair the formation first," commanded the leader of the demon-slaying guardians. The group swiftly took their positions at various nodes of the formation, channeling their spiritual energy to restore it. Li Yang was astounded by this display, realizing that the strength of the demon-slaying guardians was indeed formidable. It was conservatively estimated that there were at least a dozen golden core cultivators present. Such a lineup would dominate in any locale, not to mention the commanding officer, who was likely of even higher cultivation. Chapter 49. vengeance after unleashing its attack. The sixth-tier parasitic sword spirit became subdued, its power restrained by the formation and unable to manifest its full might. Otherwise, it was likely that none of the cultivators present could withstand the full wrath of a sixth-tier sword spirit. Gradually, the formation was repaired, and the shattered spiritual swords reformed into their complete shapes, returning to their original positions. The once massive sword now appeared considerably smaller, standing only about a person's height. Seeing the crisis averted and the existence of the primordial sword spirit concealed, Li Yang felt a surge of joy. He pondered how to reclaim this terrifying divine sword in exchange for a fortune of spiritual stones. With the primordial sword spirit at his disposal, he felt emboldened against the divine sword. Just as Li Yang prepared to take further action, the leader of the demon-slaying guardians turned to him and remarked, "I am unaware of the method you employed, but in all these years, I have yet to witness the divine sword proactively attack a cultivator. Regardless, the assessment in the secret realm has come to an end, and you have failed." With a wave of his hand, Li Yang felt the world spin around him, and he found himself back at the city gate. "Return," he said, feeling utterly helpless. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. The task of acquiring 1,000,000 spirit stones is now beyond his reach. However, this journey was not entirely fruitless. The sixth-tier origin sword spirit, though inferior to a fully realized seventh-tier divine sword, possesses immeasurable value. He glanced at his status panel. Host, Li Yang Cultivation, Foundation Establishment. 5th grade Spiritual Awareness, Initial Stage Physique, Innate Sword Body Techniques, Primordial Sword Art, Minor Accomplishment, Heavenly Eye Technique, Beginner, Spirit Concealment Technique, Beginner, Shattered Gold Roar, Beginner. Grand Xiantian Sword Art, Minor Accomplishment, Primordial Visualization Technique, Beginner, Spirit Sword, Primordial Sword, 3rd Tier, Qing Feng Sword Spirit, 6th Tier, with his 5th grade Foundation Establishment Cultivation. He likely cannot even unleash half the power of the 6th-tier sword spirit, and unlike the primordial sword, which was a system reward, this sword spirit possesses self-awareness. Although assured by the system, Li Yang was not overly concerned about the sword spirit causing him harm. However, given the brief moment it had dominated him, he was reluctant to keep it. He believed that only when he reached the transformation realm would he be able to fully control it. Li Yang was not one to favor long-term investments. His philosophy revolved around seizing the present moment. He had yet to attain the golden core stage, let alone dream of the transformation realm. Perhaps he had already devised a plan in his mind. The demon suppression pass was not a place for lingering. Although he had not sensed much during his stay in the cave paradise, upon exiting, he felt an obscure force drawing him. This peculiar sensation had first manifested the day he stepped onto Demon Suppression Island, particularly after entering the sea, when the feeling intensified. Initially, he attributed it to the island's uniqueness. Taking a deep breath, Li Yang endeavored to disregard that feeling and flew straight towards Linjiang Prefecture. Days later, upon returning to the Li family, the ancestor sensed his presence and awaited him outside the estate. Li Yang promptly landed and paid his respects. "Ancestor," he greeted. "No need for such formalities, young Yang. This is not the place for conversation. Follow me," the ancestor replied, assisting him to his feet with a wave of his hand. Li Yang followed the ancestor to the familiar courtyard. "Young Yang, I must confess, I have broken my promise. Your parents." The ancestor hesitated, and Li Yang felt an ominous dread. "Ancestor, what has happened to my parents?" The elder turned away, unable to bear the weight of his words. "Your parents are dead, as are your uncles. They are all gone." Li Yang stood frozen, unable to comprehend the revelation. With the ancestor's mid-golden core cultivation, could it be that the governor's office? After you left that day, Qinger went to the governor's office to inquire. However, they claimed your parents and uncles had committed suicide in prison, handing over only a few urns of ashes to Qinger. Finding this matter peculiar, I went personally to investigate. Yet the governor staunchly insisted they had taken their own lives in their cells, even executing several soldiers before my eyes. The governor's mansion looms large, an insurmountable force against me, an ancient alchemist of several centuries. Even I, a venerable figure of the golden core realm, find my posture slightly bent under the weight of this reality. The numerous members of the Li family rely on my protection, thus, I cannot recklessly engage in battle with the governor's mansion. Overwhelmed by injustice, Li Yang's fury erupted, having already endured the poignant farewell of a loved one. This latest news struck his heart like a hammer. In an instant, his vital energy surged, his eyes blazing crimson, and the aura enveloping him shifted from azure to crimson, threatening to spiral out of control. Observing this, the elder swiftly stepped forward to restrain him. This is dire. Young Yang has fallen into madness, he thought. The system within his mind chimed in, detecting his emotional turmoil. Reward. Pinnacle experience card of the Golden Core realm. Task issued. Blood for blood. Locate and eliminate your parents' enemies. Upon hearing the voice of the system, clarity washed over Li Yong, and he gradually tempered his fervor. Elder, what realm does that governor likely inhabit? Youth. The world is indeed thus. A gentleman takes his revenge. 10 years is but a fleeting moment. For cultivators like us, enduring for a century is not excessive. The governor's strength is comparable to mine, yet I noted another figure beside him, cloaked in black, whose power likely surpasses my own. Moreover, to confront a court-appointed official without evidence is a perilous endeavor. Elder, rest assured, I am well aware of the stakes, Li Yong replied. The elder, still apprehensive, offered further counsel. Very well, if that is your wish, where are my parents interred? I shall pay my respects and then return to the sect. With this affirmation, the elder felt a sense of relief. Li Yang's parents' ashes had been entrusted to the family shrine, and after offering incense, he departed from the family estate. In the deep of night, outside the governor's mansion, Li Yong concealed himself, deftly evading the guards and boldly entering the premises. Utilizing his keen perception, he sensed several formidable presences deep within the mansion. What are these individuals doing? As he prepared to venture further, he observed a group of soldiers transporting numerous jars into the governor's mansion. Blood. Despite the jars being tightly sealed, the overwhelming stench of blood reached him. What sinister purpose does the governor's mansion serve with such an abundance of blood? Li Yong trailed the soldiers closely, intent on discovering the fate of this blood. Navigating through a series of narrow paths, the jars were ultimately placed in a secluded room. Stop. Who permitted you to look inside? A soldier was struck harshly by an elder for daring to gaze into the room. Li Yong flinched, fearing he had been exposed. Chapter 50. The mechanism lies here. Once all the soldiers had departed, the elder secured the door. He busied himself within the room for a time. Li Yong, standing at a distance, found it difficult to discern the elder's activities due to the peculiar material of the room. After a while, silence enveloped the space. Li Yong cautiously approached, sensing through the door that the elder had vanished. Gently pushing the door open, he discovered that the large jars had mysteriously disappeared. Li Yong meticulously searched the room once more, finding nothing out of the ordinary. Suddenly, he recalled scenes from films he had watched in his previous life, where such houses often concealed hidden doors. The old man and the jar must have been relocated. Li Yong rummaged through the vases and bookshelves within the room, and at last, he stumbled upon a book that stood out conspicuously among its dusty companions. Unlike the other tomes, this one was remarkably clean, an immediate indication that something was amiss. He attempted to turn the book, and with a gentle tug, it effortlessly came loose from its place. It did not seem to have any traps. The influence of cinema could be quite misleading. Who was this stealthy thief? The earlier visitor reappeared, having just completed the task assigned by the governor and preparing to indulge in the pleasures of a brothel. Anger surged within him at the thought of someone inadvertently sabotaging his plans. You dare to steal from the governor's residence? You must be courting death. As Li Yong grew increasingly agitated during his search, he momentarily let his guard down, inadvertently revealing his presence. The old man wasted no time. With a swift motion, he executed a black tiger's heart pluck, aiming to extract Li Yong's heart. Li Yong, however, was unyielding, unleashing a blade of sword energy. The old man appeared to be at the 7th or 8th level of foundation establishment. In a confrontation of equal realms, Li Yong did not feel intimidated. The sword energy surged with remarkable speed, and the old man recognized the formidable nature of the strike. He shifted from offense to defense, brandishing a large blade to block the incoming attack. Just as the sword energy was about to reach him, it abruptly changed direction, circumventing the blade and striking the old man from behind, delivering a chilling blow. The old man, until his last breath, failed to comprehend how a mere 5th-level cultivator could so easily vanquish him. Before Li Yong could attend to the old man's corpse, he keenly sensed the approach of others. In an instant, he concealed his presence and took refuge in the branches of a nearby tree. Just as Li Yong's figure vanished, 2 individuals emerged from one side of the house. Old Nine, what are you doing? Hurry up. Miss Ching is still waiting for us. How did Old Nine die? These 2, along with the deceased old man, formed a clandestine team assembled by the governor, tasked with carrying out unsavory deeds. This trio consisted of 3 members, with the one Li Yong had just slain being the weakest, positioned at the bottom of their ranks. The newcomers were the leader and the second in command. The 3 had a close camaraderie, united by their shared proclivity for debauchery. They often engaged in perverse activities, with 3 men against 1 woman being their preferred pastime. Recently, the team had been assisting the governor in procuring fresh young blood, a task that had spanned over half a month, finally culminating in tonight's completion. In truth, This blood was not intended for the governor. A year prior, a powerful cultivator had arrived at the governor's residence. The governor seemed to have struck an instant rapport with him, and this blood collection mission was, in fact, intended for this formidable figure. Now that the third brother has passed away, the first and second brothers are engulfed in sorrow, for they have lost a comrade who fought alongside them. Reflecting on this loss, the prospect of future battles appears somewhat duller. From the wounds on the body of the third brother, it is evident that he was pierced through the heart by a sword, resulting in an instantaneous demise. One of the men rummaged through the old man's corpse and then spoke to the other, remarking, "Indeed, when the ninth brother was alive, he pursued thrill and excitement. Even in death, he has not suffered. He is truly fortunate." The other man seemed to express a hint of envy in his tone. Liang, overhearing their conversation, felt a wave of disbelief. Their thought processes seemed rather abnormal. However, one cannot entirely blame them. Having committed numerous nefarious deeds, their minds have inevitably become somewhat twisted. Both men possess foundational cultivation strength, yet they appear slightly more formidable than the previous elder. Liang contemplated whether to eliminate them both, but ultimately decided to observe further, eager to uncover the secrets hidden within the governor's estate. "Stop dawdling. We must report to the governor immediately. If we fail him, we shall not enjoy the fruits of our labor," one said, nudging his companion, who seemed lost in thought, perhaps pondering the intricacies of life or strategies for battle. The two of them turned a bookshelf, and suddenly, a section of the wall revealed an opening, about the size of a half-door. They swiftly entered, and the entrance closed behind them, the wall returning to its original state. From his vantage point atop the treetops, Liang observed everything with clarity. It became apparent that the mechanism for the secret passage was the entire bookshelf, leaving him momentarily speechless. It seemed his intellect required further enhancement. Without lingering, he took advantage of their absence and mimicked their actions, forcefully shifting a corner of the bookshelf, which once again unveiled the wall's opening. Liang plunged inside, attuned to the path the two men had taken, following closely behind. After a short while, the presence of the two men suddenly vanished. Puzzled, Liang noted the absence of a path ahead. He could sense that he was approximately 10 meters underground, surrounded by earthen walls, with no route in sight. The abrupt disappearance of the two men stirred concern within him. Could they have been discovered? He deepened his spiritual energy at this moment. Even if someone were to stand directly before him, they would struggle to perceive his presence. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, noting that apart from the earthen walls, there was nothing else. This scene reminded him of the time he undertook the cat demon mission outside the outer sect of the Sanqing sect, where he too had chased through a similar tunnel. Liang looked upward, finding only the earthen walls, devoid of any anomalies. After a brief interval, he thought he heard the sound of flowing water. Faint gurgling echoed from within the earthen wall above him. Were it not for the enhancement of his system and his heightened perception, such subtle sounds would have easily gone unnoticed. Without a moment's hesitation, Liang delivered a powerful punch against the earthen wall above. As a foundational cultivator, he was unafraid of water. Controlling it was merely a basic skill. His concern lay in the potential delay that might prevent him from catching up with the two men. With a resounding crash, the earth was shattered, revealing a clearer sound of flowing water. However, contrary to the laws of gravity, the water did not cascade down, but rather maintained a horizontal state, flowing in its original direction. This was not merely an illusion, but rather a formation, a gateway to a concealed passage, linking this secret corridor to the outside world. The governor's mansion harbored profound secrets, and Liang felt a momentary hesitation. Stepping further could alert the one who had set this formation. Chapter 51. Encounter with the blood demon sect. There was no time for doubts. According to the elder's words, the governor's cultivation was at most mid-stage golden core. And within the mansion, there were likely only 1 or 2 golden core cultivators. With the multitude of treasures in his system's backpack and the sword energy left to him by his master still unused, this small governor's residence posed little threat. With this thought in mind, Liang plunged into the water, swimming upward. In a matter of moments, Liang emerged from a well, the exit ingeniously concealed. Yet, he had little time to marvel at the cleverness of the mechanism, for he found himself surrounded by a throng of individuals, more accurately, armored soldiers. Observing the formidable cultivation of these soldiers, it was evident they were the governor's private troops. Who had ever seen a battalion comprised solely of Foundation establishment soldiers? Furthermore, their armor bore no resemblance to that of the Daong celestial dynasty. "Young man, what audacity drives you to invade the governor's stronghold?" A figure stepped forward, likely the leader of the soldiers, looking down upon Liang with disdain. Liang contemplated the option of recklessly slaying them all. But with approximately dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators present, it would prove somewhat challenging. especially given the leader's imposing aura, clearly at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. Nevertheless, having faced grander spectacles, Liang deemed this group insufficient to intimidate him. Humph, a governor's private army deserves the punishment of annihilation for their audacity, he declared, summoning his Taichu sword and unleashing dozens of sword energies in an instant. The sword energies surged forth with tremendous momentum, targeting the heads of the soldiers. Within mere breaths, all but the leader lay defeated on the ground, evidently dispatched to the afterlife. The leader, spared from immediate demise not due to superior strength, but rather Li Yang's restraint. He required a live witness for further inquiries. The Taichu sword seemed to have grown stronger. Since absorbing the Qing Feng sword spirit, Liang had become increasingly adept at wielding it, elevating his comprehension of the sword arts to new heights. The recent attack had encompassed a significant portion of sword intent, rendering it beyond the capacity of these unremarkable foes to withstand. The leader, now bloodied and with one arm severed by the sword energy, had lost his previous arrogance. Gazing at Liang was akin to witnessing a deity of death. It was terrifying. Having cultivated to the peak of Foundation establishment, he had faced countless adversaries, yet had never encountered such a monstrous existence. It was worth noting that these soldiers were the elite among the governor's carefully selected ranks, each a genius in their own right. Under the command of this individual, one could scarcely withstand a single strike before being vanquished, an occurrence that utterly shattered his worldview. What has transpired in this realm? How could such a youthful foundational cultivator possess such terrifying prowess? No, this person must not be a mere foundational cultivator. He undoubtedly conceals his true cultivation level, perhaps even sent by the imperial court. Suddenly enlightened, he collapsed to his knees, pleading for mercy. My lord, spare my life. I was momentarily misguided and strayed onto the wrong path. I am willing to atone for my errors. I beseech you to show leniency and spare my humble life. His words stemmed from the conviction that Li Yang was indeed an envoy of the court, and that the governor's misdeeds had been uncovered. In the past fortnight, nearly all newborns in Linjiang Prefecture had mysteriously vanished, and as the commander of the governor's personal guard, he had gleaned some insights into the matter. This entire predicament could be traced back to the arrival of a mysterious cultivator a year prior. It seemed that the governor had transformed completely since that time. Particularly, half a month ago, the governor had covertly ordered the collection of the blood of newborns. Initially bewildered, he ultimately obeyed the orders without question, fearing retribution. In a torrent of words, he divulged every detail he knew to Liang, hoping for clemency. While Liang contemplated how to interrogate him, the leader of the cultivators, like a spilled jug of beans, revealed everything he was aware of. Upon hearing his confession, Liang fell into deep reflection. This narrative felt eerily familiar. Blood of infants again. This governor's actions bore resemblance to that of the cat demon from before. However, as a high-ranking official, it seemed implausible that he could be connected to the blood demon sect. There must be some underlying truth at play. Liang sensed something amiss. Where were those blood samples currently stored? He resolved to investigate the blood, recalling how the previous cat demon had amassed blood to form a blood pool. If this governor were indeed affiliated with the blood demon sect, his cultivation methods might be similar. If he could destroy the blood pool and seize the opportunity to eliminate the governor, it would serve as a boon for the people. Foolish wretch, Liang scoffed softly. This individual was far from honest. However, given the circumstances, he likely had little left to conceal. Did he truly not comprehend the situation? Noticing the soldier's impending demise, Liang slowly raised his hand, ready to deliver the final blow. My lord, spare me. I genuinely do not know the precise location. But the governor has been in seclusion for many days. Every other day, blood is delivered from outside. It must be within the governor's secluded abode. Seeing Li Yang's intent to strike, the soldier, terrified, lost control of his bladder and hastily repeated everything he knew and even what he did not. Very well, perish. Having acquired all the information he sought, Liang deemed it unnecessary to spare him any longer. As the soldier faced his demise, he uttered a final word of defiance before meeting his end. Through his senses, Liang swiftly pinpointed the location of the governor's secluded chamber, detecting two formidable auras within, likely from golden core cultivators. Additionally, there was a faint yet familiar presence, Pang Tong, the individual he had grievously wounded during the Beast War. How could he possibly be involved? The commotion outside was considerable, and although the individuals within must have heard it, they remained motionless in an unusual formation. At the center of the trio lay a pool brimming with thick blood, emanating a nauseating stench that even made Li Yang feel somewhat queasy. It appeared that these three were plotting something or perhaps engaging in some esoteric cultivation, and judging by their demeanor, they had reached a critical juncture. Otherwise, they would not be so indifferent to the noise outside. As long as my son absorbs the blood in this pool, he can restore his spiritual root and begin cultivating anew. There is no need for haste. My time is limited. Once I merge my spirit with the blood pool to activate the secret arts of the blood demon sect, my son may then absorb the blood, allowing us to share a singular essence, thus elevating our power to unprecedented heights. Very well, I urge you to proceed with the incantation swiftly. This governor will go to any lengths for his son. Listening to their conversation, Liang felt a sense of disappointment towards this officially sanctioned regional authority. The officials in the realm of cultivation seemed little different from those in his previous life. Chapter 52. A mere dream. I hope that lad outside does not cause any trouble. Upon hearing the noise from outside, Pang Qingyun initially intended to resolve the matter. But alas, his position at the heart of the blood demon sect's formation required his presence. A mere foundation establishment brat could not breach the barrier we have erected. Once our grand plan is accomplished, we shall dispose of him in celebration. His blood should prove quite delectable. Liang overheard their conversation with clarity. It seemed he had unwittingly become the jester in this grim performance. The confidence of a golden core cultivator is indeed formidable in the realm of cultivation. Without achieving the golden core, one remains but an ant. Now, please, Governor, place your son into the blood pool. The practitioner of the blood demon sect removed his garments, revealing a body covered in blood-drawn runes. Vividly illustrated on his chest, back, and limbs were the grotesque visages of several demonic beasts. So lifelike they appeared ready to leap from his flesh. Liang was taken aback by this bizarre sorcery. His flesh was visibly dissolving at an alarming rate, while the beastly visages grew larger and clearer. He then leapt into the blood pool, which erupted in a wave of crimson, merging him with its depths in mere moments. Pang Qingyun, witnessing this, gently placed Pang Tong into the blood pool as well. Pang Tong remained with his eyes shut, seemingly in a state of slumber. As soon as his body made contact with the blood pool, it too began to be eroded by the sanguine liquid. Suddenly, Pang Tong opened his eyes and cried out in anguish, "Father, what is this? I am in pain. Please, help me." Pang Qingyun felt a pang of concern. Could this possibly go awry? "Do not worry, my son. Endure just a little longer, and it will soon pass." Remarkably, the practitioner of the blood demon sect, now one with the blood pool, was still able to speak. Outside the cave, Liang attempted to breach the thin barrier with several strikes, but to no avail. Anxiety gripped him. If this delay continued, by the time the events within concluded, it would be too late. As the adage wisely states, delay begets change. Liang, making a decisive choice, resolved to utilize the precious golden core peak experience card bestowed upon him by the system. With a mere thought, a surge of formidable power coursed through him, rendering his entire being quivering. He sensed that the previously tranquil spiritual energy within his dantian had suddenly become turbulent, swiftly coalescing into a translucent sword core. This ethereal sword core hovered serenely within the sea of qi in his dantian, emanating a heart-stirring aura. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that beneath this sword core, no dantian platform existed. Clearly, the sword core granted by the system was not entirely his own. It was likely to vanish without a trace once time elapsed. Now you can no longer act so arrogantly. A subtle smile of triumph graced Li Yang's lips. Casually, he flicked his finger, and an extraordinarily potent sword aura shot forth like a bolt of lightning. The sword aura struck fiercely against the barrier outside the cave, producing a crisp shattering sound akin to the breaking of glass, scattering countless fragments across the ground. What is happening? The barrier has actually broken. Pang Qingyun's expression shifted, surprise flooding his heart. He turned to gaze at Liang, who stood outside the cave, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Damn it. This brat has managed to breach the barrier. Lord Pang, you go deal with that insufferable brat. I will handle things here, remarked a practitioner of the blood demon sect from the blood pool, reacting immediately. You dare to thwart my plans? I will take your life. Pang Qingyun, witnessing his son on the brink of recovery, could not permit anyone to undermine his schemes. Humph, you old wretch, as a governor. You actually collude with the demon sect and act as their accomplice. It seems your time is running out. Death is imminent. Pang Qingyun, at the mid-stage of the golden core realm, possessed formidable ancestral blade techniques. As they spoke, the two engaged in a fierce confrontation, sword aura clashing with blade energy, causing the entire cave to tremble with instability. With Pang Qingyun merely at the mid-stage of the golden core realm, and Li Yang's power soaring to that of a peak golden core cultivator due to the system's reward, it was clear that Pang Qingyun was no match for him. As the battle progressed, Pang Qingyun gradually found himself at a disadvantage, struggling to withstand Li Yang's relentless sword aura assault. You brat, something is amiss. Just a moment ago, you were merely at the foundation establishment stage. How have you suddenly ascended to golden core? What secret technique have you employed? I wonder how long you can maintain this. Li Yang, despite his youth, bore the marks of his age. Appearance may change, but age does not. Peng Qingyun had led the Lingjiang prefecture for many years, and he was well aware of the capabilities of golden core cultivators. The sudden emergence of a peak golden core practitioner was implausible. Hence, he quickly deduced that Li Yang must have utilized some secret method or high-grade elixir to forcibly elevate his power. More crucially, Li Yang's command over golden core spiritual energy was not yet proficient, exhibiting a certain awkwardness. Unlike the level one would expect from a cultivator with years of experience at the golden core stage. This realization bolstered Peng Qingyun's confidence. As long as he could endure until Li Yang's medicinal effects waned, he would then easily manipulate him once his son and the blood demon sect practitioner completed their union. In a moment of disbelief, Li Yang realized that time was slipping away. The old man, sharp as ever, had seen through him with ease. Having merely familiarized himself with the peak of the golden core stage moments ago, Li Yang was now ready to unleash his full power. He summoned the Qingfeng, a sixth-tier sword spirit. Although it was not his true form, with Li Yang's strength at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, it would still prove to be quite formidable. He swiftly executed a spell, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy from within. As the Qingfeng sword surged forth with the force of a raging tempest towards Peng Qingyun, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the sword, Peng Qingyun understood that he could not withstand it head-on. He immediately consumed a precious elixir, the dragon blood pill, crafted from the essence of high-tier demonic beasts. This treasure was intended for dire circumstances, meant to elevate his cultivation when faced with life-threatening foes. Yet, he found himself compelled to use it against Li Yang ahead of time. As the pill dissolved in his mouth, a surge of immense spiritual power coursed through his body, raising his cultivation to the late stage of the golden core, just a step away from its peak. However, Peng Qingyun was astonished to realize that despite his elevation to the late stage of the golden core, Li Yang's strength still surpassed his own. What cultivation level do you possess? The pinnacle of the golden core? What kind of elixir is so formidable, capable of elevating a foundation establishment cultivator to the peak of the golden core? This was simply inconceivable. While gathering all his strength to counter the incoming strike, Peng Qingyun cast a bewildered gaze at Li Yang, pondering whether he might fall to this youth today. At that critical moment, a blood-red blade suddenly descended. With a clang, Li Yang's sword energy was shattered by this blade. "Haha, my son, is that you? You have finally returned," Peng Qingyun exclaimed, his attention drawn to Peng Tong, now enveloped in blood, with only his face visible. "Hee, the blood demon ancestor has finally revived." Peng Qingyun, astonished, questioned, "Where is my son? Blood demon ancestor? Have you deceived me? What have you done to my son?" With a swift thrust, the blood blade pierced through Peng Qingyun's body. "Your son's body serves me well. Thank you for your contribution, father and son. May you reunite in hell. This is the blessing from the blood demon ancestor." Turning towards Li Yang, he declared, "Now, it is your turn." Li Yang, staring at the blood demon ancestor before him, found it hard to believe. The system alerted him that he was facing a nascent soul practitioner. Run. Li Yang instinctively sought to flee. Yet, even at the pinnacle of the golden core, he was no match for the blood demon. The blood demon ancestor summoned the blood blade once more, its speed unparalleled. Just as Li Yang managed to escape a few miles, the blade caught up with him, piercing through his body. The protagonist falls, the tale concludes.